The Agent, an Alpha Billionaire Romance. By Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Blurb.
I've worked hard for my life, and I live it on my own terms. No attachments, no illusions, and my success is built on control, both in and out of the boardroom. Love. That's for people who haven't experienced the reality I have. Then Alice Tate, the queen of fashion herself, storms into my life. She's fierce, independent, and every bit as untouchable as I've been for years. But when I'm around her, everything feels different. She pushes past my defenses, leaving me to question everything I thought I knew. Do I dare let her in, risking the one thing I swore to protect? My heart. Chapter 1. The Designer and the Agent.
For Alice Tate, sleeping past 6 a.m. on any given day was considered sleeping in. Even on weekends, she rarely rose after 6:30, regardless of what she had done the night before. So when she opened her eyes to a clock that read almost 9 a.m., she realized that the previous night must have been one for the history books. Her suspicions were only confirmed when a decidedly larger form shifted in bed behind her. The dark-haired woman sat up slowly, draping long raven waves over her shoulder before she gazed over at the figure sharing her bed with a sigh. She could barely remember his name, Daniel something or another. He was the lead guitarist for some up-and-coming rock band that played at a function she'd been invited to the previous night. It had been a long while since she'd enjoyed the company of a man as musically talented as he was, and as physically arresting to boot. Even now she could appreciate his long, lithe limbs, leanly muscled chest, and that careless fall of blonde hair. Daniel was American, and Americans were usually entertaining enough to garner her attention for at least a few weeks, but this one had been too inebriated to do much of anything last night. That much she remembered. With a long-suffering sigh, the young woman slipped from the bed, wondering how much longer her guest would be sleeping. She was fonder of men who woke before she did, and slipped out than she was of those who lingered with romantic notions. They might think they were giving her the slip, but in Alice's opinion, they were doing her a favor. She didn't need to be burdened by men who thought they needed her. Naked, she padded across the room to the immense drapes that covered the window before yanking them open with gusto. Instantly, the entirety of the ornate bedroom suite was filled with bright morning sunlight. The man in her bed groaned, immediately diving under a pillow to block out the light, and she scowled. So much for her attempts to be subtle. If he wasn't going to take her subtle hints, she would have to resort to less than ladylike means to get him out of her penthouse. Luckily enough for Alice, she had someone willing to do her dirty work for her. Still stark as the day she was born, she pranced across the suite to open the door and start down the hallway. There was only one other resident of the penthouse besides herself, and at the sight of her without a stitch of clothing on, he merely exhaled a long-suffering sigh. "Where's your robe, Miss Tate?" Alice merely yawned, stretching to her full diminutive height of 5 feet 3 inches as she attempted to ease her sore muscles. "I can't find it. Did you have it sent to the cleaners, Tom?" His dark eyes held not the slightest hint of predatory or physical interest. Instead, the tall, slim, middle-aged man before her merely turned to the linen closet without a word and extracted a deep blue silk kimono hanging from a hook. "Here's a spare. I'll see to it immediately." "Thank you, Tom." She plucked the garment from his fingertips, swinging it around her body to belt it around her waist. The garment had been a gift to her from one of her many admirers, and the Versace silk was smooth and buttery against her skin. "Can you also please see to the guest in my room? My schedule's been thrown off, and I'll be in my study." "Of course, Miss Tate." Beaming, Alice rested a hand on the tall man's shoulder, and he dutifully lowered his cheek to present to her for a kiss. "You're an angel, Tom." "Thank you, Miss Tate." In her world of glitz and glamour, very little was depicted in the movies and films. Alice had long learned that things were rarely as they seemed when money was involved. It was one thing to be born into the lap of luxury, have a silver spoon shoved in one's mouth, and live off your family's fortune forever. It was quite another way to make your own way in the world. Regardless of what path you chose, one always had to be careful. There was a high chance of the riches overwhelming one's individuality. But Alice had never encountered that problem. Even if she didn't rule upon high, from a plush Hermes chair barking orders to interns and only eating from gold dishes, one of the many perks that actually existed in her world was the luxury of well-trained professional butlers. Tom was a gem, and she wouldn't trade him for the world. In the 5 years the man had worked for her, he'd seen everything under the sun. In all honesty, she and her birthday suit was comparably tame when juxtaposed to some of the things he walked in on. But true British butlers were a rare breed. Classically trained and completely resistant to any ruffling, they were loyal, efficient, and, in the modern era, almost completely monopolized by the royal family. But Alice was a Tate. In her opinion, the best thing her name afforded her was the right to employ a man like Tom. A man who could hand a naked woman a robe in the morning, serve her tea, and eject her unwanted guest. Life was bliss. When Alice shut herself into her study, she shut out memories of last night's boozy and somewhat underwhelming event, and settled at her desk. Her study was her favorite room in the penthouse. Of course, when she purchased the property, her properly posh countess mother had gushed over the terrace and the entertaining space. But Alice herself had only been interested in the workspace. Her penthouse had been her first major real estate purchase with her own money, a declaration of her spreading her wings, and a physical representation of her success as an up-and-coming fashion designer. All the young woman had ever wanted throughout her pampered youth was to make a name for herself, to escape the thumb of her overbearing, title-obsessed parents, and find what she truly loved in life. It had taken her until she finished school with a degree that she had no interest in, to finally discover what she was passionate about, but once he had, Alice hadn't looked back. Fashion. Fashion made the world go around. When she was a child, carted from class to class that her mother dictated she take to fit into the right crowds, one thing that had always helped to pacify her, to calm her when she was at her most rebellious, was observing the high fashion of the women around her. Modern high society British noblewomen could be stuck-up twats, but their clothes? Dear God, their clothes. Alice had learned from an early age that Louis Vuitton was king, and Atelier was God. That a good pair of pumps could make or break a woman, and that the right pair of calfskin gloves could have all eyes on you. Even when she resented her mother and father for making her take ballet and French, she would sneak into their room to run her hands over the gorgeous gowns and jackets they wore to events, and even their usual garb. She would never forget the day her persnickety mother had found her trying on one of her Chanel jackets. One would think the uptight countess would have lost her mind, but instead, she merely told her 10-year-old daughter that she could never wear a camel-colored jacket with purple pants. It was simply unheard of. That clarified, she'd redressed Alice in a black dress, strung her with a strand of her own real pearls, and replaced the jacket on her shoulders. It was one of the few fond memories Alice had of the Countess. Her childhood mostly consisted of moments of her mother trying to mold her in her image, while Alice fought back tooth and nail. At the time, she told herself she fought for both herself and her brother, who had always been pretty complacent when it came to their parents. But Mike had recently blown all of that out of the water when he'd gone gallivanting to the Dark Continent on the whims of a woman. And not just any woman, Rose Lithgow. A noblewoman and their parents' front-running choice for his wife. Of course, things hadn't worked out exactly as mother and father had planned. Rose wasn't exactly the picture of a high society lady. On the contrary, she was against the status quo and everything involved with it. She was noble by birth and blood, but she was far more comfortable in a third-world country doing charity work than she was hobnobbing with the royals at Buckingham Palace. In fact, she was only in London now because she was about 6 months pregnant with Mike's child, and they were planning their wedding. Somehow, Michael had let the Lithgows and his own parents wheedle him and his bride-to-be into coming back from the middle of nowhere Thailand. And Alice was glad. She adored her brother without question. As much as he might annoy her, she considered him one of her best friends, and she absolutely loved his bride-to-be as well. In fact, Rose was one of the reasons she'd been so eager to get to her study this morning. If she'd woken when she usually did, Alice might have been able to get an earlier start on finalizing the designs she'd been working on for the past few weeks. She had promised Rose a new line of maternity clothes before her daughter was born, and now her time was running woefully short. Of course, Kat complained that Alice didn't design her maternity clothes, so the young woman knew that she would have to make a specialty dress for her dear friend as soon as she was done with her current task. With any luck, she wouldn't have to go through the woman's arrogant and pretentious husband in order to talk to her. At the thought, Alice grinned. She simultaneously loved and hated Elias. The billionaire architect was one of many braggarts she knew in the world of the extraordinarily rich, and if he wasn't careful, people would find out that he wasn't nearly as much of a windbag as he put himself forth to be. Somehow, Alice let her brother and Kat convince her that the man was a stand-up person. As long as she didn't have to do the standing. As things stood, Alice planned to release the design she created for Rose as part of her new collection. She didn't know why it had never occurred to her before to start a maternity line, especially with the frequency with which her friends and family were turning up with buns in their ovens. Fondly, the dark-haired woman smiled at a picture on the corner of her desk that showed her with her brother and Kat as she was cradling her friend's baby boy on her lap. Everyone had bloody baby fever, and here she was, struggling to get the flavor of the night out of her apartment. But honestly, Alice enjoyed her solitude. She prided herself on it. As her parents had always pressed her brother to get married in order to continue the family line, she'd enjoyed a more relaxed foray into adulthood. Even when her parents had pressured her, they hadn't done it very attentively. They'd been far too focused on Michael for that. And now it was too late. The Duke and the Countess had learned a resoundingly severe lesson from trying to interfere in Michael's affairs. The scandal had ultimately resulted in what they wanted, but that was only after they had nearly lost everything, revealed that Michael was, in fact, a Russian adoptee, and betrayed his trust and respect so profoundly that he almost absolved himself of them altogether. In Alice's eyes, it was fitting that such a man become heir to the Tate name. It just went to show that the Tates needed to hold themselves in check when it came to meddling with their children, lest they end up with no Tate heir at all. As Alice was working on a bit of gorgeous shading for a deep purple autumn maxi dress, a brisk knock came on her study door. "Come in." The double doors swung open to reveal Tom. He was, as always, dressed impeccably, without a hair out of place. He carried her breakfast tray in one hand and her mail in the other. A wonderful British butler was indeed a thing of beauty, and Alice stopped to admire the man's poise as he all but glided across the room. "I've seen your guest out, madam. And also taken the liberty of preparing your breakfast. Wheat toast and 2 3-minute eggs, as well as fresh chamomile tea with soy milk." He set the tray ever so gently on her desk, before uncovering it and pouring her an excellent spot of tea. "Bless you, Tom." "As you say, Miss Tate." If she could, Alice would take Tom everywhere with her, but her parents were reluctant to allow him in the family manor, where he would be impeding on their family butler's domain. There were a few other times when she left London for more than a week or so. After all, her studio was here, as was her family and everything she held dear. "Can you please lay out my beige Louboutins, the ones with the 4-inch heels, as well as the cream Prada shift?" "Of course, my lady." With a deep bow, the man quietly left the room, closing the door soundlessly behind him. As Alice enjoyed her breakfast, she pondered what was on her docket for the rest of the day. She had a Skype meeting with one of her junior designers in about 2 hours, after which she would spend the rest of her afternoon in the studio, going over the final designs for her new collection. She planned to spend the rest of the week in working seclusion, emerging only to have dinner with Michael and Rose at the end of the week at one of her favorite restaurants. It was then that Rose promised to tell her some of the names they were considering for their daughter, and Alice hoped that some of the collection would be ready for her future sister-in-law. It would be the perfect ending to a very productive week. As she nibbled on her toast, Alice sifted through her mail. There were several invitations to upcoming galas, a bill or two, a letter from her grandmother, and the daily paper. She arched a brow upon seeing herself on the front page holding hands with blonde Daniel. The picture had obviously been taken the previous afternoon when she was on her way out of the party with him. Luckily, she didn't look too terribly intoxicated, and Daniel looked handsome enough, eager to be home so he could have his way with her. The headline for the paper read, "Tate heiress finally snatched for good." Alice snorted into her tea in mirth. It seemed like every week, the British tabloids were intent on her being off the market, for good. Of course, they could never prove any extenuating connections with the men they photographed her with, but that didn't stop them from printing the stories. Alice doubted she would even see Daniel a second time, if ever. The intimacy had been completely uninspiring, and though the man was a talented guitarist, there wasn't much else upstairs. Men like Daniel were a common product of British high society. He wasn't a noble or a royal, but he was famous, and under that fame, there was very little depth of character. Alice prided herself on being an excellent judge of character. All of her favorite people were excellent: her brother Elias' wife Catherine, a number of her close fashion friends, her future sister-in-law. They never had any problems impressing her. Most men, on the other hand, already had quite a lot riding against them. The boys in the circles Alice ran in intended to be self-absorbed, prideful, and dull to the point of inciting suicide. They expected women to flock around them like flies, and yet did nothing to garner any type of awe or intrigue. Generally, they made her flee in the opposite direction, and if she happened to decide to jump into bed with one of them, she was usually disappointed. With a sigh, Alice flipped open the paper to read the new beyond the cover story. Unsurprisingly, there was a full half-page feature about her brother's upcoming wedding, which she read with no small amount of interest. Next to the story was a picture of Michael and Rose walking together in Hyde Park. At the sight of her brother's obviously elated smile as he looked upon his bride-to-be, Alice's lips curved upward fondly. Michael was so in love that it made her heart hurt just to look at him. She was happy for him. After all, a mere year ago, the man had insisted that he would die alone and be buried with his surgical instruments. He might have been a tad dramatic, but he was so picky when it came to women. At a certain point, Alice had considered that the man might be asexual. But no. It had just taken a very specific atmosphere for Michael to find what he was looking for. And now that he had, her brother never ceased to hound her about when she would find the one. Alice thoroughly enjoyed laughing off his every inquiry. She was just a year shy of her 30th birthday, attractive and successful. What need did she have for a husband? Even Alice considered if she wanted one, and where on earth she was to find him. She'd traveled to half the countries in the world, met sheikhs, princes, and billionaires, and she'd yet to find a man who made her knees weak. Perhaps there was some small part of her that wanted a man to look at her like her brother looked at Rose, but her brother was one of the rare few men in the world to garner Alice's admiration, and she was related to him. In reality, she barely had the time for romance. She was too busy being a socialite, media idol, and world-famous designer. If that didn't fulfill her, what could a man possibly bring to the table?
Chapter 2. Fighting the Tide.
Russell had his eye on Alice Tate all night. Of course, he wasn't usually so instantly taken with women, so he made sure that he avoided her while his intrigue was still fresh. This was, of course, no easy task. The woman was easily one of the most beautiful he'd ever laid eyes on. The moment Amelia introduced her, a heated spark of attraction planted itself in his lower belly, and he fought a physical reaction that would be all too apparent in his very fitted suit. While most people might think Amelia outshone most of the women in the room with her wholesome, clean beauty, Alice Tate was a siren in her own right. She was short in stature, no more than 5.5 feet tall, with dark hair that fell in gorgeous gleaming waves down her back. Her dress certainly did her curvaceous, lithe form justice, the pale color bringing out the startling blue of her eyes, and the neckline plunging to reveal a mouth-watering amount of cleavage. If men flocked to Amelia because she was a breath of fresh air, they wanted Alice Tate because she was a siren, seduction incarnate. He instantly wondered why she didn't star in any of the ads for her own brand. She would have been an immediate hit. "I had an enchanting evening, Miss Tate." At her question, he inclined his head politely, his eyes lowering to a full mouth painted deep red. He wondered quite suddenly what that mouth tasted like. Champagne, sweet and bubbly? Or something darker and richer? "You throw quite the party." "Well, one can always afford to be extravagant when the cause is for those who need it most." She said the words with a remarkable amount of conviction, such that he found himself believing that she truly meant well with her cause. "Are you in the habit of much charitable work, Miss Tate?" "Alice, please." She corrected him with a slow, sensual pull of her lips that stirred something deep in him. Something that hadn't been touched in a long while. It made him instantly wary. "It's not my forte, but my future sister-in-law Rose has a knack for it. I thought I'd take advantage of both her expertise and mine tonight." "Well, your combined efforts were stunning," he replied truthfully. As long as they kept the conversation light, he might be able to keep from thinking less than clandestine thoughts about the stunning woman before him. It wouldn't do to betray less than gentlemanly intentions. Not when he'd only just met the elusive designer. Some of those gowns would be at home on American movie sets. They're absolutely breathtaking. "You have an eye for fashion, Mr. Darwell?" Her coy intrigue made his stomach clench in interest. "Russell, please." If she wasn't going to stand on formality, neither was he. "I like to think I can speak to my clients' stylists about what does and doesn't work for them," he replied succinctly. "Women, after all, come in many shapes and sizes. Part of what I do is make sure each one of them is appreciated." Alice arched a brow. "You're sure you're not a designer? You sound like you're in the business." "If only," he replied with a charming smile. "It would be easier to work with fabrics than people." She was a clever conversationalist, more than interesting enough to keep his attention as the party continued to wind down. He spoke with Alice about fashion, the latest designs she was working on, and the new studio that she had established in the past year. In return, he regaled her with stories of costuming fiascos on set, and some of the more difficult instances he'd had with his clients. Over a bourbon on the rocks, he told her of his connections in American film and entertainment, enjoying the way her eyes lit up in intrigue. He would enjoy entertaining a woman like Alice Tate all night, and not only with conversation. She was, as Amelia had promised, singular. A woman with a noble background, who cared nothing for it and had made her own way in the world. Not only that, but it was clear that she couldn't give two whits what anyone thought of her commanding personality. When Alice Tate spoke, all eyes in the room were on her. He supposed he shouldn't have been surprised when she started flirting with him. Despite what she'd told him about thinking he'd left, he sensed she'd been secretly watching him all night. Just as he'd been watching her. "Will you be in London long, Russell?" Her finger idly circled the mouth of her empty champagne glass, and he tore his gaze from it. "Only a few weeks, I'm afraid. This is a rather short holiday for me before I get back to work." "I'm sure you miss it," she replied, looking up at him from beneath long lashes. "You seem to me a man who takes pride in what he does." "That I do." He chuckled. "Much like yourself, I imagine." "Well, I'm always pleased if my work catches the attention of the right people." Setting her glass down on a nearby table, Alice ran her hands through her long hair, draping it over an elegant shoulder. "I must say that I'm pleased that my gowns are in such high demand among your clients. I'll be sure to answer the phone personally next time you call." Russell sipped his bourbon, enjoying the slow burn and hoping it would be enough to counter the growing desire in his gut. "Are you sure you don't make suits?" he inquired, enjoying the flirtation, even if he knew he shouldn't entertain it. "I'd be more inclined to call sooner." Alice laughed. I might be persuaded to start if you're my first customer. You seem like you'd be a dream to fit." When she ran a hand over his shoulder, the warmth of her touch sizzled through every nerve ending in his body. "I'd be flattered." He took her hand, raising it to his lips impulsively to brush his lips across it. When her gaze flared in obvious interest, he forced himself to release her. "Though no doubt I'd be monopolizing one of Britain's greatest talents." "You could monopolize me for the rest of the night." Well, she certainly wasn't one to beat around the bush. "We could have a late dinner, perhaps catch a midnight art exhibition if you're feeling so inclined." Russell didn't usually encounter women who made the first move with such little hesitation, and he found he liked it. He liked Alice, which meant that she was quite dangerous. Thankfully, a prior commitment kept him from taking her up on her offer. And likely taking her to bed. Funnily enough, instead of being happy for his own self-preservation, Russell found himself lamenting his early morning flight. "Wish that I could, darling." He provided her with an apologetic smile, taking her hand once more in earnest regret. "But I have an engagement in Scotland tomorrow that I really can't miss." Alice arched a skeptical brow immediately. "Scotland? Really? On such short notice?" Such is a career lived at the whim of one's clients. When he kissed her hand again, he found himself delighted at the visible shiver that passed through her. He wanted to devour her on the spot. Alice Tate, so brash and demanding, would probably revel in a man who showed her the depths of her own depravity. "When you come back then." Ah. She wasn't giving up. It pleased him on more levels than he cared to admit, even if Russell was far too intrigued with her to allow himself to safely give in. "I'm afraid I'll find myself terribly busy with family, Alice. Though if you like, I can contact you the next time I return to London." When her lovely face fell, he felt like a complete and utter cad. Immediately, Russell wanted to take it back, to sweep her away to the most exclusive supper club in London and wine and dine her all night. "Well, that's an awful shame." Alice drew back from him, immediately closing herself off. "I would have liked to get to know you better if it weren't for your commitments." Russell sighed. She was so lovely, so enchanting. It was heartbreaking how quickly she turned cold. "Commitments, unfortunately, supersede convenience in my line of work, my dear. Though I don't hope you doubt my earnestness." The smile Alice afforded him in reply was stiff-forced. And Russell knew he'd lost her that evening. "Of course not." She dipped her head to him deferentially. "In fact, I appreciate your honesty. I hope you enjoy the rest of the party, Mr. Darwell." And with that, she swept away from him, all fire and swinging hips as she set off in search of better company. Russell watched her go mournfully, before deciding that perhaps now would be the best time to take his leave. He found that he had soured his own evening. On the way home, Russell did his best to put himself in a fit state to deal with his client in a few hours. He told himself he would be lucky if he managed to sleep at all, considering all that he needed to arrange for the short trip, but when he returned to the hotel room, he found himself reluctant to open his laptop. Instead of his client, he found his mind full of Alice Tate. Frowning, he pulled off his tie and jacket, tossing them onto a nearby armchair as he considered. He hadn't met a woman he was so immediately drawn to in a long while. It was a fact that Russell liked to be able to carefully control his emotions, and that included the women he pursued. When he was in control, he could avoid getting too attached to those who would only want a commitment from him. Something he found himself unable to give. That said, one-night stands were his encounter of preference. No strings attached intimate encounters, in which both parties could immediately go their separate ways. He didn't have to worry about breaking hearts or treading on toes, as he liked to do neither. Alice Tate might have been inviting him into just that, a one-night stand. And he certainly wouldn't mind matching bodies and wits with a woman of her caliber. But he hadn't. His prior commitment notwithstanding, he could have seen her any time after he returned, but he'd made up a ridiculous excuse and turned her away. And why? Because Alice Tate intimidated him. She was a woman who knew what she wanted and wasn't afraid to take it, and that was far outside his realm of control. As Russell had accepted that the moment he realized he was attracted to her, one would think that now he could work undistracted, but instead, all he could think about was Alice's bare shoulders and the gorgeous gown she wore. How he might like to kiss those shoulders, and as she inclined her neck, offering more to him. Then he might like to take her bloody dress off completely, and worship the body only hinted at in the form-fitting garment. A body like Alice Tate's deserved to be enjoyed leisurely, worshipped even. Running a hand through his dark hair, Russell blew out an exasperated breath. At this rate, he would be able to neither sleep nor work. And all because of the alluring designer he just had to meet. Alice stewed. She was supposed to be working on the final designs for her collection of hats set to launch in the spring, but all she could do was stare at the empty pad before her as she chewed unbecomingly on her lower lip. She might have been staring at said pad for the last 5 minutes, or for the last several hours. Either way, she'd gotten terribly off track. With a sigh, she pushed her pad aside, setting her elbows on her desk as she massaged her temples. This was ridiculous. It had been 2 weeks. 2 whole weeks since her successful charity event. With all the money she had raised and the successful debut of her maternity line, she should be over the moon. Instead, she found herself irate and snappish, to the point where everyone in her studio noticed and tried to stay well away from her. This should have been one of the most exciting parts of the year for her. The holidays were coming up, her maternity line was flying off the shelves wherever it was sold, and distributors were already asking when she was going to start her next collection. But Alice could only purse her lips and dwell on the one man who had evaded her attention, Russell Darwell. The night he had rejected her, she'd spent the rest of her party in a fit of annoyance, even snapping at Michael when he asked her how she enjoyed herself. Her reaction had been enough to send him to the other end of the hall, and he even lingered after she left to stay out of the way. When Rose called the next day to make sure she was all right, Alice apologized profusely, even though her mood hadn't lifted. Commitments. She would have liked to think Russell was interested enough to commit to at least a single night with her, but apparently, that was the wrong assumption. It shouldn't matter. He was one of an entire city of men that she might be interested in. It should have been nothing to move on. And that was just the problem. Alice couldn't stop bloody thinking about the man. A few days after her event, she'd looked him up on the internet just for the hell of it, and discovered that he was even more well-connected than she'd previously thought. He was the agent to 2 of the world's highest-paid actresses, and was considered the man to speak to if one wanted to make a blockbuster movie. Even directors and producers had to bow and kowtow to him. When Alice laid eyes on the man's picture, she frowned. He was, unfortunately, just as devilishly handsome as she remembered. She spent a good 5 minutes staring into those startlingly blue eyes of his, before she shut her laptop and stormed out of her penthouse for a martini. Since then, she told herself she wouldn't look him up. She wouldn't think about him, and most of all, she wouldn't imagine what could have been. So why now was she sitting at her desk doing exactly that? With a groan, Alice rose from her desk, considering for a moment before she made her way from the study towards the kitchen. She needed a spot of tea, most likely properly spiked with whiskey. When she turned the corner down the hall, however, she almost collided with Tom, who caught her elbows to steady her immediately. "Steady on, Miss Tate." When he took in the irate look on her face, he arched a brow in concern. "Are you all right?" "Fine, Tom," she answered quickly. "I should like a pot of tea, please, with a generous tot of bourbon." "Of course." Tom inclined his head respectfully. "Will you take it in the sitting room with your guests?" Alice's gaze immediately jerked to his. "Guests?" Tom's lips curved upward in a distinguished smile. "Miss Catherine and young Liam are here to see you, miss." Immediately, Alice's face lit up, and her anger faded somewhat. "Are they?" "Wonderful." Alice had found a few problems that couldn't be solved by holding a baby in one's arms. No sooner had she greeted Kat with a warm kiss on the cheek Then she confiscated the chubby-cheeked Liam from the dark-haired woman and settled him on her lap, where he cooed and smiled in pleasure. He was absolutely adorable. Sometimes Alice wondered that Elias was his father. "You came just in the nick of time," she cooed to the baby before addressing his mother. "I was on the edge of a fit, I swear." "Really?" Kat's green eyes lit in concern. "What's going on?" Alice merely groaned, considering the gentlest way to pose her problem. Kat, of course, didn't have any male problems. She was happily married to an overprotective billionaire architecture mogul who monopolized almost every moment of her time. But she was also desperately in love, something that Alice had to admit she envied. "Nothing awful. Well, there's been someone on my mind and I'm positive he wants nothing to do with me." "He?" Kat arched a brow, her expression appropriately shocked. "I can't think of a man within 100 miles who wouldn't fall at your feet, slathering." "Who the hell are we talking about here?" Americans had such a delightfully blunt way of putting things. Alice adored it. "His name is Russell, and though I thought we were getting along famously when we met, he's expressed no interest in seeing me." Kat tapped her chin thoughtfully as her son drooled all over Alice's lanvin. Little Liam was literally the only person in existence who could get away with soiling her designer clothes. "Maybe he's busy." Well, that made no difference. Alice knew he was busy. Even if he were interested, wouldn't he make time to see me? A valid point. Though he could easily want to see you just as badly and not be available. "Somehow I doubt that," Alice returned sourly, remembering the way the man had rebuffed her. "I all but invited him into my bed, Kat, and he refused." Leaning back against the expensive leather couch, the young woman sighed. "Perhaps he likes a more subtle approach." "He kissed my hand twice." Kat laughed. "Isn't that just a British man's way of saying hello?" "Perhaps 100 years ago." Kat made a face. "This is the bloody modern age. I think he just wanted to kiss my lips and settled for what he could get." Kat laughed as Liam reached up to toy with a gold pendant around Alice's neck. "I'm not being much help, I'm sorry. Since becoming a mother, I haven't had much time for girl talk." "Oh, that's all right." Alice waved off her apology quickly. "Who wants to waste time talking about men anyway? Unless it's this little one, of course." When she tickled baby Liam, his gay laugh filled the room and lifted her spirits. At that precise moment, Tom brought tea and cakes, and the conversation turned to lighter fare. It was the first time in 2 weeks that Alice hadn't dwelt on Russell Darwell, and she had to admit it felt damn good. She spent a comfortable afternoon in Kat's company, and the two agreed to meet for shopping later that week before her friend took her leave. By the time she was soaking in the bath later on that night, Alice resolved that she didn't care one whit about Russell Darwell and what he thought of her. In fact, if he didn't wish to entertain her, she'd find someone who would. She remained resolute in that choice until she actually found herself on a date. Of course, at that point, everything fell apart. He was ridiculously handsome. That was one of the primary reasons Alice had picked him. One of the premier jewelers in London, he was also fabulously wealthy. Just to ask her out to dinner with him, he sent her one of the most exquisite diamond bracelets she'd ever seen. Such an overt gesture would usually have Alice sending the gift right back to where it came from, but on this particular occasion, she considered it an invitation. She dressed in one of her most sensual Louis Vuitton sheaths and sky-high pumps, pinning up her hair, and went to meet Benicio Attoli with bells on. So why now was she realizing how insufferably dull he was? The man was Italian, and while he did have a certain amount of foreign allure, all he wanted to talk about were his jewels and the exotic locales he'd been to. They weren't even halfway into the first course, and Alice was bored out of her mind. And with that, all of her irritation came screaming back in full force. This would never have happened if she'd gone out with Russell Darwell. Perhaps he hadn't really wanted to be with her, but he would have been polite enough to provide a more stimulating conversation. Darwell seemed a man who could genuinely appreciate a woman's company at least. Atoli just liked to have someone present to hear him talk. But even so, Alice found her irritation perturbing. 6 months ago, upon meeting a man like Atoli, she would have taken him to bed just to shut him up, but now the thought revolted her. The idea of taking a man as pompous and self-absorbed as Atoli to her penthouse, it was almost enough to turn her off her filet mignon. Have you heard of the film agent Russell Darwell? She wasn't quite certain what Atoli had been droning on about, something about her eyes being the same color as sapphires sparkling under the starlight, or some other bloody nonsense, but she decided to interrupt him at that particular juncture. For a moment Atoli looked confused, then his swarthy face lit up in recognition. Darwell. Yes, I know him. I've sold several pieces to clients that he represents. He dropped a few names of famous starlets that Alice supposed were meant to impress her. She ignored them completely. What do you know about him? Now her date arched a brow in curiosity. No? I've spoken with him a handful of times, but I cannot profess to know him personally. Why? Are you planning on working with him? What was she doing? Alice didn't know if she'd ever performed so completely out of character in her entire life. It was common etiquette that you didn't talk about other people on a date. Even if this particular date was horrible, that was no reason for her to be a complete cad. Perhaps? She mused, wondering how on earth she could get this dinner back on track. Was there anything that she had in common with this man? Anything at all? Had they even ordered the same thing for dinner? Well, if you are planning to work with him, perhaps you'd care to speak with him in person. He's hosting a birthday party for one of his clients in New York next week. She's commissioned the most beautiful sapphire ring to mark the occasion. When next week? The demand rushed from Alice so quickly she was barely aware she'd spoken, and Atoli jumped in alarm. I'm not sure, he replied thoughtfully, toying with one of the several ornate rings he wore on his fingers. Thursday or Friday, perhaps? Alice did her best to look disinterested, especially after her little outburst. With a small smile, she nodded her head, taking a sip of wine. Atoli immediately grinned, raising his glass in a toast to her. And Alice prayed the night would end quickly. While international stars could be high maintenance, Americans were the next level of opulence. As Russell looked over the mounting bills for his client's upcoming birthday party, he grimaced. It wasn't as if she couldn't afford it, but he himself had long been against such outlandish displays of wealth. Regina wanted to be flown from LA to New York in a private jet and booked the ballroom of the Ritz-Carlton for an evening. She wanted only the best wine from a specific producer in Martha's Vineyard and catering from one of the premier restaurants in the city. For her guests, each gift bag would be filled with over $1,200 worth of designer goodies, and that was just the start. Often, Russell didn't know whether to be amused or aghast at the inclinations of the very rich. Though he was wealthy, he liked to believe that he wasn't obtrusive about it. For his own 39th birthday, he had a small gathering of friends at one of his favorite restaurants in the West Village, an intimate and quiet affair. Regina's party would, of course, be the exact opposite. He'd have to have a few of her bodyguards on damage control to make sure the media didn't catch sight of her on a drunken binge. The actress didn't drink too terribly often, but when she did, she tended to get absolutely hammered, which was a nightmare for him to deal with. When he finished signing off on everything for the party, he decided to take the rest of the afternoon off. It was a gorgeous fall day in the city, the ripe colors of autumn strewn over the streets and blanketing the ground. Fall in New York was crisp and cool, one of his favorite seasons, and it was the perfect day to walk to one of his favorite eateries. The moment he rounded the corner to cross Fifth Avenue, he was struck by a new billboard on the building across the street. Russell paused. The image featured a slinky blonde, draped in an alluring sky-blue gown on a chaise lounge. Every facet of her image oozed sensual appeal, but it was clear that the gown was meant to shine in this particular ad. The color was pristine, and even from an image alone, one could tell the satin was high quality. The gown was, of course, Alice Tate. Russell stared at the billboard for long after the signal changed to cross the street. As he did so, he gave in to the urge that had haunted him since his encounter with the designer almost a month ago. He thought of her. Really, when wasn't he thinking of Alice? He might not allow himself to properly acknowledge it, but the moment Regina told him she was having a party, hadn't he immediately asked if she'd like to wear an Alice Tate gown to the event? Thankfully, Regina hadn't realized anything amiss and had simply politely declined. He was looking for an excuse to speak with her. But with award season half a year away, and all of his clients currently very content with their wardrobes, what on earth was he supposed to do? He should be content and stop obsessing over the woman. She was, after all, half a world away. He'd already told himself that she was beyond his reach, and he was all the better for it. Even after he'd returned from Scotland, it had been hard knowing that Alice Tate was in the same city as he was. He even looked up the location of her studio online and contemplated dropping by. Not that she would see him after he'd rejected her at her own event. He had, Russell realized, made a mistake, if a self-preserving one. He supposed it was fair that, as punishment, he saw Alice Tate in his dreams. And what vivid dreams they were. It wasn't, Russell reminded himself, entirely appropriate to be reminiscing over them in the light of day on a crowded New York avenue. He might embarrass himself. In that vein, he decided instead to return home for lunch. In the comfort of his own home, he ordered out from the bistro and allowed himself to consider his memories of Alice Tate. Her in that damn dress. Russell knew full well that the woman didn't walk around in ball gowns, but all he could picture was her modeling it for him, prancing around his apartment as he watched rapidly, enticed by her curves. Of course, this particular fantasy was relatively tame, considering some of the others he'd had. It had occurred to Russell that perhaps he needed to occupy himself with another woman to get Alice Tate out of his system. In theory, the plan could work, but he currently found himself too busy and, honestly, unwilling to pursue anyone else. Why would he, when he knew that, ultimately, he would just end up comparing her to his memory of the designer? Time would heal all, but in the meantime, Russell knew there would be little he could do to distract himself from Alice Tate. Only work, and God knew he did enough of that already. He was actually looking forward to Regina's party this week. It might be a messy, sordid affair, but it would be the first time in almost 4 weeks that he'd done something other than work. And think of Alice. Even if she was delightful to picture. Of course, he got nothing done for the rest of the afternoon, or the next day really. What he did do was take a walk down Fifth Avenue to the Alice Tate boutique. Of course, she was all over it. Not her image, but her touch was there. Each of the pieces in the shop was just as exquisitely designed as the one on the billboard, and though he knew her work was in high demand, Russell realized that the clothing certainly wasn't overpriced. There was care and attention to detail in every stitch. Almost as if Alice had handmade each one herself. He was glad to see that he wasn't the only workaholic in the cosmos, and when he picked up a winter scarf, he told himself he was just remaining on trend. Of course, he didn't have to wear said scarf to Regina's party. Russell did it casually, incorporating it into his outfit with a navy blazer and a pair of Italian leather shoes. And somehow it felt good to wear something that was hers. The party was, as he'd imagined, an extravagant affair. The ballroom of the Ritz-Carlton was roped off, and guests were signed in via a closely guarded list. There was a host of security outside, half of which were unneeded in his opinion, but after only 15 minutes of finagling, he actually managed to get into the party that he had helped plan. For once, it was nice to do the observing rather than to be observed. With a drink in hand, Russell leaned against a wall and watched the party take place. He would, he decided, stay for an hour or two, find the opportune moment to wish Regina a happy birthday, and then leave Tony and Mike, her preferred bodyguards, on damage control. At least, that was the plan until he saw her. For a moment, Russell was too stunned to move. He merely stared at the woman in a skin-tight golden dress, directly across from him, as she laughed with Regina before toasting her with a glass of bubbly. There was no doubting it, Alice Tate was here. In the flesh. Dimly, Russell tried to recall seeing her name on the guest list. It wasn't as if he'd gone over it with a fine-toothed comb, but surely he would have noticed her. Apparently not. Like a moth drawn to a flame, he straightened from the wall, downing the rest of his drink in one swallow. In the back of his mind, he felt it, the niggling inkling of doubt that was always there, always pressing. But for once, Russell decided to ignore it. He was sure that Alice had worn that dress to get attention. It wouldn't hurt to simply welcome her to the party, would it? It had been next to nothing to get herself invited to Regina Alderman's 31st birthday party. She was a close friend of Amelia's besides sharing the same agent, and so Alice secured her invitation within the week. Of course, making excuses for why she was jaunting off to America was harder. Alice wondered why she had never considered that her brother, in his own way, might be as overprotective as Elias was of Kat. He always wanted to know where she was going and what she was doing. The last time she checked her phone, she had 2 missed calls from the man. She was tempted to call his bride-to-be and tell her to rein in her fiancé. Rose might very well sympathize with her. She had to live with the man. But Alice would worry about Michael later. Right now, she was busy pretending to enjoy a party, which she was pretty sure was liquid opulence. Not exactly her style. But then again, she hadn't come for the festivities. If she was lucky, she might run into the one person who'd been plaguing her since the day she met him. Of course, Alice's plan was completely self-servicing. The moment she decided she was coming to America, she decided that, instead of pursuing the man, she was going to prove that she could overcome him. Once she saw him, and realized that he hadn't even begun to live up to what she had imagined, she would be able to go back to London and get on with her life. Alice was confident that she was being silly in her slight obsession, that this little jaunt across the pond would settle things permanently. And she remained firm in that conviction, until the moment she laid eyes on Russell. Alice was on her way to get a spinach puff from the tempting array on the far wall, when he came striding out of seemingly nowhere. She was suddenly very glad she was in a crowded ballroom. If not for that, she was certain someone would see her standing stark still, gaping like an absolute loon. For a woman who loved fashion, Russell Darwell was an absolute dream. The man was impeccably well-dressed in a pair of dark khaki slacks, a crisp button-up blue blazer, and amazing shoes she recognized to be the work of a very exclusive Italian designer. And around his neck, tucked very jauntily, was what she knew to be a scarf from her own fall collection. Alice didn't know whether to be pleased, shocked, or even further intrigued. Did the man know he was wearing her line? Did he do it on purpose? Or did he just have an impeccably good taste? As much as she'd like to believe the latter, the former was far more interesting. He didn't pretend to be interested in anyone else. Rather, the man sidled right up to her with a charming smile that set off his roguish good looks. "Alice Tate. Fancy running into you here." She wanted to repel up the man like a bloody tree, but Alice quickly reminded herself that he had rejected her. It wouldn't look too flattering to seem overly interested. Mr. Darwell. Despite these intentions, however, she couldn't keep the genuine warmth from her smile. "I assume that you are Regina's agent?" She did so love playing coy. "That I am." When he took her hand to kiss it, Alice held her breath. His lips against her skin sent a spark racing up her arm that made her knees weak, and she swallowed thickly. Evidently, this wasn't going to be as easy as she had hoped. "Are you in the habit of kissing the hands of every woman you meet?" she inquired breathlessly. Russell merely smiled as he straightened. "Only the exceptionally striking ones." He was flirting with her. Right off the bloody bat. What a 360. First, he couldn't wait to get away from her, but now she was striking. "How was your business in Scotland?" She changed the subject abruptly, gazing up at him. In truth, she was hoping to catch him in a lie. It would explain a lot if the man had never really had an engagement outside London in the first place. But she was woefully disappointed. Exhausting. He returned promptly. A morning of scheduling film shoots and promising things I only hope I can deliver. Sounds like a perfectly workaholic getaway then. He laughed at her assessment, shaking his head slowly at her sarcasm. I might have enjoyed an evening spent with you more. Alice did her best to hide her shock. I suppose you might have. Now we'll never know. Alice resisted the urge to imply he should ask her out again. She made a habit of turning her back on men who scorned her, even if they were few and far between. That being her policy, she was still standing before Russell Darwell. And she didn't think she had any intention of moving anytime soon. Miss Tate, might I say that you have a supreme talent for leaving a man wanting? The words were uttered with the utmost respect, but Alice couldn't mistake the gleam of interest in Russell's eye. She merely batted her lashes at him, for once, giving in to the reputation that preceded her. Not intentionally, I assure you. The Flash raised his drink to take a sip, his gaze never leaving hers over the edge of the glass. Of course not. Though Alice might have liked to pursue the matter further, she had Darwell right where she wanted him. At that precise moment, their little bubble burst. Russell. Took some time off to come to your own party. A burly arm came from behind to wrap around Russell's shoulder, and Alice looked over in surprise to see none other than David Wright, one of the most popular American film stars of the past decade. Alice had just gone to see one of his dramas the previous week with Rose, and despite having met a number of important, influential people in her life, she found herself momentarily starstruck. David was joined by another film star she recognized, Juliet Marigold. According to tabloids, the two may or may not be dating. It's not explicitly my party. Russell's profession only made David grin as he patted the man on the back. Don't think Regina's organized enough to plan all of this, even if she is the birthday girl. It's fabulous, Russell. Juliet was known for her striking gray eyes and her fashionable blonde pixie cut. I'm sure she's having a great time. Russell. At that precise moment, David seemed to realize he'd interrupted a conversation as his eyes slid to Alice. She gave the man a cheeky little grin, waggling her fingers. Though quite good-looking, she had the impression that movie stars weren't often as intelligent as they were made out to be. Who is this lovely creature? I don't think we've been introduced. Seeing as how Juliet didn't throw a fit when David issued the compliment, Alice thought it safe to assume that the tabloids were wrong about their relationship status. Ah, David, Juliet. Russell chuckled, gesturing to Alice grandly. May I have the pleasure of presenting Alice Tate? Juliet, to her merit, immediately began to gush. Not the Alice Tate. The designer? You're gorgeous, look at that dress. I love your work. I have nearly every piece from your fall collection. You flatter me. Alice grinned, shaking the blonde woman's hand in greeting. As appreciative as she was, she really wished this pair would bug her off so she could continue conversing with Russell. Do you design for men? David was immediately front and center, his gaze only an iota away from sensual deviancy, and Alice swallowed her laugh. Well, at least the American was very frank with his interests. Not presently, she answered truthfully. Though, her gaze slid to Russell's, who was eyeing her with an oddly possessive look in his eye. You're not the first to ask. Alice is actually in town for the party, I assume. Russell butted in, looking to her for confirmation, and Alice had to wonder if it wasn't the smallest iota of jealousy she was witnessing. How delicious. That's right. I'm leaving the city in another day or two. What, before we can show you around? Russell's gaze flickered from the film star to her and then back again, and this time he was definitely territorial. Hey David, isn't the film you and Regina are starting in a few months still in the market for a costume designer? The slightly shorter man looked to Russell in surprise when he spoke quickly, arching a brow. That's right. Juliet's face lit up as she looked back to Alice, clearly excited. The guy they had on board bailed at the last minute to do some indie flick. Alice, you should definitely meet with the director. The movie is a gothic horror piece. I'm sure your design would be amazing. Alice's eyes widened in complete surprise. Dear Lord, how had this happened? In the space of an hour, she'd gone from telling herself she'd be rid of Russell, to being enthralled by him, to being offered a job. People truly moved fast in the States. Well, I'll see if I can get in contact with him, perhaps assess his needs. I can set up a meeting, Russell interjected politely, his expression earnest. If indeed you are interested. What was this man? Alice had never before met his like. Tucking a lock of hair behind her ear, she gazed up at him, and right past David, so there was no mistaking to whom she was speaking. I'll take some time to think it over and get back to you. Great. David had a 1,000-kilowatt smile that Alice was sure had felled many a woman, but she wasn't going to be entrapped by it. Not when there were bigger fish to be had. Since David and Juliet had come to join them, it was only polite that they entertain the two. For about half an hour they talked about film and ridiculous shooting schedules in exotic locales, and when Juliet finally claimed to need a drink refill, Russell managed to persuade David that he should be the one to go. It was astounding, Alice realized, that the man could be such a complete gentleman and still covertly get people to do what he wanted them to. I was beginning to think they'd never leave. She sighed the moment they were gone, refilling her own drink from a passing attendant. Russell mimicked shock. You mean you weren't veritably starstruck by the man trying to see through your clothes? Alice grimaced before laughing. He had noticed. So, I wasn't just imagining it. He was staring unabashedly at my chest. Even though I'm not his agent, I hope you'll allow me to apologize to him. Russell stepped close to her, and for one fleeting moment, Alice thought the man might kiss her. Instead, he merely brushed past her as he reached over her shoulder to usurp a shrimp from a tray. As his scent filtered through her senses, Alice resisted the urge to lean against him, to wrap her arms around him and see if he was really anywhere near as interested in her as she was in him. I won't. Perhaps if I work on his film, he'll get to make his own apologies. Russell didn't seem to find that particular idea as entertaining as she did. His mouth twitched into what was unmistakably a frown before he spoke again. I'd be wary of him if I were you. He's got a string of broken hearts a mile long behind him. Does he? Alice arched a brow in inquiry. And what about you, Russell? No skeletons in your closet? I dare say you're the perfect man. He merely winked winningly at her, giving nothing away. No such thing, my darling. None at all. Though Alice had promised herself that she would eventually greet the birthday girl and pretend to be enjoying the party at hand, she spent the majority of the evening enjoying Russell's company. The party was a cliched mash-up of celebrities getting drunk and trying to outdo one another while conversing with Russell, which was almost the exact opposite. He drank very slowly, and whether he was truly interested in what she had to say or not, he very duly played the part. Alice learned that he would be spending the next 6 months on the west coast of the States, during the filming of Regina's movie. As luck would have it, Emilia also had a play opening in San Diego during the winter as well, so he'd be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It seemed to Alice that the man was forever traveling, yet he didn't give the air of someone who was world-weary at all. In fact, Russell seemed to be enchanted by the world he lived in, and why wouldn't he be? He was unquestionably a king in his domain. And Alice found it incredibly attractive. She didn't think she had ever encountered a man with as much casual confidence as Russell Darwell. He was attractive, intelligent, fashionable, and interesting without any apparent effort, and despite her best intentions, Alice couldn't help but like him. He was also unique in the fact that she had no idea whether or not he was similarly interested in her. He thought her attractive, yes, but entire slews of men thought she was attractive. She wanted Russell to want her, to need her. It was a foreign feeling for her, a woman thoroughly convinced that she would never need a man at all. Indeed, she'd flown 3,000 miles in hopes that she might see him, and that evening. At the same time, seeing just how much power Russell wielded in the American film industry gave her a bit of pause. Though Alice had never before had any reservations about courting powerful men, for the first time, she wondered exactly how much of her overinflated reputation had reached Russell's ears, and how people might look at her for cozying up to him. Though Alice had been in tabloids that several times proclaimed her a woman who slept with others to get ahead, the gossip and scandal had never really bothered her. At least not until now. So, I assume that with all the work you're wrapped up in, your schedule is virtually packed. After lamenting over 2 particularly difficult clients, Alice found she couldn't help herself. As impressive as he was, the man must be exhausted. Certainly he could take a break. They could finagle both of their schedules, and maybe, just maybe. Just then, a table near the back of the ballroom went toppling over, and they both turned to look. Alice grimaced to see that it was the birthday girl herself, careening into a champagne tower. Luckily, one of her friends grabbed her before she ruined her dress, but the table was absolutely finished. And the commotion was immense. In the 2 or 3 minutes it took for everyone to laugh things off, Russell went into work mode. Oh bloody hell. Regina's started early. Damn. Double damn. One look at the man's stern expression was enough to let Alice know she'd lost his attention for the evening. She forced a smile onto her face. Maybe you should go check on her. I think I will. The man stroked his goatee, his expression worried, and then all at once his eyes swung back to the woman standing before him. But don't think it means I'll forget you, Alice. You will call me about the film, won't you? He took her shoulders in a firm but gentle grip, before tipping up her chin so they could see eye to eye. I'm sure you'd be a perfect fit. Bloody Christ, when he looked at her like that, Alice could swear they were the only 2 people in the world that existed. At that particular moment, she hated Regina. She hoped the actress was laid out in a coma the next day, for the trouble she'd caused. Perhaps Russell would call her to tell her about it. The man withdrew a card from his breast pocket with 2 dexterous fingers. My direct number, darling. For when you make your decision. With that, he bent down for what Alice was sure was meant to be a very proprietary, friendly kiss. Instead, the man's mouth brushed the corner of hers in a gesture both surprisingly intimate and sensual. His whiskers scratched ever so slightly against her skin, making her shiver, and Alice fancied she could taste him, the bitter tang of the bourbon he drank, and a fresh, alluring flavor that was just the surface of the man who plagued her every waking moment. I'll talk to you soon. The words were murmured softly against her ear a moment before Russell straightened, headed for his inebriated client. Alice could only watch him go, her heart racing inordinately, as it hammered against her ribs. It was clear that Russell was poisoning her mind. The problem was, she couldn't decide whether she abhorred or adored him for it. True to her word, Alice returned to England 2 days after the party, Russell's card firmly in hand. Once she was back in her London penthouse, however, faced with real life and the enormity of the choice before her, she realized that she had no idea what to do with it. Alice stewed over a few hours in her studio before heading to see her brother. After all, he'd been calling her almost non-stop for the past week, so she supposed she wouldn't be entirely uninvited if she showed up at his flat after his hospital shift. As she had a key, she intended to let herself in and raid his liquor cabinet, but she was surprised to find the man home at 2 in the afternoon. He answered the door in only a pair of flannel bottoms and a t-shirt, and his sister arched a brow at his haggard appearance. Rose is feeling under the weather, he provided by way of explanation, as she stood on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. I'm taking care of her. Well, isn't that gentlemanly of you? She breezed past her brother, and managed to gain herself a fraction of a second before the interrogation started. Did you have a good time on your trip? She managed to ignore him for a whole 5 minutes as she fussed over Rose, who was propped up on the sofa covered in blankets, hugely pregnant and down with the flu. It was only after she promised to make tea and bring her a salve for her feet that Michael finally caught up with her in the kitchen. The immense man leaned against the wall, crossing his arms over his chest. You know, not answering me isn't going to get me to leave you alone. Are you sure you're the eldest here? His sister jibed as she found a kettle and some tea leaves. "'Cause I swear I'm the most mature one." "No, you're just more stubborn," Michael rebutted, taking the kettle with her to fill it with water. "Where did you go again?" Of course, she hadn't told him where she went in the first place, so this was a bid to find her out. But Alice had no intention of hiding the truth from him any longer. Not when she needed his advice. "New York. I had an event to attend." "Really?" Michael's brows shot up in surprise. "I never knew you as one to jaunt halfway across the world for a party." "Well," Alice stood on the toes of her precious Gucci pumps, searching for sugar in her brother's extraordinarily high cabinets. "I might have gone in hopes of running into a certain someone." If Michael had been interested before, now he was positively riveted. "Do tell. Has my man-eating sister finally caught sight of prey she's acquired a taste for?" Alice glared at him. He made her sound like a bloody flesh-eating disease, for Christ's sake. "Nothing as dramatic as that. Tell me, is the name Russell Darwell familiar to you?" Michael arched a brow, taking the tea leaves from his sister to set them aside before turning on the burner for the kettle. "Somewhat. He's an American agent or something like that. I've seen him on television a few times. His name is credited in a couple of movies I've seen recently." "What about him?" Alice hesitated only slightly before sticking to her decision to bear all. It didn't make any sense for her to hide things. Michael would find her out sooner or later, and it would be a far worse headache to deal with then. "Well, I met him at my event a few weeks ago." "Did you speak to him?" "In passing." Her brother was eyeing her with a gaze as sharp as a hawk's. Alice would be willing to bet that he knew where this conversation was going before she uttered a single word. He was too bloody perceptive for his own good. "Don't look at me like that." She scowled, her mouth turning downward sharply. "I'm trying to confide in you." Michael hid an obvious chuckle behind his hand, before reaching past her into the cabinet to retrieve a tin of biscuits. It was well known that, though Rose usually watched her figure, her pregnancy gave her cravings for digestives that couldn't be ignored. This meant that her fiancé liked to indulge her and his unborn daughter. "All right, confide in me." Alice blew out a long breath before finally continuing. "Russell Darwell, he's something else. A rare man who garners both my respect and my interest." Her brother looked surprised. "Interest as in you've had a fling with him?" Alice wanted to reprimand him, but she knew that she couldn't have expected any other reaction. All Michael knew was her prolific tendency towards one-night stands. He loved to reprimand her about the dangerous nature of such habits, while she attested that monogamy was for people who were ready for the commitment. Ready for marriage, children, and such relations entailed. She hadn't yet met a man who tempted her to contemplate those things, and as she wasn't the heir to the Tate name, she wasn't expected to provide a child post-haste. She could basically live her life as she pleased, bar any complete stupidity. Of course, she wasn't thinking about eloping with Russell Darwell, nothing that serious. But she'd certainly like it if the man stopped to give her the time of day. As it was, he was the only man she'd ever encountered who seemed immune to her charms. And that riled her especially since she couldn't seem to get him out of her mind for more than 5 minutes at a time. "I haven't touched him." Crossing her arms, she leaned back against the pristine cherry cabinets to fix him with a neutral gaze. I went to the States hoping I'd run into him at a particular function." Michael merely continued to stare at her, obviously waiting for her to continue. "And did you?" Alice chewed her lip contemplatively for a moment, a horrible habit but one she couldn't avoid when she was nervous. "I did, and I have no idea what any of it meant." She proceeded to explain to Michael exactly what had happened between her and Russell at the party in New York. How the man seemed to have sought her out, but hadn't made a single move other than to offer her what seemed like a job. Other than that, however, he'd done little but kiss her on the cheek, which was no more than Michael himself would have done under similar circumstances. The result, Alice was thoroughly vexed. "What is going on with this guy?" she finally queried exasperatedly, reaching to turn off the kettle when it started to whistle. Even though Michael moved to make the tea himself, she slapped his hands aside to take over. Alice felt as if she needed to keep her hands busy, or she might very well punch something. It had been a long time since she'd been so frustrated. I'm contemplating the job, but if I take it, what does it mean? A fast track to 6 months in America that I don't necessarily want? Or will he actually be there? Watching her steep the leaves, Michael ran a hand through his disheveled hair thoughtfully. He was quiet for a moment, as she measured milk and sugar to Rose's preferences. Neither of them would dare go against her whim when she was in such a state, after all. Before Michael could answer his sister's inquiry, however, his fiancée herself appeared in the doorway, with a hand over her swollen belly as she looked over the both of them. Michael immediately went into overprotective mode. "What are you doing up? You should be on the couch, darling." As always, Rose merely scowled at him, knocking his hand away lightly. "I have a cold, I'm not dying, Michael. Besides," she shot Alice a cheeky grin, "I overheard your conversation and wanted to make sure I wasn't excluded." Alice flushed slightly at her implication, helping Rose over to take a seat at the kitchen table. It was hard enough to admit that she fancied someone. She supposed she should be happy that Rose, a dear friend, was here to add her 2 cents to the mix. "Rose, what on earth am I to expect from this man?" Rose appeared to consider, as her fiancé poured her a cup of tea. Once she took a sip of the hot sweet fare, she sighed in bliss before speaking once more. "You say he offered you a job?" Alice nodded, letting Michael pour her a cup of tea as well, though she didn't like hers nearly so sweet. "Something about introducing me to a producer one of his clients is working for. Does that mean he'll be there? That he wants to see me?" Rose pursed her lips contemplatively. "Personally, I think he might have been more direct." Her eyes flickered to her fiancé. Michael was quite direct. Alice grimaced. "That is far more information than I'm comfortable with." Her brother snorted his amusement, before striding over to his bride-to-be and planting an enthusiastic kiss on her upturned lips. "You'll survive." Taking a sip of his own oversweet tea, Michael made a face. "I am of the personal opinion that he's just being a gentleman. If the man said he had a prior commitment, he had a prior commitment. Perhaps he's the type of man that doesn't like to stand women up." Alice arched a brow in intrigue. "So, he is interested in me?" Michael shrugged. "Probably." Bloody hell, this wasn't helping at all. Rose thought he wasn't interested, and Michael thought he was. So what the bloody hell am I supposed to do now? Rose merely smiled serenely up at her, which made her feel like an idiot for being so frustrated. "Well, you have to make that decision yourself. How much do you fancy him?" Alice felt her face heating anew, and knew she must be red from her bosom all the way to the roots of her hair. This was why she never took a liking to men for very long. Things always got woefully complicated with the questions and major decisions. Lord knew she got enough of that in her career. "A lot?" she admitted reluctantly. "Probably a little too much." Michael merely grinned in satisfaction. "It's about bloody time." She was going to kill him. His daughter was going to be fatherless, Alice swore to God. Right after, she figured out when she was going to contact Russell about his job offer.
Chapter 3. Crossing over.
Ultimately, Alice managed to hold out for another week. At that time, she was so busy working on her new spring line and making preparations for Christmas that she didn't have much free time in which to obsess over Russell and the blue eyes she saw whenever she closed her own. However, after a series of 12-hour days and a good night's sleep, the young woman found herself fingering the laminated business card he gave her as she considered how she was going to accept his offer. Should she do it flirtatiously, assuming he would use the job as an excuse to get to know her? Or should she be more concerned with the business aspect of things, and be curt and unforgiving? She decided unquestionably on the latter, before dialing the number before she lost her nerve. Alice couldn't remember the last time a phone call made her palms sweat and her heart race. She was almost 30. She hardly needed to be panting like some sort of untried schoolgirl. Part of her hoped that Russell would be too busy to answer, and she could leave a message. Then he would be forced to call on her terms. Unfortunately, luck wasn't with her that afternoon. "This is Darwell." Even the sound of his voice, low and smooth as velvet, was enough to make her stomach twist in anticipation. Alice remembered the way he'd kissed her at the party in New York, how his mouth had just brushed the corner of hers, and for a moment she forgot that she was supposed to be talking to him. "Hello?" When he spoke again, she forced herself back to the present, clearing her throat obtrusively. "Hello, Russell. This is Alice. Alice Tate." Alice? Whatever she had expected, it wasn't the unadulterated delight in the man's tone at her introduction. "Lovely to hear from you. How are you?" "I'm lovely, thanks," she replied, unable to keep from smiling. "Just finished a hard week working on my new spring collection. I'm sure you're being run ragged with all the blockbuster films shooting just now." "Indeed I am." He chuckled softly. "I can't remember the last time I had a good night's sleep. Thankfully, I'm stocked up on good coffee." "Traitor," Alice shot back playfully. "You've disavowed your British roots." "Only when I'm being overworked." He defended himself with good humor, and Alice's smile only widened. "I'm still very partial to tea time when I'm awake." "Good to know." Alice reached for her planner, trying vainly to remind herself that she hadn't called Russell to engage in small talk. She called him to take a job that might further her career, to ask for the details of the position he suggested. Even as she hoped that, somehow, he'd be involved on a personal level. "Russell, I'm actually calling to talk to you about that job you suggested. I have some time in my schedule for the next few weeks, and I think it might be a good opportunity to meet with your contact." "Wonderful." The warmth in the man's tone made her shiver in excitement. Bloody hell, he was thousands of kilometers away, and he still had enough appeal to make her lower extremities tingle in her awareness. "I'm glad to hear it. If you just give me your email, I'll send you all the details so you'll have them for your records. How soon would you be available to come see me?" Alice arched a brow at his inquiry. To come see him? That barely sounded like a business arrangement. Quite the contrary, in fact. It sounded like he was inviting her to his personal flat. It wasn't so bad to imagine that was the case, that she might head downtown to the high street and find some lacy, elaborate lingerie to wear under a trench coat to meet him on his front doorstep. "I need about 2 weeks to wrap up my business here. Then I'd be glad to hop on a plane." That was as blasé as she could make herself sound, when Alice was all but mentally undressing the man. "Brilliant. I'll set the meeting with Lemmy then." "Lemmy?" Alice inquired, reaching for the tea Tom brought her to steady her nerves. Russell merely chuckled at her curiosity. "Don't judge him by his name. He's a brilliant director, and I'm sure he'll love you." That, Alice decided, would be all well and good. She didn't like to have problems with the people she worked with. She found herself more concerned, however, about how Russell felt about this entire arrangement. "I look forward to it." She supposed she would find out soon enough. Despite the fact that he didn't want to live there, Russell had nothing against Los Angeles. It was a gorgeous city, brimming with talent and amazing places to go and see. Once, he had contemplated pursuing an acting career himself, if he didn't make it as an agent, but the drama surrounding movie stars had never really appealed to him. Thankfully, things never had to go that far. Russell didn't see LA through the eyes of film stars, or the particularly rich and famous. He wasn't a man prone to extravagant shopping sprees or flights of fancy. Those things had been reserved for his younger years. When he was in LA, he liked to visit the lesser-traveled neighborhoods, enjoy ethnic foods, and volunteer his time to places in need. That was, of course, when he wasn't absolutely swamped with work. Unfortunately, he wouldn't have time for leisure activities anytime soon. He'd come to oversee Regina's newest project. And to meet Alice. The thought gave him a hungry thrill that made every muscle in his body tighten in anticipation. Russell couldn't believe his luck when Alice called him to tell him she'd take the job. He was certain his running out on her in London would ensure she wanted nothing to do with him. At Regina's party, he consoled himself, she was merely being cordial. Now he allowed himself to think that it might be something more. That, of course, was quite presumptuous of him. Designing costumes for a film was no small feat for even someone on Alice's level. If she jumped at the opportunity, it could have nothing to do with him at all. After all, this opportunity could lead to a slew of similar ones for her. She could become the it woman for Hollywood, and that, Russell maintained, was why she had agreed to come. It had nothing to do with wanting to see him. But he wanted to see her. For the past few weeks, he'd tried to convince himself otherwise, attesting that he would be far too busy to see much of her, even if she did accept the job. But once she did, it was like something had unlocked in his psyche. He wasn't even trying to convince himself that he wasn't interested in her anymore. It was evident from the fact that he woke every morning painfully hard with visions of her raven hair and bright blue eyes that he wanted her. Obvious of the fact that he'd been jealous at the party, that he found her worth butting into conversations over. And now she would be in the same city as him for the foreseeable future. Russell was already planning how he would handle the situation. He was always calm, collected, and thorough when making decisions for work. How hard could it be to extend that resolve to every scenario that involved Alice Tate? If he wanted to take her out, he would. He would indulge himself in witty conversation and even flirtatious banter, but nothing beyond that. Anything beyond that was well beyond him. If he allowed himself to get involved with a woman who so obviously floored him, well, his guilt might very well be his undoing. But Russell tried not to linger on such unpleasant hypotheses. His meeting with Alice and Lemmy was that afternoon, and it wouldn't do to seem anything less than 100% enthusiastic. After all, this was his doing. He had brought her here. Alice's plane would arrive in a matter of hours. By then, he would have to be firm in his resolve. If he wasn't, he'd end up doing something ridiculous. Like having his way with her, in the center of the dinner table. That particular thought lingered at the back of his mind for the rest of the day. Even as he visited Regina's studio and made sure all of her demands had been met for the film, he couldn't keep himself from imagining what Alice might look like spread over the expanse of his bed, clad in nothing but her hair, rampant desire in her eyes. He had to take a moment to himself to adjust in the men's room, splashing cold water on his face. As he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, he wondered what Alice saw when she laid eyes on him. He liked to think that he was attractive and amicable despite the hectic life that he led. He was well-read and intelligent by the simple virtue of his own curiosity. Yet he hadn't been smart enough to take Alice up on her offer the first time she'd propositioned to him. How different, he wondered, would things be now if he had given in to her? Taken her out to dinner, and afterward. Damn it. This woman was going to be the death of him, and he hadn't even touched her yet. For their meeting, he had chosen a fairly high-profile sushi restaurant in downtown LA, and he was the first to arrive. Lemmy, he knew, was notorious for being late, and he wouldn't expect him until at least half an hour past the designated time. But Alice arrived at 6 p.m. on the dot. At the sight of her, Russell all but choked on the wine he was enjoying. Wow, that dress! There wasn't anything overtly indecent about the shift she wore, but the pure white garment hugged her every curve. Her dark hair was pulled back from her face, piled high atop her head to reveal her elegant bone structure and seductive coloring. Russell didn't think he'd ever been so drawn to a woman's neck as he was at that moment. Alice's was bare, and instead of a necklace, she wore a pair of long dangling earrings that instead framed the long tan column of her throat. It was enough to make him salivate. He wanted nothing more than to draw her to him and kiss her from chin to collarbone, to find exactly what spots drove her insane with want. When she caught sight of him, her full mouth curved up into a devastating smile, and Russell wondered what the hell he'd gotten himself into. For a moment, I thought I had gotten the wrong restaurant. He immediately stood to take her hand warmly, bending down to kiss her cheek. I would have come to find you, you can be sure of that. Sweet of you, Russell. She took the seat he pulled out for her. But I'm sure someone would have given me directions. He was sure they would have to, especially looking the way she did. Forget directions, he was sure any sane man would have tried to spirit her away. How was your trip? You're not tired at all? I'm exhausted. She emphasized, immediately signaling to the waitress to bring her a drink menu. I apologize if I fall asleep over my Toro. I didn't get a wink of sleep on the plane. Russell wondered if that had anything to do with his not getting any sleep the few days before she came. The moment he closed his eyes, all he could see was her face. Well, hopefully, Lemmy will let you take a little time to relax and see the sights before he puts you to work, Russell reassured her, telling himself that during that time, he would have to do his best to spend every moment he could with her. Clandestinely, of course. Where is the famous Lemmy? Alice accepted her chilled sake eagerly. He hasn't arrived yet. He makes a habit of being fashionably late, I'm afraid. For the time being, you're stuck with me for a company. Alice's breathtaking blue eyes gleamed mischievously. Oh no. Whatever shall I do? If Russell didn't know any better, he'd think she was flirting with him, but then again, every man in the cosmos probably hoped desperately that Alice Tate was flirting with him. Make do, hopefully. With that, Russell decided to bite the bullet. If he intended to spend any real time with her, he was going to have to apologize for being such a cad before. It had been self-preservation, but in hindsight he might have been a bit of a jerk. Alice, I'm afraid I owe you a bit of an apology. Oh? She arched an elegant brow. What for? Russell's stomach tightened as he forged on. The first night we met, I was a bit of a lump when I told you I'd be unable to see you. Alice's expression remained carefully neutral as he continued. I should have been a bit more tactful. The corner of her mouth turned up in amusement. Are you telling me, Mr. Darwell, that you lied? She knew very well how hard it was to admit this, and she was drawing enjoyment from it. He supposed he deserved at least a little of that. Not about having a previous engagement, no. He was ginger with that one. I merely realized that I might have given you the wrong impression. And what impression is that? She inquired, a fetchingly coy note entering her voice. Russell smiled. That I find you anything less than supremely engaging. A soft laugh escaped her, and the young woman tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her gaze never leaving his. Russell knew he hadn't been imagining things, there was intrigue there. Interest, and even an enticing gleam of desire. Supremely, is it? That smile of hers was a very dangerous thing. I don't know how I feel about you singing my praises, Russell. You might intimidate me. Taking a chance, Russell reached over to take her hand in his. He considered himself lucky when she didn't pull away. I assure you, Alice, that was not my intention. Her palm was warm and soft against his, and she hesitated only a moment before her thumb brushed intimately against his skin. Almost as if she had been waiting for this moment. But that, Russell told himself, was unlikely. He had already embarrassed himself once. He'd have to make sure not to do it again. Sorry I'm late, guys. You don't know how much I appreciate your waiting. At that exact moment, Lemmy decided to make an appearance. A slightly overweight man of Irish descent with blue eyes and an imposing red beard, he slid unceremoniously into the seat next to Russell with a grin. Almost immediately, he released Alice's hand, and the young woman drew back with a secretive, promising smile. Of course, Lemmy would choose today of all days to be the one time he arrived at a decent hour. Russell had been counting on a good half an hour with Alice to himself, but those plans had been foiled. You must be Alice. Of course, he noticed her almost immediately. Any man with eyes was immediately drawn to Alice, and Lemmy, despite being very firmly married, was no different. "Russell's told me loads about you. I've looked over your lines from the year of inception onward, and I'm very impressed. And you must be Lemmy." Alice turned her attention to him, extending her hand for him to shake. For a split second, Russell was jealous of the director and the warmth Alice directed towards him. "It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I can't wait to hear about the details of your movie. You'll keep them a secret, I hope." The Irishman teased her, making her laugh softly. She was absolutely radiant when she laughed. It was in that instant that Russell felt a pang of guilt in the back of his mind. He was totally, completely absorbed in Alice's presence, like he had been with no woman before her. And he wasn't quite certain he was justified in his attraction. "Has Russell given you any details at all?" Lemmy inquired, ordering a hot sake from a nearby waitress. Alice's gaze darted to Russell's for a moment before she answered. "None at all. Your secret is assuredly safe with him. That's my boy Russell." Lemmy smacked him companionably on the back, and Russell winced. "I knew I could confide in you." The truth was, Lemmy simply hadn't given them time to get into a decent conversation. Given the chance, Russell would have almost certainly revealed certain details, if for nothing else but to entice Alice into actually taking the job. After all, nothing was quite set in stone. "Of course." He grinned, winking secretively at Alice. "I figured I'd leave you all the glory, Lem." It was obvious how excited he was about this particular film. Lemmy estimated that once it was released, it could be one of the biggest summer action blockbusters of all time. No small feat. "Well, let's order some food and I'll give you all the details, Miss Tate. I'm starving." That was Lemmy, always thinking of his stomach first. In short order, they had asked for an array of sushi, sashimi, and appetizers, which meant that it was time to get into the meat of the matter. Though Russell had heard the pitch before, he listened while Lemmy outlined his masterpiece for Alice step by step. The film would be an action period piece, espionage set in the late 19th century. They would be shooting in both England and the United States, and would require an array of period costumes modified to have a modern flair. Lemmy was going for an almost steampunk vibe, and he wanted to be able to personally approve all the costumes before they found their way onto the actors. And he wanted to start shooting in 2 weeks. To be honest, Russell hadn't known the deadline was so soon. In order to acquiesce to the director's demands, Alice would all but have to accept his offer on the spot and start work immediately. Over surf clam and fatty tuna, he and Alice tossed ideas back and forth, and Russell found himself admiring how astute Alice was. She revealed that a number of her lines had been inspired by different periods, so it was no trial at all for her to come up with ideas before Lemmy could. She even did several rough sketches on napkins that the man couldn't stop enthusing over. By the end of the meal, Russell could tell how much Lemmy wanted her for the position. The director had been in charge of a number of very successful movies, and he was too proud to beg, but he was right on the cusp. He was all but salivating over the sketches Alice had done for him, hoarding them in his bag. Rather than plead for Alice to work on his film, the director merely paid for their $500 meal without blinking. He had peppered the young woman with compliments all evening, and now Russell guessed he was merely waiting for her to bite. Alice, however, merely enjoyed her dessert and wine leisurely. She was, Russell gathered, the type of woman who only agreed to something if asked, and asked nicely at that. Which put them at an impasse. "Well, Lemmy, it sounds to me like Alice would be the perfect candidate to costume your film." He had been placed into the reluctant role of facilitator. But Russell didn't mind if that meant that he got to ensure that Alice stayed put for the next few weeks. "It does indeed," the director provided, his eyes gleaming in anticipation. "I only wonder what the workload might be like for her." Alice gazed from one man to the other, taking another bite of her chocolate mousse before she answered casually. "If you want me that badly, Lemmy, all you have to do is ask. I can assure you, I'll have all your designs finished for preliminary approval within a week. A single week? The very prospect was enough to blow Russell's mind. They were talking about over 70 distinct costume designs, along with materials and mock-ups. Alice was saying that she could finish all that in a mere 7 days. He couldn't help but be a little skeptical. Lemmy, however, took the hint clearly. With a pleading glance at Russell, he reluctantly cleared his throat. Well, if you definitely like to be on board, Alice, I don't see any reason we can't get contracts drawn up and make it official. I'll need you for the entire length of the shooting you can imagine, and you'll be free to choose your own subordinates. What pay grade are we discussing here, Lemmy? She was all business, curt but perfectly polite. It was obvious how Alice did so well in the fashion business. She wasn't afraid to take risks. Lemmy's eyes slid to Russell, who only smiled in amusement, shrugging. He and Alice hadn't discussed compensation, but considering she was an established designer in her own right, he couldn't imagine Alice's services would come cheap. But she would be worth every penny. I'd be willing to go as high as $800,000, contingent, of course, on how well the movie does at the box office. Alice's responding smile was slow and cat-like. Actually, if you're open to the arrangement, I'd prefer a percentage. Lemmy winced as Russell hid his smile. It was obvious that Alice had done her research before negotiating. She knew how big this movie might be, and that she stood to make much more by asking for even a small percentage than accepting a singular payout. She was a shrewd businesswoman. How big of a percentage? Alice chuckled softly. Nothing huge. 1.5% should be just fine. At that, Lemmy arched a brow in surprise. Russell could tell Alice was asking for far less than he guessed she would. Which meant she thought the film might be one of the highest grossing of all time. If a film pulled in $300 million, she'd still be making a cool $3 million. If the film did well. Lemmy hesitated for only a moment before extending his hand. I do believe you have yourself a deal, Miss Tate. Alice beamed, taking his hand immediately to shake in agreement. Wonderful. If you'll just provide me with your current address, I'll have the papers drawn up and sent to you tomorrow. I was actually considering buying an apartment nearby, Alice revealed before frowning slightly. Though I haven't the slightest idea where to start when it comes to LA real estate. I can help with that. Russell piped up before he had really thought his answer through. Alice looked at him with wide eyes. You can? I have a few properties I could show you if you're interested. That much was the truth. He'd bought a whole block of apartments a few years ago as rental investments, but almost all of them were full. He had no idea what the standards were for a woman like Alice Tate. But he could at least show her what he had to offer. Russell wouldn't protest to being her landlord, even if that hadn't been his original aim. I might like to take a look, Alice replied coyly, making Lemmy chuckle. She's sharp, this one, the director smiled. Nothing for free. Russell admired that. The fashion industry was a difficult one to get a foothold in, but it was obvious that Alice had both the tenacity and the willingness to succeed. But then, he had already known that. I assure you, Lemmy, my work is well worth the value. That I don't doubt. Lemmy chuckled, winking at her a moment before he slid out of the booth. Just let me know when you get settled in, and we'll get started. Russell will get a message to me. Can do. Alice grinned beautifully. In that case, boys and girls, I bid you good night. Lemmy bowed teasingly, before turning to make his way from the restaurant. I'll walk you out. Russell was surprised by how quickly Alice leaped from her seat to accompany him. Be right back, Russell. And with that, she was gone, gracefully taking Lemmy's arm to walk him toward the front of the restaurant. All he could do was wait for her return and wonder how she was further charming her future co-worker. As he watched them leave, Russell contemplated what he'd read about the prominent fashion designer and Tate heiress. Alice was practically a household name by virtue of her design talent. In Britain, she was also known by her surname. Only a year passed the Tates had undergone a measure of scandal when they revealed that their oldest son, Michael, was an adopted Russian national. While the Countess and Duke had no doubt been affronted that their name had been sullied, Alice was depicted staying by her brother's side, attesting that it didn't matter where he came from, that they were still blood. She was an interesting figure of both intrigue and controversy. While standing up for her brother, she was infamous for a string of affairs that stretched back years. She never saw one man for more than a couple of months, and had been cited saying that she preferred to stay away from emotional entanglements. She was perfect. He himself couldn't afford any complications either. He was at a point in his life where he was perfectly in control, where the pain of the past had been all but erased. He couldn't go back. Not even for Alice Tate, never mind how intensely he was drawn to her. The dark-haired woman returned in short order, yawning as she bent over the table to grab her purse. "Pardon my rudeness, Russell, but I'm absolutely exhausted. I'm fit to drop if I don't get some sleep soon." As gorgeous as she looked, Russell could sense the truth of her words. She had to be incredibly jet-lagged if she'd just flown in from England, and part of him wished he could accompany her to bed just to make sure she was well rested. But somehow he refrained. Rising from his seat, Russell took her arm gently. "Of course. I'll catch you a cab." As he walked her out, he contemplated only a moment before attempting to seal the deal he suggested earlier. "If you like, I can meet you at your hotel tomorrow and take you to a few of my properties." "If you're trying to impress me, Russell, it's working." Alice smiled sweetly up at him. Once they reached the curb in front of the restaurant, she went about trying to hail a cab. "Not impressed. Just offering assistance." "Of course." Reaching up, Alice cupped his cheek almost fondly. "Save me calling a realtor, I imagine." She was going to make him speak plainly. He supposed he shouldn't be surprised. "And afterward I'd like to take you for dinner, if you'll have me, that is." The way her eyes lit was unmistakable. "Are you asking me on a date, Russell Darwell?" That was exactly what he was doing, despite his better judgment. "I never meant to insult you in London. Consider this my making amends." Alice appeared to consider him for a moment, before she smiled warmly. 10 a.m., at the Garden Pavilion Hotel? Russell's chest filled with elation. "I won't be late." Alice laughed softly as a taxi pulled up beside them. "You'd better not be." She turned to go a moment, before reconsidering. When she turned back to him, Russell expected anything but what she actually did. Reaching up, she cupped his jaw, rising onto her toes to press her mouth to his. Russell's entire world stopped. She tasted like sake, sweet and mellow, and barely an instant passed before his arms wound around her waist. She might have intended for the gesture to be short and chaste, but the moment her mouth touched his, Russell couldn't let her go. A soft moan escaped her as he pulled her flush against him. Even if she had initiated the kiss, he was the one who deepened it. With her body sliding against him, he was instantly, painfully hard. So much so, that he briefly contemplated taking the taxi with her back to her hotel room. He tugged at her lower lip with his teeth, reveling at the shudder that passed through her. Though he might have contentedly kept her on that curb all evening, eventually, Russell had to let her go. He released her only reluctantly, his hand whispering almost possessively across the small of her back. When he drew back, her dazed expression made him swallow thickly, and it took everything he had not to kiss her again. "I'll see you tomorrow, Alice." Nodding slowly, she took a step back from him, reaching blindly for the handle of the taxi. When her hand slipped, he opened the door for her, brushing past her curvaceous form as he admitted her inside. "Good night." "Good night, Russell." The taxi was gone inside a minute, but Alice's taste still lingered on his lips. He touched his mouth briefly before a low curse escaped him. He was going to have to take care of his little problem. If he didn't, there was no way he'd be able to face her tomorrow. When Alice awoke, she felt something between her legs, her head spinning with the intensity of the dream she had. Damn it. She had intended to keep control, when she was the one who kissed Russell. Instead, he ended up completely overwhelming her. Alice couldn't remember ever being so devastated by a single kiss. The man's mouth must hold some sort of modern-age sorcery. "Are you all right, Miss Tate?" Alice bolted upright in bed, guiltily, to find Tom standing dutifully at her bedside. She couldn't very well do without him for months and months, if that was what this job required. America hadn't a single proper English butler. "Fine, Tom. Just a bad dream." She pushed mussed tendrils of dark hair from her face with a yawn. "What time is it?" "9, miss." Tom inclined his head deferentially. "Shall I run your bath?" "Please. And make some tea. For yourself as well." Alice tossed off the coverlet, hurrying to the bathroom before she could embarrass herself. She didn't leave the toilet until Tom had begun to run her bathwater. After he went to make the tea, she settled herself on the side of the bathtub, doing her best to clear her head. This was what she got chasing a man halfway around the world. On her first night in LA, she dreamed so vividly that she probably needed to change her sheets. Sighing, the young woman ran her fingertips through the bathwater, testing the temperature. It was perfect as always. She had about an hour to get ready before Russell arrived, and in that time she needed to get her thoughts together. What did she want from him? And just how far was she willing to take things? Had she come to Cali for another extended tryst, or had Michael finally gotten into her head the way he'd always intended? Frowning, Alice stood to stalk to the mirror, taking in her reflection. She wouldn't give her brother the satisfaction. Her plans were what they always were. It made no difference how much she liked Russell. She wasn't ready for a commitment. As she considered her reflection, she remembered the information Lemmy had given her last night. Despite being a born and bred lady, Alice hadn't offered to see the man out of politeness. She'd been gathering intel. Alice asked everyone she knew what Russell was like. It was her way of getting to know the man she'd chosen to pursue. Unfortunately, nothing that anyone told her was terribly encouraging. As she helped Lemmy to his taxi, she'd asked the affable director how it was to work with Russell, citing that she'd never done so before. And Lemmy hadn't hesitated to spill the beans. Russell, he revealed to her, had changed dramatically over the years. When he first broke into the business, he'd always worn his heart on his sleeve. He never hesitated to let anyone, client or coworker, know how he felt, for the sake of honesty. He'd been an earnest, enthusiastic man who always, Lemmy stressed, always got hurt. There had been more than a few instances in which he fell for his clients, the stars he worked with on sets, or even a fellow agent, and Russell, being the softy he was, it had always blown up in his face. So much so that one day, he stopped letting people in. And that was when he started seeing real success. Ultimately, Russell got ahead when he stopped trusting people and sealed his heart behind an impenetrable wall. These days, he completely trusted no one and nothing. This is why, despite the good guy aura that emanated from him, he always seemed a little distant. Off. It made sense, really. Alice frowned as she thought about what woman could have been devious enough to hurt an open-hearted Russell. She could all but imagine him bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, 12 years younger, with a fresh outlook on the world. It's not that he was anything but polite and smiling these days. But thanks to Lemmy, Alice now saw what had been bothering her about Russell's smile. It wasn't genuine. He smiled because people expected him to smile. Not because he was truly happy. Funnily enough, this realization filled Alice with a distinct desire to garner a real smile from the man. To see him really enjoy his time with her. If she wasn't going to commit, she could at least give him that, couldn't she? She took her bath leisurely, shaving her legs and washing her hair before picking a more casual outfit, something suitable for strolling around LA. Jeans and heels would do, and she tossed a pair of Chanel flats into her bag in case she needed them. She barely got a moment to sit down and have tea with Tom before her phone was ringing. Alice hadn't gotten such immediate butterflies over a boy since she was 16 years old. Russell barely told her he was in the lobby before she was hurrying from the room, her heart in her throat. It was silly, really? Silly and exhilarating. Every time she saw him, Russell looked better. She didn't know how he did it. Somehow, he managed to look both elegant and casual in his khakis and loafers, his hair still damp from the shower. At the sight of him, she remembered the way he'd completely usurped their kiss the previous night, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Perhaps today, she'd kiss him again. "I don't know if I can take you out like that, Miss Tate." When she drew up short about 2 feet from him, Russell reached out to take her hand, leading her into a little 360. His suddenly flirtatious nature lifted her spirits even further. Today was going to be a good day. "I dare say I'll be beating men off. Maybe I should wear jeans more often," Alice teased, beaming up at him. How was it that this man could make her feel so giddy? He barely knew her, and for all intents and purposes his heart was under lock and key. Perhaps it was because that made him safe. Alice didn't have to worry about him getting attached. Or maybe it was something else. She was too excited about seeing apartments to let her mind linger on her hang-ups for long. "So where are we going?" Russell smiled winningly. "Calabasas Hills. I own a property there with a few empty units. I figure we look at those first, then we can branch out." "Branch out?" She arched an eyebrow in inquiry, and Russell chuckled. "Meaning, look at properties I don't own." "If I didn't know any better, Russell," Alice gazed up at him knowingly, "I might think you're trying to entrap me." "I would never." Taking her hand, he winked at her cheekily, before leading her from the ornate lobby of the hotel and into the California sunshine. As lovely as it was to think she might soon have a California apartment to call her own, Alice was just glad of an excuse to finally spend some time alone with the man. The drive to Calabasas took about 20 minutes from downtown, and as they traveled through the suburbs of the city, Russell pointed out the different neighborhoods to her. LA really was a melting pot. In reality, there were just as many slums as there were upper-class neighborhoods, all jumbled together in a clash of cultures that was both refreshing and mind-boggling. Calabasas itself was up in the hills of LA, an isolated community marked with villas and luxury apartments. At the very end of a long street lined with maple and elm trees was the building Russell owned. Alice supposed she shouldn't be surprised that it was anything less than picturesque. A sprawling 3-story palace with 7 apartments, each individual unit over 1,000 square feet. While she was enchanted with the elegantly manicured gardens outside and inside, the gorgeous decor took her breath away. The floors were marble, and Grecian columns marked the rooms. High vaulted ceilings and wide windows offered lovely views of the valley below and the city within it. Alice knew better than to run blindly into a real estate deal where she'd be buying from Russell, but she was absolutely enchanted with the place. So much so that she almost felt the need to try and hide it. "So, what do you think?" With his hands in his pockets, Russell stood in the middle of the apartment, all serene smiles. This place suited him, really. It was a reflection of the man who owned it. Perhaps that was why Alice was so drawn to it. "It's lovely," she answered truthfully, running a hand over the hearth of a handsome fireplace in the living room. "The question is, how much would it run me?" Russell chuckled. Obviously, he'd been anticipating her question. "Well, are you renting or buying?" "I suppose I could be persuaded to rent if the price was right." Alice had really intended to buy, but if Russell was going to be her landlord, she couldn't pass up an opportunity to see more of him. "Well, usually I would rent something like this for about $7,000 a month." Alice made a great show of being affronted at his asking price, though she knew from her own research that $7,000 was the median price range in a higher-class neighborhood. "Russell, surely you can make allowances for a close friend." The man arched a brow, his blue eyes gleaming in mirth. "Well, perhaps I could think about 5.5, but I'd need a day to consider." The dog. He had always planned on offering her 5.5. But playing his game was half the fun. "Well then, I wouldn't want to rob you of your contemplation period. Perhaps I could look at some other properties?" "By all means." Alice couldn't remember the last time she'd flirted with a man so flagrantly. She was used to tempting men into her bed. When she met a man she found attractive, she usually knew how the night was going to end. But with Russell she knew next to nothing. And it was terribly exciting. Though she knew she was going to end up renting from him, Alice took the entire afternoon with her host. They got in contact with 2 other realtors and saw a number of properties that literally took her breath away. Of course, they all had astronomical price tags. Such was the price of being ostentatiously rich and famous. While none of them were exactly to her liking, far too grandiose and opulent, she certainly enjoyed seeing Russell's reactions to them. Not to mention the way both female realtors tried to flirt with him unabashedly. While under normal circumstances, she might have been upset that women were making eyes with her date, it was obvious that Russell was about as far from interested as it is possible to be. He barely glanced at them, despite the way they pressed their filler-enhanced breasts up at him and batted their extended eyelashes. It was funny, really, and it gave Alice a little swell of pride knowing that Russell preferred her unquestionably to manufactured bimbos of that particular caliber. In fact, the whole day went by like a dream. Apart from having to watch the realtors all but undress Russell with their eyes, Alice enjoyed herself immensely. Russell showed her around the city without the slightest complaint, pointing out the best shopping and restaurants. But in addition to showing her the Hollywood highlights, he didn't hesitate to take her into ethnic neighborhoods with amazing restaurants and colorful street markets. While Alice was used to men taking her out to some of the most exclusive places in a city to flaunt their wealth, Russell's approach was decidedly different. It was obvious that the man was affluent. She knew that he had money. And he knew that she had money. That wasn't what this was about. It was just about having a good time. Alice found that for the first time in a long time, she didn't care about what pumps the women around her were wearing, and she forgot how amazing her Hermes handbag felt on her arm. None of that mattered. What mattered was the barbecued chicken shish kebab they got in Chinatown. The numerous little gift shops that were just as tacky as they were interesting, and the lovely blooming orchids she bought from a tiny florist in Little Havana. She reveled in the sea breeze at the pier, and had the most delicious lemonade of her life, and she didn't even care when she spilled it on her Versace blouse. But the best part of the whole day, perhaps, was that she got to learn more about Russell. Or at least, as much as he would allow her to learn. He told her that he was one of several siblings, that his mother had remarried, and that he liked to return to England as often as he could to see his family. As he wasn't working that day, Russell didn't want to talk about work, so she redirected her attention to the various fall events that took place in LA. There were beer festivals, concerts, art exhibits, and fairs that went on seemingly year-round, and with a little bit of wheedling, Alice managed to get Russell to offer to take her to some of them if they ever had any free time. Of course, she would make sure she had free time. Russell was an enigma, and she'd have to deal with him on a case-by-case basis. All in all, if they could have just a few more days like today, Alice decided that she would be quite content. Their evening ended with a quiet dinner in a lovely little restaurant off the beaten trail. When Alice said she wanted Italian, Russell knew immediately where to go. For someone who attested they could never live in LA, he seemed to know the city quite well. "I have to know it well," he explained to her over an exquisite bottle of Cabernet. "I'm here a lot for work, and my clients consider LA the center of the universe." Not surprising. The world at large considers LA to be the center of the entertainment universe. Alice smiled at him, taking another sip of her wine. It was refreshing to be the one giving the tour, rather than the one giving it, for once. "I personally prefer Hong Kong. Chinese action movies are very well made." At his reply, the young woman chuckled. As fantastic as LA was, she too was more partial to international cities. Over the course of the day, she found that she and Russell had more in common than she might have imagined. They were both professionals who worked more than they vacationed, and both people were tethered to their jobs from love rather than obligation. "I'm also partial to Hong Kong. I've done Chinese Fashion Week a few times there, and it was absolutely joyous. Russell's returning smile was slow and indulgent. I can only imagine how much they loved you. The perfect Western beauty, out to conquer the Eastern Hemisphere. Alice made a face inwardly glowing with pride. Asian designers are much more the rage there. I hardly made a handful of sales. I like to keep going for the scenery. Russell arched a brow in intrigue a moment before he filled her wineglass once more. I must say, Alice, you've been impressing me all day. Have I? She shot back coyly. I thought that was what you were doing. If I have, I suppose I can't complain. His lips quirked. But I would much rather listen than be the one talking. Well, Alice rested her chin on her hands primly, looking across the table at him. What is it that you're looking to hear, Mr. Darwell? Since they'd begun dinner, Alice became more and more convinced that their little outing was actually a proper date. While Russell showed her the sights and a number of apartments, which might have been considered a friendly interlude, there was no mistaking the way he looked at her now. What had changed, and why had it changed so starkly? From everything she'd heard about the man, he wasn't one to put his heart on the line. He had girlfriends and dated, but he liked to keep his distance. When it came to her, he was always sending a plethora of mixed signals. First, he turned her down firmly but politely, then it seemed like he was actually seeking her out with the same fervor that she was him. Then, when he offered her the job, she didn't know what to think. But here, now, it was pretty obvious to Alice that he was interested in her. Interested enough to spend a whole day with her without complaint, and curry her favor by offering her a lower price on a rental property. One might almost think he'd set his mind to courting her properly. But that would make things far too easy. I suppose I'd like to hear that you plan on seeing me at least once or twice while you're in L.A. He said the words to her completely and totally unabashedly, as if he'd been after her approval from the very beginning. The man confused the bloody hell out of her. Only once or twice? She inquired innocently. I expect I'll be here almost a year or more. Is your schedule so busy it only allows you to entertain once or twice? Reaching across the table, Russell took her hand quite suddenly and firmly in his, drawing it to his lips to brush them lingeringly over the back of it. Alice, I'd like to see you as much as physically able. I've found that I quite enjoy your company. Alice watched him, her gaze dropping from his vivid blue eyes to where he held her fingers almost possessively. Where their skin touched, a warmth radiated outward that had her fighting a tremor of arousal. She'd never wanted a man as much as she wanted Russell Darwin. And after weeks of dancing around one another and jumping across the globe, very suddenly, she wanted to know without a shadow of a doubt that he wanted her too. When you say physically able, Russell, Alice brought her other hand to join the first, encasing Russell's hand with her own as she raised her gaze to his once more. You mean outings, don't you? Dates, dinners, and the like? Of course. He replied almost immediately, his voice a low tone that had her thighs clenching in anticipation. And what about actual physicality? She was being exceedingly blunt here, but Alice liked to think they were past the point of being coy. She'd be staying in an apartment that he owned, for God's sake. He'd have carte blanche to come by whenever he wanted. And she certainly didn't plan on turning him away. For a moment, Russell's gaze flashed with something dark and hungry, something that took her breath away and made her wonder if she'd completely underestimated him. Russell Darwell was a distinguished, upstanding gentleman. He didn't seem the type who would be growling and possessive in bed. He couldn't be someone who would pin her beneath him and take advantage of her helplessness. Could he? If that's what you desire, Miss Tate, he uttered her title in an ungodly growl that made her toes curl, I would be more than happy to accommodate you. For a moment, Alice couldn't move. She couldn't speak. She could barely breathe. Since she'd come into her own, the young woman prided herself on her ability to render men speechless. To bat her eyes and make subtle demands to get what she wanted. That Russell Darwell had somehow managed to do the same to her with a single sentence, well, it was impressive indeed. Impressive and arousing. For a long moment, Alice merely stared at his face, illuminated by candlelight. The first time she saw Russell, he took her breath away, and things were no different now. He looked absolutely gorgeous in the low illumination of the restaurant, and if she had her choice, she would gladly bask in that luminescent, desirous gaze of his for the next several decades. Russell was telling her that if she wanted, he would take her back to her hotel right here, right now, and sat the flagrant ache between her legs. Fulfill the fantasies she had of him for the past several weeks, and then some. It was a golden opportunity. So why then, when she was suddenly faced with it, did she immediately want to backtrack? If she slept with Russell now, Alice had no doubt it would be everything she'd imagined. She could finally get the man out of her system and go back to the way things were. But all at once, that wasn't what she wanted anymore. She enjoyed having his company all day, enjoyed having him show her around the city, and enjoyed his conversation. It wasn't like her to want to spend her downtime with a man who wasn't her brother or one of her designer friends, but there you had it. Alice found that her prior overwhelming desire to simply cut to the chase had suddenly evaporated. It wasn't that she didn't want to sleep with Russell. That wasn't the case at all. She wanted the man's hands all over her in every permutation she could possibly attain. But she didn't want it right in that moment. For once, she wanted the man to wine and dine her, to woo her. She wanted to get to know him, so that when they finally did end up in bed together, the experience would be otherworldly. Which meant that tonight wasn't an option. Slipping her hands gently but firmly from Russell's was one of the hardest things Alice ever had to do, and she could only hope the man didn't think she was a complete and total twit for backing out of something she'd obviously wanted a moment earlier. But the young woman had made up her mind. Her smile was still warm, and she picked up the menu she'd been looking over and made a show of selecting her entree as she changed the subject. "What's the best here? Do they have any specials?" She expected Russell to look disappointed or angry, anything except what actually happened. The man merely chuckled in amusement before picking up his own menu and mirroring her actions. "The fettuccine and chorizo are quite good. I'll order for you, if I may." The ball of tension that had accumulated in her gut slowly eased, and before long, they were chatting with the ease that was present before physical tension had enveloped them. Russell was right, the fettuccine was absolutely delicious. When her plate arrived, she enjoyed the dish and how wonderfully it paired with the wine. As she watched Russell eat, listening to the story of how he'd first found the restaurant, she found herself absolutely confounded by the man for what had to be the 10th time in the short period that she'd known him. What Alice was beginning to discover, however, was that her consternation when it came to Russell didn't come entirely from frustration. There was more than enough intrigue there to keep her coming back for more. By the time dinner was over, she was beginning to nod. "Not quite over the jet lag, are we?" Russell paid for dinner before she could even begin to protest, ever the gentleman. That done, he helped her gallantly up from the booth, before extending his arm to lead her into the cool fall evening. "We'll get you home post-haste." If he sensed that anything had changed between them, he said nothing, merely opening the car door to admit her and leaving her to drowse in silence on the way back to the hotel. All too soon, Russell was shaking her awake just outside the lobby. Alice yawned, trying to shake off the fatigue that seemed to weigh her body down. "Just give me a minute," she sighed, swinging her legs out of the car. But Russell didn't give her a minute. Instead, he merely scooped her up into his arms and carried her into the hotel. Alice was far too tired to protest, and instead let the man merely carry her right into the elevator, telling him her room number. If he were any other man, Alice might worry that he would take advantage of her. But this was Russell. Taking her key, the man let himself into her suite and made a beeline for the bedroom when she pointed it out to him. For once, Alice was grateful that Tom had already gone to bed. This was one man she didn't know if she was ready for him to see her with. Russell proved himself just as gentlemanly as he had all night, setting her gently on the mattress before removing her pumps and placing them carefully on the floor next to the bed. That done, he reached for the hem of her shirt, untucking it before undoing the buttons one by one. His movements, far from being sensual, were methodical and almost soothing in nature. Alice allowed herself to lay back against the mattress as the man undressed her. She was too tired to notice the way Russell's breath caught at the sight of her lacy black French lingerie. He had barely slipped her jeans off her shapely legs before he was tossing the coverlet over her, his chest heaving with something that had absolutely nothing to do with exertion. "Are you comfortable, Alice?" he inquired, his tone tight. Alice laughed softly, drowsily, as she tucked the coverlet beneath her chin. "Yes, thank you, Russell. You're such a gentleman." She reached for him. "Will you give me a good night kiss?" Alcohol and drowsiness made her bold, but Alice was very cognizant of her actions. Russell hesitated only a moment before giving in to her wishes. Sitting down on the edge of the bed, he lowered his head until his mouth was a hair's breadth from hers. And then he kissed her. As lovely as Alice remembered the first time being, the second didn't even compare. The first time she and Russell kissed, it was she who initiated the kiss, and the gesture was decidedly chaste. Now, when Russell's mouth closed over her own, there was no doubt in Alice's mind that the man wanted her. The man's fingers sifted through her hair gently, almost leisurely, and a shiver traversed the length of her fatigued form. By the time he drew away, she was all but panting in desire for him, her fatigue be damned. But Russell didn't assuage her. Instead, he drew away, blue eyes blazing dangerously. "Sleep well, Alice. I'll see you soon." And with that, he took his leave. Alice lay awake in bed long after the door closed behind him, the taste of him still lingering on his lips. All she could do was drowsily marvel at the fact that a man who clearly wanted her so desperately hadn't expressed the slightest need for her. A quandary, to be sure, and Alice fell asleep looking forward to solving the mystery that was the enigmatic agent. But even when she closed her eyes, Russell Darwell's face was the first that she saw.
Chapter 4. Denial.
She had changed his mind so easily. Russell was standing outside Regina's trailer, waiting to speak to her about a few demands she'd made concerning the script. Lemmy wasn't taking them too kindly, so of course he had to serve as the intermediary. But his concentration wasn't particularly on point at the moment. Instead, he kept remembering putting Alice Tate to bed 3 days ago, and how one day with her had completely scrambled any resolve he thought he had. He wasn't going to sleep with her. At least, that's what he told himself the morning before he picked her up from her hotel. Now he couldn't stop thinking about the lingerie she wore to bed, which was making it woefully hard for him to focus on anything else. "Oh, Russell, thank God you're here." Though the film hadn't started shooting yet, Regina had already taken up residence in her luxury trailer and was raising hell. She tended to be very demanding with directors she was working for the first time, and of course Lemmy was finding that out the hard way. "He wants me to do a shower scene. I can't do a shower scene." Russell exhaled hotly. This was an argument that he knew he'd ultimately win, as the actress's contract had no clause against her doing a shower scene unless it involved full frontal nudity, which Lemmy insisted that it didn't. But the problem wasn't the director's request. This wasn't the first time that Regina would be bearing skin before the camera. She always liked to make a fuss in hopes that it might earn her a bonus for being so charitable. And it usually worked. "How much do you want for it, Regina?" Russell had stopped beating around the bush with her long ago. It was much easier just to try to get her what she wanted and make sure everyone came away satisfied. "This is my bare butt we're talking about. I'm going to need at least an extra $50,000. Lemmy wasn't going to like that. This movie was already a mammoth leviathan that devoured funds left and right. But ultimately, he'd pay. He wasn't Regina's biggest fan, but he knew how much people paid to see movies with her in them, and despite how demure she might pretend, the young woman was immensely proud of her behind and the work she'd done on. "I'll go back and talk to him. See what kind of deal I can get. Thank you, Russell. You're the best. You know how much I love you. Regina kissed his cheek warmly, her eyes bright before she seemed to remember something. And I wanted to tell you congratulations too. Russell arched a brow in confusion. Congratulations? I saw the editorial article about you and Alice Tate. I remember seeing you with her at the party, but I never imagined that things would move so quickly. You devil. Russell went rigid. What editorial article? Regina, ever oblivious, only grinned, all but dancing across her trailer to grab a paper from her vanity. Here it is. When she held it up for a moment, Russell couldn't process what he was seeing. Though he was no stranger to being tabloid fodder, he didn't think he'd ever made the front page of an actual newspaper. But there he was. There was a picture of him and Alice from the previous day. Someone must have snapped it as they were coming out of the Italian restaurant when he had his arm around her. He had to admit, the two of them looked very intimate, and whoever had taken the picture had gotten close. Disturbingly close. May I borrow this? He inquired quickly, and Regina beamed, more than happy to hand it over. Once he had it in his possession, however, Russell didn't relax. He couldn't. He left Regina's trailer and made his way back to his car, forgetting all about Lemmy. Once he was sitting in the driver's seat, he allowed himself to stare at the image for a good, long while. Russell tried to be exceedingly careful about who he was photographed with. He knew that the media were like hounds, and occasionally they would catch him with one woman or the other. But for some reason, this photo of him with Alice bothered him. In fact, it downright angered him. But Russell didn't know whether he was angrier at the media or himself. After a single day with Alice, he abandoned the plans to be relatively chaste with her. All it took was one inquiry, one bat of those luscious lashes of hers, and he wanted to be inside her as quickly as humanly possible. When was the last time a woman had broken down his resistance so easily? Probably not since he'd been back in England. And that put him in a dark mood. For at least the next half hour, he sat in the driver's seat of his car, warring with the guilt that threatened to consume him. He'd left England in a bid to escape his past, but somehow it always seemed to catch up with him. Russell never let himself forget it. Doing so, he insisted, would mean forgetting part of what made him who he was. And why he never really allowed anyone to get overly close. His mouth pressed into a tight line, and he stared at the picture hard. He expected a portion of him to be upset with Alice. Though she hadn't specifically invited him into her bed, by simple virtue of existing, she all but tortured him. But this wasn't her fault. It was his. And if Russell knew what was best for him, he would stay far, far away from her, as had been his original plan. The only problem with that was the simple fact that he had already come so far. For the past few months, for every moment he'd spent trying to forget Alice, he only wanted to see her more. Though he'd promised himself to stay away from her, something had drawn him back in. To the point where he'd offered her a job. To the point where he'd invited her to stay in the property that he owned, just so he would have easy access to her. That, and he knew she'd like the property. And now here he was, torn between regret and sheer strength of attraction. Alice was moving into the flat in 3 short days. What was he going to do? Tell her she wasn't allowed? Rescind his job offer? It wasn't really his job to offer, and from what Lemmy and she had discussed, it was all but hers. If Russell turned her away now, Lemmy would be royally pissed. And Russell didn't really want her to leave. For the first time in years, Russell's common sense fought against his baser desires. The rationality that he prided himself on was being eroded bit by bit. But despite all his best intentions, one thing was painfully clear: Russell wanted Alice Tate in his life, at whatever it might cost him. And that made her even more dangerous than he thought. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. It wouldn't do for him to panic now. Not when he'd told himself he would never be assaulted so flagrantly by his feelings again. No, he would remain impassive, as he always did. There was no other option. And he would indulge himself when it came to Alice Tate. After all, even if she was a lovely, unique, fascinating woman, she was still a woman. And women who found that he didn't want to commit were usually gone in short order. As would she be. Though Alice's move went off without a hitch, unfortunately, she didn't have as much time to enjoy her new space as she might have liked. In fact, Russell was busy with work the day she came, so he sent the keys to her rather than meeting her at the apartment. The only company she had were 4 burly movers, and though Alice would usually enjoy using her feminine wiles, she merely found herself anxious. There were so many changes to undergo. She had to get settled, had to send Lemmy the contract he'd issued her with her signature, and then she'd be in overtime work mode for the next week, drawing mock-ups of all the costumes that he wanted. But of course, that was before she got Michael's frantic call. It was 4 in the morning, and she'd only gotten to bed around 2 after an exhausting day. She'd been contemplating not answering, but when she saw it was him, she reluctantly received the call. And was met with sheer panic. "Alice, Rose has gone into labor. We're on our way to the hospital." She immediately bolted upright, despite the ache that sprang to life at the back of her head. Bloody hell, she rubbed fatigue from her eyes, forcing herself into alertness. She'd meant to take a week once Lemmy's project was staffed to go home and meet her new niece, but Rose had gone into labor early. Which meant she was going to have to rearrange everything. "Michael, I want to be there," she ran a hand through her dark hair tiredly. "But the soonest I can be is a few days." "I know," he returned snippily, obviously at his wit's end. "But can you talk me through this? I'm losing my mind, Allie. I'm scared." Bullocks. Of course he was scared. It was his first child. Alice was exhausted, but she and her brother were always there for each other when they needed one another. She could hardly abandon him now. Alice propped herself up on a number of pillows in her new bed, trying to get as comfortable as possible. She wasn't going to get any sleep that night, she knew. But by morning, perhaps, she'd be welcoming a new family member into the world. She supposed that was a fair trade-off. Victoria Alexandra Tate was born at 8:13 that morning and weighed 4.5 kilograms. The moment she came into the world, Alice was pelted with photos Michael had sent her from his cell phone, and the tiny, wrinkled face of her niece took her breath away. She was absolutely beautiful. For at least an hour, Alice lay curled in bed, looking through every image Michael had sent her, and marveling at the miracle of new life. It seemed like in the past year, everyone she knew had a baby. Kat, Rose, and several of her friends, they all seemed to be settling down and starting families. According to Alice's parents, it'd be a good idea for her to start thinking about something similar. When Alice held a soft, squirming baby in her arms, she had to admit she understood why women became mothers. Children were a marvel, sweet, innocent, and ripe for growth. When she looked at Kat's son, she saw the future. How couldn't she? Liam was absolutely gorgeous. And so was Victoria. When Michael requested to video chat with her, Alice accepted without hesitation. He and Rose popped up on her phone screen, their precious bundle between them. Alice didn't think the blonde woman had ever looked more exhausted or more beautiful. In her arms, Victoria squirmed, yawning as she opened her eyes as gray as her mother's. "She's gorgeous," Alice cooed, smiling widely. "Just like her mother." "She looks like me," Michael attested, indicating the small shock of auburn hair atop the baby's head, just as vivid as her father's. "She's going to be a heartbreaker." "Don't get ahead of yourself, Michael." Rose chastised him gently, holding the child gently to her breast. "We've got a while before we have to worry about any of that." The look on her face, Alice couldn't even describe it. It was obvious that Rose's daughter was her entire world. Of course. Michael quickly placated her, sitting on the edge of the bed as he stroked his daughter's head gently. "Did you finish the nursery?" Alice inquired, looking from mother to daughter adoringly. "I sent you some things I thought would match your design theme." I already put them up, Alice. They're wonderful. The dark-haired woman laughed softly. I should have known. How's the job going? Michael inquired, managing to tear his gaze from the newest member of their family for a moment. Alice shifted in bed with a sigh. I haven't started yet. It'll take a few more weeks, then I'll be able to get away and come see little Vicky. And spoil her senseless, no doubt, Michael muttered under his breath, making Alice scowl at him. Of course. You should expect no less from a favorite aunt. Rose merely laughed, propping Victoria up so Michael could get a good shot of her with the camera. I'm sure Kat would take offense to that. Though Alice was never one to put her work before anything else, at that moment she missed her family. She had no doubt that this job would open up a plethora of opportunities for her, but she would have given anything to be present for the birth of her niece. Ultimately, she stayed on camera with Michael and Rose until she drifted off around 10, and when she woke, she found her brother had sent her a picture of Rose and baby Victoria in a similar position. The dark-haired woman lingered in bed until Tom brought her a late breakfast and the paper for the last few days, announcing that today was the deadline for her to send paperwork back to Lemmy. Alice meant to get right on it, but when she saw the paper from a few days ago, she nearly spits out her tea. She and Russell made the front page of a major LA newspaper. High-profile British super couple makes Le temporary hangout. For a moment, she was so taken aback that she didn't know how to react. In her adult life, Alice had been on the cover of more tabloids than she could count. She had never taken any of them seriously, and had even laughed at some of the more outlandish stories that were printed. But this one came a little too close to home. Perhaps it was because this was the first time she'd ever seen anything that referenced her and Russell as a couple, even if she knew that was about as far from the truth as it was possible to be. If anything at all, she and Russell were casually dating. It was almost as if they had some sort of unspoken agreement that they weren't serious. To date, the most intimate thing they'd shared was a kiss. And even if that kiss was exceptionally steamy, it still didn't make them a couple. Frowning, Alice gazed over the picture one more time before turning it over and placing her tea plaintively on top of it. It didn't matter. It never mattered. All that mattered was that she got her work finished as soon as possible so she could go back to Britain and see her niece. Hopefully, Lemmy could give her at least that much. Alice finished her paperwork as soon as she could, before deciding to take it to the film lot and talk to the director in person. It hadn't taken much for her to be able to rent a car in LA, even if driving there was slightly terrifying. What was it with Americans and driving on the wrong side of the road? The lot was about a 20-minute drive outside of the downtown LA area, so of course it took her over an hour to reach it. By the time she was parked, Alice had to take a deep breath and a sip of her large coffee to calm herself down. She resolved that perhaps she would hire a driver so she didn't have to deal with the obscene traffic, and with that in mind, made for Lemmy's office at the rear of the studio. Only to come up short when she ran into a veritable wall of paparazzi. Of course, they'd been waiting outside the film studio. Alice was pretty certain that if she hadn't been on the front page of the LA Times a mere 2 days earlier, they might not have recognized her. She tended to keep a pretty low profile outside of the UK. But they certainly recognized her that day. Miss Tate, are you here to see Russell Darwell? Are the two of you an item? Will we be hearing wedding bells soon? Usually, Alice wouldn't give them the time of day. She was used to brushing off the media. In this particular situation, however, she found herself so flustered that she couldn't form proper words. We're not. No comment. As if he'd sensed she was somehow in trouble, Russell suddenly appeared at her elbow. Alice hadn't even known he would be at the studio that day, so to suddenly have his arm around her shoulder as he pressed them both through the invasive crowd that blocked their way, his scent and warmth swept over her and she was suddenly light-headed. Before she knew it, Russell swept her out of the sunlight and into one of the nearest offices, shutting out the horde of people and chaos beyond. Alice's head was spinning for a good minute before she managed to come back to herself, and when she did, it was to Russell's concerned expression. How did he manage to take her breath away every time they met? Today he was dressed in a crisp navy suit and tie that hugged his long, taut form, his dark hair slicked back from his brow. "Are you all right, Alice?" "Fine," she managed breathlessly, reaching errantly into her purse for her coffee. She needed the caffeine. "I'm just fine." "I apologize." He frowned deeply, glancing out the window at the crowd of cameras and reporters outside. "I'll call security to get them out of the way. Do you need anything? A bottle of water? An escort?" Alice just blinked, staring at him incredulously. The man was really, truly worried about her. It was probably the most genuine thing she'd seen since she'd known the man. "I should be fine once you call security, Russell, really." She didn't know if she was more upset than he was upset or flattered, because the man was so obviously worried about her. Perhaps she should get into trouble like this more often. "But thank you for saving me." "Of course." Seeing that she wasn't in fact pulling her hair out in distress seemed to calm him down. Russell took a deep breath, straightening the lapels of his suit before smoothing his hair back perfunctorily. I apologize for not helping you move in. I had some business to take care of with Regina's contract, and then something came up with Amelia back in the UK." While the young woman had been perfectly content to have Russell apologize to her, at the mention of Amelia's name, she was immediately on alert. "Amelia? What's happened to her? She's all right, isn't she?" Russell's eyes widened when he realized what he'd said. Over the course of the short time she'd spent in LA, Alice let him in on how she and Amelia knew one another from grade school, and just how close they were. She's perfectly fine." He rushed to reassure her, his mouth curving upward into a serene smile. "Just some business matters that require me to go to Britain in a few weeks." "Really?" Alice couldn't believe how fast her brain made the connection. Usually, she was all about avoiding the men she dated, but in this scenario, an opportunity to spend more time with Russell couldn't be missed. "I was actually planning on asking if Lemmy could give me a week or so off in the next month, after everyone gets settled and I ensure things run smoothly while I'm gone, of course." "So soon?" Russell arched a brow, his tone carefully neutral. "May I ask why?" "My brother just had a baby." Alice wasn't ashamed to tell anyone who might ask. "I have a new niece." She beamed, smiling so hard her jaw ached. "I just wanted to see her for a little while, as I know I'll be working a lot this coming year." "Ah." Russell's smile widened, but Alice couldn't help but notice that it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Congratulations. I can only imagine how excited you must be." "I'm ecstatic." Alice agreed without hesitation. "Do you have any nieces or nephews?" "Not yet." Russell provided, before turning quickly from her. Alice peered at his back, wondering why the man seemed so suddenly uncomfortable after he'd whisked her so boldly from the eye of the storm. "Let me call security and get you a clear path." Once he'd finished his call, Alice stood from the chair she sank into upon entering, approaching him slowly. "Are you all right, Russell?" She took a chance, reaching up to cup his face gently. Surprisingly, the man didn't rebuff her. Instead, he took her hand in his briefly to squeeze before releasing it quickly. "I'm fine. Just want to make sure you get to Lemmy, to get that time off you're asking for before anyone else." Before he could usher her out the door, Alice was determined to have her say. "Russell, I was thinking about chartering a private jet back to England. How would you like to ride along?" For a split second, she thought she saw a spark of interest light in his eye, something akin to the hunger she'd seen when she all but asked him to bed. But as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone. "I'm flattered that you'd offer, Alice, but I wouldn't want to intrude. I have a lady friend coming with me." In that instant, Alice felt as if she'd been punched in the gut. A lady friend? It was an amazingly blunt way to put her off. At least the first time Russell made an excuse, he had at least tried to be polite. Alice opened her mouth and then shut it, wondering how on earth she might question him before realizing that she didn't really have any right to. Wasn't it she who had accepted just that morning that they were just casually dating? Casual dating meant that they could see other people, and it certainly didn't mean that the man was her property or anything of the sort. Just her landlord. A friend, perhaps, who had kissed her twice. So why was she so bloody hurt? A lady friend? Oh, that sounds lovely. The words tasted like ash in her mouth. I'll leave you to it then. She didn't even look to see what his reaction was. Instead, Alice merely breezed past the man and out the door he held open for her. She wasn't even sure where Lemmy's office was, but she was determined to find it on her own. The last thing she wanted at that particular moment was Russell Darwell's help. Dimly, she realized that Russell was calling after her. Alice was tempted to stop and listen to what he had to say, more than tempted. But her pride wouldn't allow it. So, instead, she straightened her spine and hurried away from the site of her rescue towards what she hoped was the general direction of Lemmy's office. Otherwise, she'd be making a complete fool of herself. But part of her wondered if she hadn't somehow accomplished that already. Thankfully, the young woman managed to find the office she was looking for relatively quickly. Lemmy was more than understanding about the leave she asked for and seemed genuinely excited for her, whereas Russell had not, which only further aggravated her. By the time she returned to the apartment she was renting, Alice contemplated calling the whole thing off. It wasn't as if she couldn't find another apartment. The process would no doubt be exhausting, but it was completely possible. Even if it was the coward's way out. Alice had never been a coward, but she didn't enjoy being toyed with, and she was almost certain that was exactly what Russell was doing. She sank down onto the bed she'd just bought the day prior, remembering the way people spoke of the man. How it was impossible to get close to him, and that he shut himself off from the world. She had to wonder, what precisely made him the way he was? The last time they went out together, she thought he had enjoyed himself. That he was genuinely interested in her, and that, perhaps, they had both come to terms with the attraction between them. Evidently, that wasn't the case. So she now had a choice. She could ask Russell to give her back the 6 months' rent she had already paid on the apartment and find another place, or she could grow up and simply accept that the man was who he was. It was a more difficult decision than one might imagine. Ultimately, Alice ended up booking her flight to England without a single word to him. And then, she bought a new sketchbook and headed to a fabric store to start working on Lemmy's costumes. There were, after all, an outrageous amount of them. And work always came first. It was work, in fact, that got her through the next few weeks. As difficult as Alice had thought it might be to adjust to life in LA, she didn't have to tackle the city head-on as long as she was working, so she made sure that was almost all the time. Between designing costumes for Lemmy and doing correspondence with her own line, Alice found that she barely had time to eat and sleep. She also found that despite his amicable exterior, Lemmy could be one tough customer. And don't even get her started on what the actors had to say about their costumes. They wanted shorted hemlines, longer hemlines, and more garish colors. They fought with Lemmy, and they fought with her until Alice wanted to tear her hair out. During the first month of planning, the only time she allowed herself to seek Russell out was when she was having difficulties with one of his clients, which somehow seemed to be once every 2 or 3 days. Alice told herself that every time she spoke to the man, she'd be nothing less than professional. After all, Russell made it apparent that was what he expected. It was no small feat, especially considering that she could still remember how gallantly he'd whisked her away from the paparazzi, and how he tasted the last time he kissed her. On more than one occasion, Russell hinted that he might like to take her out again. He asked her out to dinner and a movie, offered to show her around a neighborhood she'd expressed interest in, and asked how she was going about decorating the apartment. But Alice always found some excuse to give him. Of course, work was a suitable enough excuse, but by the time she was 3 weeks in and most of the preliminaries had been completed, she found she had more than enough room to breathe. But she still didn't have enough departure from Russell's startling revelation to drive her back into his arms. Rather, Alice found herself in a constant state of confusion, questioning how she felt about men and relationships in general and why on earth she allowed Russell Darwell to vex her so. She never acted this way around men. In fact, they lost their minds over her. At least, that had been the order of things before she let him get under her skin. And now, somehow, she couldn't get him out. Thankfully, Kat, who had been to LA several times, sent her the addresses of several lovely furniture stores where she bought things for the apartment. While Alice had hoped she might be able to have Russell show her around the city, she ended up leaning on Kat more than she might like. Wife to one of the world's richest men and foremost architects, Kat remained amazingly humble and true to her small-town American roots. She adjusted as well as she could to the upper-crust life her husband provided for her, though Alice suspected that she'd never truly be comfortable living in 4 different houses a year and shopping on the high street for her son. But that was part of her undeniable charm. She adored Catherine, so much so that she routinely dealt with Elias, who she was convinced had been born to torture her. Michael often joked that his best friend was a male image of Alice, and that the young woman wished her brother wouldn't insult her. Elias, despite his gender, was far higher maintenance than she would ever be, and she teased him for it endlessly. Whenever there was something she needed, she called Kat, trying to forget that she even had Russell's number on her phone. Somehow, she made it through a hectic 4 weeks, conveniently missing every call the man paid her and skiving off all his text messages. She slowly accumulated an amalgamation of lovely furniture and artwork, decorating the space she lived in an effort to forget that it was, in fact, Russell's. Part of her was convinced that if she filled it with enough of herself, she'd be able to avoid thinking of the man altogether. Of course, no such thing happened. Right up until the day she left for the airport, she thought about Russell by pure virtue of trying not to think about him. It was more than a little ridiculous, and she couldn't count how many times she chastised herself for it. Alice tried to make herself feel better by asking Michael to stock all of her favorite things on his jet, which he was sending to LA to pick her up. She would be in the UK for 10 days, and for those 10 days she wanted 0 distractions from her lovely niece. Unfortunately, she was destined to face one last obstacle before she could leave the country. Alice and Tom arrived at the airport a good 3 hours before the plane was scheduled to arrive. She was keen on getting in some duty-free shopping before they took off. Somehow, she managed to forget that Russell was flying to England on a similar timeline. So, she was completely unprepared when she ran into him at the terminal. She had just sent Tom to make sure the flight was on time, planning on buying up the entire perfume section of the duty-free shop before her, when she turned to see him standing at a restaurant across the corridor, with his lady friend in tow. For a moment, Alice was so shocked she could do nothing but stare. She'd spent the last month flagrantly avoiding him, and now here he was, with another woman. Alice had dated her fair share of men, and she had ended things countless times. After her volatile teenage years, she hadn't spent a lot of time crying over men who treated her like chattel. She could leave a man and see him in the tabloids with another woman the next day, completely unmoved. Things with Russell weren't nearly so serious. They had gone on a few dates and shared a few kisses, but Alice felt her entire world come crashing down at the sight of him with the svelte, lovely blonde. She immediately hated her. Everything from her bleached hair to her Botox lips screamed artificial, something she hardly needed envy. But she did. Bloody hell, she did. Alice quickly spun around, all but fleeing into the shop, even though her interest in perfume had waned significantly. Her chest felt tight, her throat constricted, and she couldn't even see the names on the bottles she perused. Damn him. Damn him. It was as if the man was trying to flaunt his options before her, to remind her how little he needed her. Well, two could certainly play that game. Tate? Alice Tate. She jumped at the sudden, enthused voice that sounded right behind her. When she turned, it was all she could do to keep a smile plastered on her face. The bleached blonde was standing right behind her, beaming a 1,000-kilowatt smile. I thought that was you. I never imagined I might run into you in a place like this. Somehow, her tone managed to be condescending and admiring all at once. I'm sorry, the designer managed through gritted teeth. I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Alice? And there he was, his expression only mildly surprised. When Russell's deep blue gaze fell on her, Alice wished she could sink into the floor and disappear. Does your flight leave today as well? Why else would she be in the bloody airport? For sport? It does. Somehow she managed to keep her smile in place. My brother's jet is coming to get me. It must be fabulous having a plane at your beck and call at all hours. Alice didn't think this woman's tone could be any more derogatory if she tried. It is rather nice. Alice didn't usually subscribe to paying the money debutante, but some people were worth insulting. Are you guys ready for your flight? Oh, I'm looking forward to it. The blonde clung to Russell's arm so tightly that Alice wondered if it might not come off. So much to do, so little time. Alice wanted to strangle her. What an insufferable little twat. Well, I wouldn't want to distract you. Her jaw hurt from the effort of being pleasant. I hope the two of you enjoy You're not distracting us at all. The blonde insisted, making Alice wince at the tinny timbre of her voice. I've actually been trying to get in contact with you for the past year, about commissioning a gown. I have to admit that until I saw you in the paper, I wasn't 100% certain what you looked like, but now. Russell must have sensed the thorough verbal dressing down on the tip of Alice's tongue as he interrupted abruptly. Alice, this is Melanie Byers. She's one of my newest clients. Melanie, you've obviously recognized Alice Tate. Of course I did. Her face has been everywhere since the two of you became an item. We're not an item. Alice set out to quickly steal those words from Melanie's mouth. She also didn't like the way the little hussy implied that Alice was only famous because she'd been seen with Russell. Just friends. Oh, come now, Melanie's tone sounded almost as if she was considering Alice a child. There are so many pictures of you two, looking so very cozy. Excuse me. Alice couldn't take much more of this. She was certain she was on the cusp of murder. I'm sure that Russell must have you under the wrong impression. We just work together. We've gone out once or twice to talk work semantics, but that's all. Ah, I see. Instead of being dissuaded, the woman's expression turned decidedly cat-like. So, he's available. I suppose I should consider myself lucky to be traveling with him then. Alice didn't know if she was more disgusted or disappointed in Russell. She might have hoped that a man of his caliber wouldn't so easily fall victim to women this low. She might be a client, but Alice had never heard of her. As far as she knew, all of Russell's clients were high-profile stars who demanded a large following and substantial respect. This girl was just a snot-nosed brat who didn't think twice about what came out of her mouth. I suppose you should, Alice spat the words, frustrated that she had so easily lost her cool. Look, Miss Byes, if you're interested in commissioning a gown from me, please get in contact with my London boutique. I'd be glad to assist you then. You two enjoy your trip. With that, she abandoned her perfumes and swept from the shop, where Tom was waiting for her. She was halfway back to her gate, and she thought she'd escaped when a hand closed firmly over her shoulder. Alice whirled to see Russell standing over her, his expression apologetic. He looked so bloody magnificent that Alice almost wanted to forgive him. Almost. Alice, please. Let me apologize for Melanie. For Melanie. He wanted to apologize for that slip of a girl, who obviously didn't know her ass from her elbow? Alice could care less about her. What she wanted was for the man to apologize for his own behavior. To tell her what an absolute cad he'd been, and assure her that she was the only woman that he wanted to see. But of course, Russell Darwell would never make such an outstanding commitment. Think nothing of it. She didn't bother to smile as she waved his apology off. Just keep an eye on that one. She's bound to get into trouble in London. When she made to step away again, Russell's hand closed around her wrist, preventing her from moving more than 2 steps. Immediately Alice stiffened, fighting the tide of warmth that washed over her at his nearness. "Please let me go, Russell," she murmured softly, hoping that she could keep her temper. "Alice, I hope you understand that there is nothing between Melanie and me. She's young and impulsive, but she has a bright future as a vocal artist." "Of course she did. There's nothing to understand, Russell. She's your client. I'm sure she's paying you well." It was as low as she was willing to go, insults wise. "I'm sure I'll see you after we both return. I can't imagine Regina will be finished complaining about her costumes." All at once Russell's expression went stern, his mouth pulling into a tight line. "Alice." It was perhaps the second or third time she had provoked an honest reaction from him, and as much as it surprised her, Alice also relished it. "I never meant for Melanie to insult you, and I never meant to run into you like this." "I'm sure you never meant to run into me at all," she returned flatly. "You made that very clear when you rebuffed my offer to travel together." At that, he seemed taken aback. Russell opened his mouth, seemed to think better of what he was going to say, and then shut it. His face took on the same mild expression he always seemed to wear, the one made to please everyone who took it at face value. "Alice, I only wanted to keep from hurting you." With that, Russell sighed, running a hand through his hair before he turned away. "My apologies. Enjoy your time with your niece." And just like that, he was gone. Alice stared after him, a turmoil of confusion churning within her. What on earth was wrong with this man? First, he wanted her, then he didn't, and now he made it seem like he genuinely cared for her well-being after letting one of his clients insult her. He must be out of her mind. Alice needed this time away. If she didn't take it, she might very well snap. For her first few days in London, Alice was so consumed with the tiny new arrival to their family that she actually managed to achieve her goal of forgetting Russell. It was the first time in a long time that her family and friends had all been together at the Tate Manor. For once, the immense house actually felt full. Alice was there, and by some miracle, she had gotten her parents to allow her to bring Tom for once. Michael and Rose were staying in his wing of the house with Victoria, and Elias and Kat were also present with the almost one-year-old Liam. Atop that, Rose's parents came to stay and take part in the festivities, and the babies were passed around relentlessly. Ever since their family had almost torn itself apart with Rose and Michael's betrothal, things became a lot more intimate, and stood less on ceremony, which Alice could almost certainly appreciate. The first day she got back, she went to brunch with Kat, Rose, the matriarchs of both the noble families, and both the babies. There were no men allowed, and she couldn't remember ever having more fun. She saw her own mother toy with baby Victoria as if she herself was a young woman again, and Rose, already well on her way to her post-baby body, indulged herself with 2 whole glasses of wine. She and Kat regaled one another with their best stories of motherhood, while Alice listened almost jealously. Of course, she hoarded Victoria as much as Rose would let her. In person, the child was just as breathtaking as she'd been in all the images Michael sent. Even more so. Alice could already think of at least 10 outfits she wanted to make for baby Vicky, and a visit to her boutique and workshop ensured that her spring line contained a number of pieces for infants and toddlers. At home, every meal was a family affair, with 2 children making the house almost rowdy. The Tate Manor was once more full of life, and for once Alice could see her brother at the head of a family generation not even half as stuffy as the last. Of course, eventually, Victoria had to sleep, and Rose with her. Breastfeeding, the blonde confided in her, was exhausting in and of itself, and so she gratefully lied down to take a nap with her infant daughter. Somehow, among all the siestas everyone was taking, Alice found herself alone with Elias and Michael in the study. Catherine's husband, Alice had to admit grudgingly, was quite a good father. But she had to admit that was probably because he wasn't nearly so callous with his son as he was with everyone else he interacted with. It was perfectly normal for Elias to go from crooning a song to Liam to a sarcastic, biting insult to Michael in the same sentence. Alice could only marvel at the transition. She watched Elias toy with Liam's tiny fingers on the piano of the study, before blithely telling Michael he needed to change the whiskey he drank, because it was atrocious. "Your manners are atrocious, Elias," Alice snapped, sipping at the tea Annie the housekeeper had brought them. "In front of your son, no less." "I'm trying to teach him to have good taste in whiskey," Elias replied, glancing over at the dark-haired woman witheringly. "Not that you'd know anything about that. You wouldn't know good whiskey if it bit you in the ass." Michael chuckled, sipping from the half-full glass he poured himself after tea. "So don't criticize my tastes. Watch your language in front of your godson, Mike." Elias chided teasingly, making his friend roll his eyes. "I can only imagine what you're teaching him behind closed doors." "How to be a world-class architect," Elias rebutted, "just like his mother and father." Alice couldn't argue there. Though Elias might annoy her unto the ends of the earth, there was no denying the man's talent when it came to architecture. Once he met Kat, who had also been an innate talent, he groomed her and nurtured her skills until she was on par with himself. Together, they were a powerhouse. Even if Alice couldn't understand the attraction. "He looks like his mother." Alice grinned playfully. "Good on him." Elias merely sighed, cutting his eyes at her as he led Liam to play a particularly loud note. "I think I'll teach him to ignore incipient women who insult his father needlessly." "Calm down, you two." Michael laughed, setting his glass on the table. "This is supposed to be a family time. Don't perfume the manor with your animosity." Alice merely rolled her eyes. "Not my best friend." "You know, Alice, I look forward to the day you marry and settle down. Then perhaps you'll be done with all your jealous machinations." His words hit her a little too close to home, and Alice scowled deeply. She wasn't jealous. Why on earth would she be jealous of Elias? The man had his head up his ass. And as much as she loved Kat, she didn't envy her being married to such a big-headed man. What on earth was there to be jealous of? Sure, they had one another, and they seemed to be desperately in love both with one another and their son. So, what if both they and Michael seemed to have the fairy tale love that Alice had been certain didn't exist before she saw it with her own eyes? She didn't need that. She was successful in her own right. She could have any man she wanted. Any man, that was, except for Russell Darwell. "I don't have any jealous machinations, Elias. Not everyone can have a fairy tale romance. As I recall, you nearly drove Kat away with your priggishness." As always, Elias let averse comments slide from him like water. "And yet here I am, happily married with a son. I would think of a notorious playboy like myself who can settle down, Alice. You might not be a lost cause after all." Somehow, Alice managed not to throw her priceless heirloom family teacup at him. Michael must have sensed her growing ire as he leaped to his feet and stepped between them before she could launch herself at the architect. "Elias doesn't mean anything by it, Alice. He's just being Elias." That was the man's greatest bloody crime. Alice merely sighed, leaning back against the couch and glaring daggers at the man before pouring herself another cup of tea. Without missing a beat, she reached for her brother's whiskey to spike it, making him snort in laughter. Michael sank down next to her on the couch, before expelling a long breath that warned her what was coming. Alice downed her entire cup of tea, before turning to him a beat before he started to speak. "I have to admit, Alice, I have been worried about you." She sighed. She accepted this, she reminded herself, because it was evidence that her brother cared for her. "What are you worrying about now, Michael?" The older man merely scowled at her. "You always make this like squeezing blood from a turnip. All I want is to ensure your happiness." Alice merely set her teacup down, bracing herself for the inevitable argument as Michael went on. "I saw you've been in a couple of papers with Russell Darwell." Well, that was the last thing she expected. She wasn't aware that her brother looked at the international papers, and Alice had been fairly certain that nothing from the LA Times bled over to Britain. At least, she thought she'd been. When she rebutted, she kept her tone light. "So? What of it?" "Well, Didn't you say you had no idea where you stood with the guy? That you weren't sure if he was interested in you? That had been 2 months ago, and Alice didn't know if she was any more certain how the man felt about her. Something like that. Michael only continued to stare at her expectantly, waiting for her to continue. Well, obviously you've spent some time with him. Did you change your mind? This was the last thing Alice wanted to talk about currently. After all, she'd come back to the UK to forget the man and celebrate Vicky's birth. Not to be interrogated about him. We went out a few times, she answered bluntly, and he's not for me. He was too uncertain of himself. And I've heard from more than a few people that he's not the type to commit. At that, Michael's eyes widened in surprise. So, you're looking for commitment? She was really going to have to curb all the violent tendencies she'd developed as of late. If she didn't, Alice was fairly sure she was going to end up offing a fair few people. Exhaling a noisy breath, she poured herself yet another cup of tea, despite the fact that she knew her bladder would regret it later. That's not what I said. But you implied that you didn't like that he wouldn't commit. Which means that you like him. She couldn't take it any more. Though Alice knew that it was terribly unseemly, she snapped at her brother, irritated by her own lack of wherewithal and her feelings for a man she was beginning to suspect had no feelings. Why must you always be so interested in my romantic affairs, Michael? Is it because you expect me to fail? You're waiting for me to mess up again, so you can swoop in like my knight in shining armor? I know I'm not the best judge of character when it comes to myself, but that doesn't mean that I can't be happy. It doesn't mean that I can't find the right man for me. I will, do you understand me? For a long moment, both men just stared at her, obviously surprised by her outburst. Alice reddened, embarrassed that she'd let her emotions get the best of her. Then again, perhaps she should applaud herself. After all, she'd managed to keep her cool in front of Russell this long. And she would need to continue keeping her cool if she were ever to move past him. Which meant opening up to her brother. I'm sorry, Michael. I didn't mean to blow up like that. Elias merely arched a brow when his friend looked at him, bouncing his babbling son on his knee. Sounds like someone has something they'd like to get off their chest. For once, there were no snide remarks on his part. No mockery or ridicule. In fact, it almost sounded as if he felt sorry for her. Alice must have sunk pitifully low to reach this point. Michael merely ran a hand through his hair. Well, you know I'm always here to talk. And he was. Of that, there was no doubt. He had confided in her whenever he needed her. Why couldn't she do the same with him? Taking a deep breath, Alice prepared herself for a split second before her story spilled from her lips. Everything from when she'd left Britain 2 months ago, the dates she'd been on and renting an apartment from him, to the way he'd brushed off her travel together and come to the airport with another woman. With each leg of her tale, Michael's expression grew more and more grim. He didn't need to speak a single word for Alice to know that he didn't approve of Russell's behavior. And why should he? His behavior had gone from questionably gentlemanly to obviously avoidant. Even if he didn't want to hurt her, why didn't he just break things off properly? That's what a gentleman would have done. For a long while after she finished, both Elias and Michael looked contemplative. Even little Liam had screwed up his minute face, but that could be because he had to take a poo. He sounds like a bloody idiot. Elias finally declared, shifting his son to his opposite knee. An impressive idiot, but an idiot nonetheless. He's being a rake, in his own special way. Alice winced at that particular assessment. But the woman he's traveling with isn't someone he's romantically involved with. She was just a client. As far as you know. Michael rebutted gently, his gaze not unkind. When Alice sighed, he reached out to clasp her shoulder in solidarity. I'm just trying to lay everything on the table, Alice. It's obvious that you like the man, but he has no right to insult you. You deserve a man who can care for you properly. Who will worship you. Nothing less. At that, Alice allowed herself a small smile. Michael seemed to have pretty grandiose ideas of love himself. Nothing like the man he was just 2 short years ago. Well, let me just go and start a religion then. Elias snorted, prompting a laugh from the child on his lap. I'm sure a horde of fashionistas would follow it. It was the closest thing to a compliment the architect had ever paid her, and Alice found that she was oddly thankful for it. When had she become so bloody soft? Alice, a man who gives in to any woman who asks for his attention can't be faithful. Michael went on firmly. I can't imagine Darwell will do a sudden 360 if it's not in his personality, especially if he let that blonde bimbo talk to you the way she did. Perhaps it's time to move on. At that, Alice arched an incredulous brow. The king of commitment is telling me to move on? I don't believe it. Michael merely rolled his eyes. I'm not telling you to go back to your old ways. You just need to find a man on your level and give it a chance. Really give it a chance, Alice. At the chiding note in his voice, she frowned churlishly, almost like a child who had been reprimanded. She was reluctant to enter the dating pool in earnest again, especially considering how busy she was going to be over the next year. Then there was, of course, the fact that she was still going to be living in a building that Russell owned. She'd still be seeing him at the studio every day, and she'd have to be civil to him if she didn't want to lose one of the most high-profile jobs of her career. Which meant that perhaps a new man was in order. But how on earth was she to find someone who impressed her as much as Russell, without the emotional hang-ups? She couldn't even begin to imagine. I'm perfectly open to giving someone a chance, Michael. Alice said it, just as much for her brother as she did for herself. She had no problem coming to terms with the fact that she hadn't always been the most open person when it came to dating, but actually buckling down and making an effort to dispel Russell from her psyche. It sounded easier said than done. Are you really? Elias rose from the bench in front of the piano, shifting his son to his hip with surprising dexterity. Alice looked up at him skeptically. If she confirmed that she was, part of her was worried about what exactly Elias would say next. Despite the fact that he seemed to be trying to help, she didn't know how much faith she had in a plan Elias had concocted, and it looked like the cogs in his head were working. What did you have in mind? She ventured carefully. Elias looked at Michael as if asking his friend for approval, and Michael merely arched a brow in inquiry. Elias scowled, stalking over to the couch where Alice sat and extending Liam to her. Alice couldn't help the smile that turned the corners of her lips upward as she took the child into her arms, cradling him tenderly. Liam was a wonderful baby, and immediately reached for a loose strand of her hair to finger with a wet grin. I'm going to set you up with a friend of mine. It took everything Alice had not to protest strongly and immediately. She hadn't come back to the UK to date. Quite the contrary, in fact. She had precious few days here as it was, and couldn't picture any man wanting to go out with her, knowing she'd be gone for months afterward. Did Elias know something she didn't? And who is this friend? She demanded lowly. She couldn't imagine being truly interested in anyone who Elias considered a friend. She still didn't understand why he and her brother were thick as thieves. Something about the man having a heart of gold or some such bullocks, though she supposed he had somehow managed to win the love of Kat, one of the sweetest women alive. So he couldn't be all bad. Someone I think could handle you. Alice merely scowled at his implication. I'd prefer being pampered over handled. Michael chuckled at that particular protest. How about I meet him first? If he's not Elias's twin, I suppose there can't really be any harm done. Somehow, Alice seriously doubted that. Elias could use any leverage he thought he currently had to torture her. In fact, she wouldn't put it past him. To his merit, however, the man looked relatively serious. That's fine with me. As long as your sister promises not to hang him out to dry, just because I suggested him. He didn't know how tempting the idea was. Instead of answering him, Alice merely bounced a laughing Liam on her knee. She told herself she was doing this for him, not for his father, and certainly not for her brother's overinflated sense of duty. For Liam, and most notably for herself. Somehow, she needed to get Russell out of her system come hell or high water.
Chapter 5. Closer.
Russell wasn't a man prone to using foul language. His mother and father had raised him to be a gentleman, and he was never tied to those parameters. He liked to think that in all his dealings, both with women and business, he was as polite as it was humanly possible to be. Or at least, he had before meeting Alice Tate. Now, at least in his mind, Russell cursed far too bloody often for his own good. Had it always been this way, he wondered when he took on a new client. He could swear that Melanie was one of the most difficult women he'd ever dealt with, and he'd certainly dealt with a lot of women. In the past few years, he hadn't taken on many new clients. Russell's clientele was such that he could make a very good living from those people he was already close to. Emilia, Regina, and stars of their ilk were commonplace for him, and he recently told himself that the headache of adjusting to a new personality was beyond him in his ripe old age. Taking Melanie was a favor he owed his half-sister, though he had no idea how Margaret could call someone like the egotistical blonde her friend. Margaret insisted that she could sing like an angel, and only needed a chance to be represented by someone with connections. And when his sister asked him for something, Russell always inevitably gave in. Now, however, he was regretting his soft-heartedness. Melanie had been nothing but trouble from the day he signed her, and every time he looked at her, all he could see was the hurt on Alice's face at her blustering insults. Was he a complete and total cad? Perhaps he was, and this was the punishment that was coming to him. Russell was currently in a British sound studio, listening to Melanie record her first album. He supposed that she wasn't horrible, but she hardly had the voice of an angel. It was this skepticism that had led him to take her to Britain to record, lest someone hear of her less than stellar performance in the US before her album was released. Russell wondered how on earth he'd gotten himself into this position. He loved his job, even when it came to dealing with difficult clients. He enjoyed knowing that he had the prowess to handle difficult cases. He wasn't enjoying working with Melanie at all, and part of that, he supposed, came from admitting to himself that he'd taken her on as a reason for avoiding travel with Alice. He had to be the most indecisive man in the entire cosmos. One moment, he was allowing himself to go out with her, even imagining what it might be like to have her curvy, decadent form in his arms. When she had insinuated that they might end up in bed together, despite his best intentions, Russell wanted nothing more than to carry her back to his condo and have his wicked way with her. The prospect was enough to make him forget that he was only allowing himself to get to know her, and brought out his basest instincts. And so, of course, he'd backtracked. Even knowing she would be staying in his apartment, that he would see her almost every day on set. He had done the cowardly thing and taken a step back. He and his bloody guilt. Russell couldn't remember ever being so indecisive concerning a woman, not since the first woman to ever hold his heart. And that had been so dreadfully long ago. Russell had managed to get through the past few months by pushing the more painful memories to the back of his mind. But here now, faced with the product of his own avoidance, he couldn't stop a few of them from seeping to the forefront. Of course, being in London didn't hurt either. Every time he came home, he was forced to recall his past in vivid color. And though many of those memories were lovely, there were a few that sometimes he wished he could forget. Her hair had been red. He could let himself remember that much, couldn't he? Her hair was red, and her eyes were so deep, vivid blue that they took his breath away the first time he saw her. His first love had been wild and untamed, had moved much too fast and without reserve. But it was still love. Which meant he was all the more devastated when it was taken from him. Russell. He was snapped back to the present, when he realized that Melanie was calling his name through the mic. He looked up to see her scowling at him. He'd never met a woman who could move so quickly between sweetness and the ultimate evil. It had to be a God-given talent. "What's up, Melanie?" He answered her with his characteristic 1,000-kilowatt smile. How could he react any other way? "Can you please go get me an organic green smoothie? I need it for my vocal cords." She made a great show of stroking her pitifully overworked throat. "I'm absolutely parched." Usually, a client asked him if he could get a runner to get them specific items, but it made a bizarre sort of sense that a newbie like Melanie would have no idea how rude she was being. Pressing the button that turned on his own mic, he answered her diplomatically. "Of course. I'll get a runner to get it for you." From sweet to evil in a flash. Melanie's eyes narrowed as she stared at him through the glass partition, obviously displeased. "But I need you to get it for me, Russell. I don't trust anyone besides you. What if they don't get organic? It could damage my vocal cords. You don't want your investment to go to waste, do you?" What an absolute ninny. And coming from Russell, that was quite the insult. He loved and respected women of all shapes, sizes, and creeds, but he could say without a doubt that he disliked Melanie immensely. She was rude, thought entirely too highly of herself, and didn't consider what other people might think of her behavior. Of course, it wasn't Russell himself who had endorsed her career. That had been Margaret's doing, and her brother found himself on the cusp of calling and telling her how useless her investment was. In his opinion, Melanie could sing like a diva, but it wouldn't make her career succeed. She was an insufferable brat. Nothing at all like Alice. Despite this, Russell had every intention of remaining cordial. When he pressed the button to reply to her, however, Mike, the sound mixer, merely gave him an imperious look before answering for him. Russell had worked with Mike many times before, and the man was known for his no-nonsense attitude towards the artists he worked with. "Look, Mel. That's not his job. He's here to make sure that you get what you need, but Russell's not your babysitter. Don't act like a diva before your album even drops, hun. We'll get your smoothie." The blonde's face turned bright red, and if looks could kill, Mike would no doubt be flopping around on the floor. Russell could see that, for a split second, Melanie considered rebutting. It would be very unwise of her, but she wasn't the most intelligent person he'd ever had the pleasure of working with, so that was no surprise. But she wasn't completely stupid. Melanie realized that she risked pissing off the man who was doing the mixing on her album, and another who was only representing her out of obligation. Russell supposed there was only so much crazy that could be contained in a single person, as Melanie seemed to force herself to cool down. "Fine." He hid a smile at her forced grin. "Please and thank you." "You're welcome." Mike barked before turning to roll his eyes obtrusively at Russell. "She's a piece of work, this one. Why are you repping her again?" Russell sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Favor to Margaret. I owe her several." "Ah." Mike grunted. He had the pleasure of meeting Russell's imposing younger half-sister several times in the past, and he could understand the respect she commanded. Margaret was a real gem, even if she was terrifying in her own right. "That explains it. I suppose that means you don't think she'll be very good?" Mike snorted. "Miracles happen, I suppose." With that, Russell rose, off to find a runner who somehow knew of an organic smoothie shop somewhere nearby. No matter how much he disliked her, he couldn't have his newest client bad-mouthing him when he had a stellar reputation to uphold. Thankfully, stepping outside the studio gave him a much-needed break from the woman in question. After sending a runner for her smoothie, Russell settled in a plush armchair, waiting for the news errantly on one of the many TV screens in the lobby. Well, he wasn't watching the news per se. Rather, it was playing in the background as Russell fought to keep from remembering that Alice Tate was in the same city as him, somewhere, doing who knew what. He should have traveled with her when she asked. Geez, he should have taken her to bed before she could change her mind. Instead, he was sure he had ruined things for good. He was surprised Alice hadn't contacted him, asking to break her lease. He deserved no less. But was it really his fault that the young woman so consumed him? When Russell was around Alice, he had no idea what to do. She got under his skin in a way few women did, and even when he wasn't with her, her memory lingered. Particularly how much he'd bollocks things up with her when they'd seen one another a week ago. By this point, he knew Alice's holiday was almost over. He himself had spent the last 7 days trying to get as many people to like Melanie as he could, and failing on most fronts. Meanwhile, the tabloids couldn't get enough of the Tate Lithgow family. Though there weren't many pictures of Lord Michael Tate's newborn baby, there was tons of speculation. Of course, it wasn't helped by numerous images of both the child's mother and Alice, her aunt, out shopping for her. It seemed that all the media could talk about was the newest member of British high society. Which meant that Russell couldn't escape Alice. She seemed to be everywhere he looked, the papers, the television. She was even on several British billboards promoting her brand. And in every image he saw of her, she was more and more lovely. He missed her. It had hardly been a week since he last saw her, and he wanted to see her again. He must have lost his mind. Russell contemplated heading out to get his own drink, when a flash news report caught his eye, tempting him back to one of the televisions in the lobby. This just in: new sightings of Alice Tate with one of Britain's most eligible bachelors, Harvey Wells. All at once, Russell's stomach clenched as a fuzzy image popped up on the screen. He recognized Alice instantly. He would have known that glorious fall of raven hair anywhere, even if the picture quality was bad. It wasn't the young woman herself, however, that made his stomach turn. Rather, it was the man holding her hand, leading her into a high street shop. Russell didn't know who the hell he was, but he instantly abhorred him. He didn't think he'd ever heard the name Harvey Wells before, and he didn't too much care for it. For a long moment, he stared at the TV screen, wondering why on earth it suddenly felt like his insides were going up in flames. He didn't want to look at images of Alice with another man, but somehow he couldn't look away. The longer he looked, the worse the feeling in his gut grew. And then, all at once, Russell realized what he was experiencing. It was jealousy. Pure, unadulterated jealousy. Quite the novel feeling for him. In the years that he'd been dating since he left England, Russell always told himself that if he reached the point of jealousy, it was time to move on. This was for both his welfare as well as the woman he dated. But just now, he didn't feel like distancing himself from Alice anymore. He wanted to find her and whoever this idiot was, and force them apart. Alice belonged with him and no one else, and the sight of her with another man was enough to make him feel emotions he hadn't been sure he was capable of feeling. Whatever he was trying to avoid, Russell had obviously failed. He wanted Alice, but his own insecurities had driven her away, and now he had to watch her enjoy the company of another man. Russell didn't know which was worse, that he'd have to face her when they both went back to the United States, or that he would have to endure a few more days of watching her flit happily around London with another man. The decision that he made was instant and unexpected. He would go out and make sure that the runner getting Melanie's juice did their job properly, just to check on him. Russell was sure that he was somewhere downtown, possibly close to the high street, which was where Alice was with her new beau. He would just take a short trip down to check. After all, he wouldn't want Melanie to be upset with him. After sending Mike a quick text to let him know his intentions, Russell grabbed his coat and set out. It was a short walk from the studio to the high street, but once he reached it, he didn't immediately look for the brilliant bleached blonde hair of Mike's assistant and runner, Amy. Instead, he searched for the crush of paparazzi he knew would also be present. If they were documenting the Tates' every move, then it stood to reason that there would be a Tate wherever they were. It was a Friday afternoon, and naturally the high street was packed with both British residents and tourists. The moment he arrived, Russell realized that his goal would be slightly harder to achieve than he'd imagined. Nonetheless, Russell plunged into his plan with gusto, burning anger fueling his intent. Was Alice with Harvey right now, he wondered? Had they started dating the moment she returned to London? He supposed he couldn't blame her. Considering Melanie's behavior in the airport and his own disregard for Alice's feelings, it wasn't shocking that she would consider him off the table. All he had to do now was get back on it. Despite what people might think, the high street was not actually a single street, but a series of streets lined with numerous shops, boutiques, and restaurants, which meant that finding one or two people would be no small feat. In addition to the throng, however, there also seemed to be several sets of reporters milling around, covering different sections of the shopping district. He had to wonder if they were waiting for Tate's, or if it was another issue entirely that lured them out. Russell wound his way through the shops, trying to appear casual just in case he did run into Amy. The last thing he wanted was for the runner to go rushing back and report to Mike. Of course, with the huge crowds milling about, he found it highly unlikely that such a thing would happen, but he couldn't be too careful. He'd only just admitted to himself how he felt about Alice. Explaining it to someone else promised complications. For a good half hour, Russell checked the shops he believed Alice might gravitate towards, windows with designer gowns of the highest quality in the front windows, or jewelry shops filled with elegant understated pieces like the one she liked to wear. He was just beginning to think perhaps he should give it up and get back to the studio, when he spotted a familiar gleaming ebony mane. Somehow he knew it was Alice on sight. Of course, it helped that there were no less than 6 reporters swarming around the restaurant where she sat, along with quite a few tourists who had stopped to see what all the fuss was about. Of course, the biggest giveaway, however, was that the young woman was sitting across from none other than Harvey Wells. Though Russell had only seen him once, he recognized him immediately. Intense dislike immediately snaked through him, and he forced himself to focus on the woman across from the man instead. The moment he did, Russell felt a strong pang of desire and had to force himself to swallow it. It wouldn't do for him to lose his composure in such a public place. Casually, he made his way to the shop next to the Italian bistro and busied himself looking occupied inside as he watched the couple. Harvey was utterly enamored. That much was clear from the utterly lustful expression on his face anytime Alice said a single word. He held her hands over the table, his gaze never leaving hers, and Russell struggled not to tear from the shop and beat the man utterly senseless. He knew that he himself had no license to feel so possessive, but he couldn't help it. Alice was his. They worked together, she lived in the apartment he owned, and he felt as if he were the only man who could make her smile and laugh as if she hadn't a care in the world. As if to prove evidence to his claim, even now, Alice wasn't smiling. She was doing her best, Russell noted, to seem vaguely amused by Harvey's conversation. But her mouth didn't curve into that alluring grin that so enchanted him. She didn't look to be flirting or even indeed enjoying herself. Her expression was that of a woman who was tolerating bad company, and upon realizing that she wasn't in fact as in love as celebrity gossip rags portended, Russell allowed himself to breathe a huge sigh of relief. He still had a chance. If only he played his cards right, perhaps he could win his way back into Alice's good graces. As he inspected a row of shearling winter scarves, Russell allowed himself to bask in the glow of her mere presence. She might not know he was present, but it was almost as if he could sense her. She was utterly breathtaking that day, in a lovely camel-colored fall dress and a navy sun hat. Gleaming black waves cascaded over her shoulders and halfway down her back, and her lips were painted a vibrant wine color that had him aching to kiss him. His guilt be damned, it had been far too long since he kissed her, and when he had the opportunity to do so, he hadn't done it nearly enough. For a split second, he allowed himself to imagine that he sat where Harvey did. Russell was sure that if that were the case, Alice would be a lot happier. If he somehow got her to agree to see him again, Russell swore that he would choose his words more tactfully. There might be a barrier that prevented him from giving his heart to her, but that didn't mean he had to act like a complete and total rat bastard. Thankfully, the couple didn't stay long at the restaurant. They looked as if they had just stopped in for coffee and dessert. When they were ready to leave, Harvey hurried around the opposite end of the table to pull Alice's chair out for her. The cameras flashed eagerly, no doubt the reporters were losing their minds. Alice managed a thin smile as Harvey helped her up, though she released his hand as soon as she was standing properly. As they left, they were flanked by bodyguards, no doubt sent after them to keep reporters from utterly crushing them. The bulky men did their jobs well, and ushered Alice and Harvey into a car waiting nearby before the vehicle drove quickly away. The moment it disappeared, Russell found he felt oddly bereft. Though he wanted, more than anything else, to get back into Alice's good graces, there was no guarantee that he could. Which meant that he might not ever get to see her smile again. The notion was enough to give him firm resolve. Even if the odds might be against him, he had to find a way. If he didn't, he'd lose the one woman who made him truly feel anything since April. It was hard even now to think her name, and Russell paused the moment he realized he'd done it, a dark scarf in one hand. April. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath before replacing the scarf on the rack. He supposed that now it was just a waiting game until they returned to the U.S. In the few days that remained, he would have to wrangle his newest client, fight his own guilt, and hope that everything came together in the end. He could only be so lucky, after all. Alice was loath to go back to work, but all good things came to an end. When Rose and her brother drove her to the airport, she found herself shedding tears as she bid her tiny niece goodbye. Perhaps it was just that she was emotionally overwhelmed by the goings-on around her, or apprehensive about returning to the States. Either way, she embarrassed herself horribly, prompting Michael to take her aside before she went through security and ask her if she was going to be all right. "I'm fine." She couldn't remember the last time she had cried so spontaneously. It wasn't as if she was never going to see Victoria again. Now she regretted all the time she had wasted with Harvey Wells and his insufferable talk about himself and real estate. Certainly, the man was attractive. That was, in reality, the reason why she agreed to go out with him in the first place. But then, he disappointed her like every man she met since Russell had disappointed her, and Alice found herself somewhat depressed. What on earth was wrong with her? It was like since she met Russell, she was physically and mentally incapable of giving another man a chance. Her brain shut down, and she refused to believe that anyone could compare to him, which was ridiculous considering the way the man treated her. She could do better than him. That seemed to be the consensus of almost everyone she told about Russell. It was unfortunate that, somehow, she couldn't seem to take their advice to heart. "As long as you're sure." Michael eyed her skeptically. "If you like, Rose, Victoria and I could come visit you. Just to make sure everything is on the up and up." "Please." Alice scowled. "Don't worry about me, Michael. I'll be fine. I just need some chocolate and a hot bath." Her brother chuckled in amusement at her answer. "Well, see to it that you get both of them in spades then." "I will." Wrapping his arms around her, the immense man squeezed her so tightly he almost lifted her off the ground, coaxing a laugh from the young woman. "For heaven's sake, put me down, you bloody git." Complying, Michael winked at her. "Safe flight, Allie. Call me when you get in." "Of course." Picking up her carry-on, Alice kissed both Victoria and Rose goodbye one last time before she headed towards the security line. Michael needed the jet for Vicky's first family vacation, and so she was flying first class back to California. Though she had resolved not to preemptively dwell on her troubles until she actually returned to the States, Alice couldn't help but think of Russell the moment she was settled on the plane. The man had all but discarded her, and she still couldn't forget him. Perhaps it was because Harvey had been so unlike him that it was almost painful. Alice tried to absorb herself in his ramblings about house prices in northern London and all the properties he owned, but she just couldn't find any interest in them. Despite this, she'd gone out on no less than 3 dates with the man in 4 days. She was trying to give him a chance, as she promised both Michael and Elias she would. She had even let the man kiss her, for heaven's sake. It was awful. His breath was overly sweet, and the moment he touched her, he tried to grope her. That had been it for Alice. She made up some middling excuse and fled, deleting his number from her phone. Perhaps this was a sign, she mused. Maybe she simply shouldn't date at all. She should focus on being herself, finding herself and becoming more secure in her own allure. That was complete bollocks. Alice knew full well that she was gorgeous, successful, and clever. She loved what she did and she loved her life. The idea of finding someone to share it with merely seemed impossible. Of course, it made no sense that the only man she was even remotely interested in was as hot and cold as seasons at the poles. The best thing for her to do would be to act professionally. Pretend that she and Russell had never kissed, and that there was no romantic interest between them. She was working for Lemmy, and that's all there was to it. This was a work opportunity, and nothing more. She could deal with Russell when she had to, and leave it at that. All the while fantasizing about what he might do to her if she ever got him alone again. Bloody hell, how long had it been since she was with a man? 5 months? 6? She was getting antsy. Before Russell, Alice had seen intimacy as something that relieved stress. Now she couldn't fathom being with anyone else except him. He was ruining her sex drive, even as he stimulated it. It just made her all the more frustrated. Scowling, Alice put on her headphones and tried to relax, sipping at the champagne that the stewardess brought her. She needed sleep, and to get her mind off her troubles. If she couldn't do that during an 8-hour flight, she was going to feel like absolute crap by the time she got off the plane. And that couldn't be good for her composure. She had only a 24-hour window in which to get ready to face Russell again, and she didn't want to spend the entire period dealing with jet lag. If that meant that she had to get rip-roaring drunk, then so be it. It took approximately 5 glasses of champagne before she was drowsy enough to fall asleep, and of course when she did, she dreamed of Russell Darwell. By the time the designer actually returned to her apartment, she was both groggy and hung over. She could do little more than sling her bags onto the living room before collapsing on her bed, where she remained unconscious until noon the next day. The moment she woke up, Alice worked herself into a frenzy. In a few hours, Tom would return as well with designs for her new line for her to look over. Before that evening, she had to send Lemmy the most recent drafts of his costumes as well as assure her brother that her plane hadn't crashed. She suddenly had a mountain of work before her, and she'd never been so grateful for it. Her to-do list occupied her for the entirety of that evening, late into the night. She allowed herself a 3 a.m. coffee run, convinced that staying up for the rest of the day would end her jet lag. Her choice, of course, only resulted in her being absolutely haggard by dawn and wanting more than anything else to drag herself to bed. But then, unexpectedly, a knock came on her door close to 7 a.m. Alice had been nodding at her desk and jerking her attention to the sound. Who the bloody hell could be looking for her so early? Most of the city wasn't even awake yet. Slowly, she rose from her chair and trudged to the door to take a look at the video screen next to the intercom. And froze. Russell was there. Standing outside her door, looking impeccably delicious despite the ungodly hour. Someone must truly be trying to punish her. For a long moment, Alice watched him. He raised his hand to knock again, and even though the image was in black and white, she could tell that something had him nervous. The discovery gave her a little thrill of satisfaction. Obviously, if he was here so early, it must be for an unexpected reason. Which meant that she had the upper hand. Alice was sure that she looked an absolute fright, but she straightened her nightgown, tugged the belt on her robe tight, and did her best to smooth her hair into place. Then, after taking a deep breath, he opened the door. Even though she thought she'd been prepared, Alice realized that nothing could ready her for the jolt of pure want that slammed through her every time she came face to face with Russell. It was unfair that a man should look so amazing so early in the morning, and for the 100th time since meeting him, Alice was forced to applaud his fashion sense. He was, she noticed oddly, wearing her scarf once more. Which meant he either didn't know that she designed it, or that he was wearing it purposefully. Alice gave him a long once-over, but said nothing. What on earth could she say? The man had obviously proved that he wanted nothing more to do with her, and even if he did, she wouldn't give in. Not after the way he'd treated her. No sane woman would let him back into her life. Alice. When he said her name, her knees went weak, and she hated herself for it. Yes. Running a hand through her hair, she gazed up at him expectantly. Alice, I came by to let you know about the change in filming location. Her eyes widened in surprise. What change in the filming location? She'd been in contact with Lemmy several times since she came back, and he hadn't mentioned anything to her. What are you talking about? Lemmy didn't tell me anything about a location change. I surmised that he hadn't, Russell answered quickly. He's been so busy trying to get everything organized that I'm surprised he even answered your emails. Alice's eyes narrowed in suspicion as she leaned against the doorframe. It wasn't that she believed that Russell would sink as low as to lie to get her to go somewhere with him, but she could think of no other reason a director would forget to tell his costume designer about such an important change. So, we're not filming in LA anymore. We're going to Aruba for 2 weeks to film a series of scenes, and then we'll be back. Alice only continued to stare at him. Aruba, huh? She read the script for the film, and she supposed that it made sense. There were a few exotic location scenes in it. What she didn't understand was why she specifically had to go. At this point, she had 2 assistants who she trusted with her work, provided that they kept in close correspondence with her. If the filming had only been moving for 2 weeks, it would have been much easier for her to remain in LA. She'd just come back from England, for God's sake. Aruba, is it? Well, I'm sure my assistants can handle all the important duties. I'll make certain they have my direct contact and email so that I can be reached if there are any emergencies. She arched a brow at his disappointed expression. Was there anything else? For almost a full minute, silence stretched between them. Alice fully expected him to turn and leave now that his business was finished. Instead, Russell's expression turned to one of determination. In a trice, he had stepped into her apartment and closed the door behind them, shutting them in together. Alice immediately took a defensive step back, her heart in her throat. I don't want visitors right now, Russell. I have to ask you to leave. Why the hell was her heart beating so fast? She didn't actually think that Russell would hurt her, did she? As much as he might have pissed her off, he wasn't a violent man. She couldn't picture it. But then his hands were on her shoulders, firm but not harsh, and he was yanking her forward into his embrace. And then he was kissing her. Alice froze, shocked beyond words. She should break away from him, slap him and shove him out of the apartment. But somehow she couldn't. Instead, she found herself melting against him, her hands going to his shoulders after she reveled in the way he tasted after what seemed like an eternity. His arms kept her from collapsing completely, and as his tongue tangled with hers, Alice wondered if there was any better feeling in the entire cosmos. Russell lifted her clear from the floor, his tongue sliding deftly against her lower lip before he tugged at it with his teeth, making her light-headed. By that juncture she was all but clinging to him, drugged with his taste. Gosh, nothing felt like kissing this man. Despite the almost 2 weeks she'd taken to try and build her immunity to him, all of that faded away in a mere 5 minutes. By the time Russell broke away from her, Alice was on the cusp of dragging him into her bedroom and demanding that he assuage the fire he'd started. She swallowed thickly, her thighs clenching at the obvious lust in the man's eyes as he gazed down at her. Only a few minutes ago she'd been angry with him, furious even. Now, try as she might, she could only barely cling to that irritation. Alice, Russell breathed, visibly struggling to keep his composure, please allow me to apologize. I know I don't deserve it, but I was an absolute ass and it wasn't my intention. But if you let me see you again, if you come on this trip, I swear to you, you won't regret it. Alice didn't think she'd ever heard the man speak with such intensity. If she were sane, she'd refuse him. Tell him to piss off and get on with her life. After all, it was only inevitable that an unattainable man like Russell would hurt her again. She couldn't stick around for that, could she? It would be the death of her. Then why did she want so badly to say yes? Taking a deep breath, Alice reached up to cup his face, stroking his chin where she could feel a hint of rough stubble. She decided that she liked it. Despite Russell's clean-cut exterior, she liked imagining that he was a bit of a bad boy underneath. She'd certainly seen that aspect of him when she inferred she'd be ready to sleep with him, and every time it came out, a thrill of nervous excitement shot through her. If she went on this trip, did that mean she would finally be able to see if he did indeed want to be that intimate with her? Would she let herself, considering how the man had ruined her pride? "I'll come." She made the decision before she could really think about it, and hoped she wouldn't come to regret the repercussions. "But I'm warning you, Russell, pull another stunt like that, and I won't hesitate to come back to LA, don't think I won't." His face lit to an extent that she'd never seen before, and then he was kissing her again, sweetly and lingeringly. It was a wonder each and every one of those kisses didn't make her lose her mind. It certainly wasn't easy for her to keep her wits about her when Russell was so near. By the time he finished, Alice wasn't sure she could stand on her own 2 feet. A combination of her own exhaustion and the hunger coursing through her proved to make the feat very difficult indeed. When her face went pallid, however, Russell was immediately concerned. "Are you all right? You're a little pale." Without asking her, he lifted her into his arms to carry over to the couch, and Alice couldn't help but be impressed by his obvious strength. Nonetheless, when he reached down to test the temperature of her forehead, she brushed him off embarrassedly. "I'm fine. Just jet-lagged. I didn't get much sleep last night." "Well then, you'll have to sleep on the plane." He cast her a winning smile, before looking at the bag from England she had yet to unpack. "Is that the bag you're taking?" Alice made a face. "Oh gosh, no. Those all need to be laundered." "Ah. In that case," Russell brought the bag close to her before setting it on the floor and unzipping it. "I'll help you pack." Alice immediately flushed deeply. The last thing she wanted at that particular moment was for Russell to go through her dirty clothes, but he seemed to have adopted a commanding air that she wasn't too certain she disliked. So she bore it while he extracted her dresses, shoes, and even her underwear, doing her best to keep a straight face. "Where's the bin?" The designer glared at him. "What bin? Those need to be dry cleaned, every single one of them." Realizing his mistake, Russell chuckled softly, good-naturedly. "My apologies. I should have known." With that, he rose to spirit her pile of clothing down the hall and towards her bedroom. Alice only wondered how he knew where she slept a moment, before remembering it was his bloody apartment. Did that mean the man fantasized about her sleeping in the master suite every night? It was a tantalizing thought. Russell was gone for long enough that Alice wondered what on earth he was doing in her bedroom. It was only fatigue that kept her from following him in, after a good 20 minutes had passed. When she finally sat up, ready to pursue the man, he reappeared, striding down the hall with a carefully arranged pile of clothing in hand. Alice stared at him, dumbfounded, as he took a seat on the couch next to her, his expression tentative. "I took the liberty of going through your wardrobe and selecting a few pieces. Of course, I won't pack anything without your approval." That said, he held up a deep crimson sundress that was one of her favorites, along with a pair of Stuart Weitzman lace-up sandals that she absolutely adored. "Yes," she answered without any hesitation whatsoever. "Definitely yes." Russell smiled. "Lovely." He folded the dress with the utmost care Alice realized that no other man had ever taken with her clothing. For the entire length of her career, men had been dismissing her. They didn't think that fashion was really a job, or could be an actual passion. Most of them saw it as a frivolity, but as Russell went through the outfits he'd picked, Alice realized instantly how very different he was. He had chosen a number of her favorite swimsuits, not that she would find the time to wear them, but she appreciated the sentiment. Out of her 7 favorite sundresses, he picked 3, along with an amalgamation of breezy tops, shorts, and blouses. And the shoes, the man had amazing taste in shoes. Silently, Alice was awed by how similar their tastes seemed to be, but she couldn't tell him that. In just under half an hour she was all packed, thanks to Russell, and Alice managed to drag herself to her feet for long enough to splash some water on her face and get cleaned up. Though she would never be seen in what most people referred to as lounging clothes, she did have a pair of designer sweatpants, along with a Celine t-shirt that she knew would be quite comfortable on another long plane ride. She was surprised when she emerged from the bathroom to smell a tantalizing meal cooking, and she couldn't help but arch a brow in surprise. Could the man cook too? Was there nothing he couldn't do? Russell had to know how dangerous he was. She was certainly aware of it. When she emerged into the kitchen, the man immediately pressed a cup of steaming coffee into her hands, and Alice was surprised to see its color already muddled with cream. Vanilla creamer and 2 sugars, right? By now, she was all but gaping at him. How the hell did he know all of this? They had only seen one another a handful of times. He couldn't have remembered all of this, could he? How ridiculously adept of him. Yes. She answered cautiously, taking a sip of the brew to find it delicious. Please sit. Russell pulled out a chair for her, his expression apologetic. I don't mean to rush you, but I found out Lemmy didn't tell you at the last possible moment. We have to be at the airport in the next 2 hours. Alice swallowed the curse that rose to her lips. She felt like strangling Lemmy at that particular moment, no matter how kind he might be. Even as Russell set a plate of decadent-looking French toast before her, Alice felt she might collapse face down atop it. Damn him. Russell chuckled, sitting down next to her before digging into his breakfast. I'm sure he feels the sentiment. A man like him can't fail to realize how scatterbrained he is. Groaning very unbecomingly, Alice forced herself to take several bites of the first meal she'd had in several hours. Even though she expected it to be good, the fare was unexpectedly delicious. Closing her eyes, Alice let out a hum of pure satisfaction. When she opened them, Russell was watching her with rapt attention, so much so that Alice felt her cheeks warming. What had happened? His behavior had changed quite a bit since the last time she saw him. It was almost as if he was in an all-fired rush to claim her when he'd been playing things incredibly safe before. This man confused the hell out of her, and Alice knew she had to be some sort of masochist to be so interested in him. Though Alice wouldn't have imagined she had such a hearty appetite, she ended up finishing everything on her plate. Her full belly, however, only made her more tired than she had been when Russell arrived. She was grateful that he took charge, cleaning up the kitchen before carrying her bag down to the car that was waiting for them. The moment she was inside, Alice found herself snuggling up next to him, letting his scent and the heat of his body envelop her. Even if this man was bad for her, he smelled of heaven, and Alice felt so comfortable lying against him that she soon drifted off. When she woke, they were outside the Los Angeles airport, and Russell was shaking her gently. Groggily, the young woman forced herself from the car, and even managed to argue with Russell that she could handle her own bag. The protest only earned her a reproachful stare that quieted her, and she fell into step behind him, following him through security. For Alice, it was almost like a dream in which Russell acted like the attentive, almost overbearing boyfriend she'd always wanted. He ushered her past the guards and took her purse while she went through security. When she drifted off again at the gate, he didn't leave her side. Not even to make a trip to the men's room. The flight was much the same, not that she was conscious for most of it. Of course, Alice found herself slightly surprised to find that they were flying on Russell's own private jet instead of a commercial airliner. She shouldn't have been so shocked, she supposed. She knew the man was moneyed, but had almost never seen him flaunt it the way her family did. We've missed the crew commercial flights, he provided, buckling her carefully into one of the plush chairs before sitting next to her. It will be faster and more comfortable this way. He wasn't trying to impress her, she realized. He might actually be a bit embarrassed about having to use his own jet, for what reasons she didn't know. The cabin was even more luxuriously appointed than her brother's aircraft, without being ostentatious. Alice wished she had more time to enjoy it before she drifted off, but she could hardly go against the will of her fatigued body. Though she fell asleep in the seat as the plane was taxiing, Alice awoke in the bedroom of the lavish jet, tucked firmly beneath the blankets in her own small corner of heaven. The moment she was fully conscious, she immediately looked for Russell but found he was nowhere in the room. A quick check of her watch told her she'd slept for a little over 4 hours, which meant they would only be aboard the plane for 1 or 2 hours more. She was wondering if she should look for Russell when he suddenly emerged from the small bathroom adjoining the bedroom. Wearing next to nothing. Alice stared unabashedly. A towel was slung around the man's waist, and he was still damp from the shower he'd taken, further tantalizing her. Alice had suspected that Russell was very well built beneath his clothes, and she wasn't wrong. The man was chiseled from his neck all the way down to his calves, deliciously toned in a way that could only come from frequent working out and the minutest bit of vanity that led all attractive people to stay healthy. Almost hungrily, Alice's eyes devoured him from well-formed pectorals to the small sprinkling of hair that trailed down his sculpted abdomen to disappear beneath the towel. He was magnificent, even more so than she'd imagined. Alice was so absorbed in him that when he looked up to discover her staring, she still couldn't tear her gaze away. For a long beat, blue met blue, and Alice was sure she was going to melt into a messy puddle on the bedspread. Sure, she remembered the time she'd been intoxicated, and Russell saw her in her underwear, but that was completely different. He wasn't wearing anything beneath that towel, and the fact was painfully obvious the longer he stared at her. "I'm glad to see you're awake." He finally broke the silence, his gaze never leaving hers. Alice, however, finally came to her senses. She looked away, her cheeks flaming. Bloody hell, she'd been all but devouring the man with her eyes. Yes, sorry. I'll just go so you can get dressed." "Don't bother," he replied succinctly, without the slightest trace of embarrassment. "I'll just throw something on, and then we can get some lunch for you." Before Alice could protest, the man turned from her and dropped his towel, offering her a prime view of his glorious behind. Indeed, Alice didn't think she'd ever seen one so fine. She watched, transfixed, as he bent over to retrieve a set of clothing from a set of drawers built into the wall. As he pulled on a pair of jet black boxer briefs, he said something, but Alice didn't hear a single word. "Pardon?" Russell smirked at her over his shoulder. Actually smirked, damn him. He knew precisely what effect he was having on her, and it wasn't gentlemanly at all. But Alice adored it. "I asked if you wanted to change as well." If possible, Alice flushed even darker. Was that a thinly veiled invitation to get into bed with him? If so, it was unbelievably direct of him, but Alice hardly wanted to be in bed with him when she hadn't showered in a good 24 hours. "I'll change before we get to Aruba." Of course. She tried not to watch as he tugged a pair of fitted cotton slacks up his legs, but could only think about how fine his bare butt had been. Then came a t-shirt and a short-sleeved silk shirt over that. Lastly, the man smoothed his dark hair back from his face and rubbed thoughtfully at the stubble on his chin. Alice spoke before she could stop herself. "Don't shave." Russell turned to face her, and for a moment, she was sorry she hadn't taken him up on his probable offer. "Don't shave?" Gosh, she was like some young, besotted ninny. I like your stubble," she managed, somewhat embarrassedly. "I think it makes you look rather dashing." He arched a brow in surprise a moment before the man's expression became rather mischievous. Alice let out a small squeak of terror as he rounded the bed to lean over her. Instead of kissing her, however, the man only scraped his bristly chin over the sensitive skin of her jaw and bosom, eliciting an almost violent shudder of sensation from her. Alice didn't know how much longer she'd be able to handle him being so downright sensual without jumping his bones. He was certainly asking for it. "Dashing, am I?" Alice could barely manage an answer. "Yes. Quite?" "Good to know." With that, he placed a brief but very heated kiss just above her collarbone. He was obviously trying to kill her. However, instead of crawling over her like she would have liked, Russell instead straightened, reaching out to take her hand and help her to her feet. "Shall we feed you then?" She wanted to eat him, but Alice supposed she'd settle for lunch. She followed Russell back to the main cabin of the plane, where a delicious lunch had already been laid out for them. While they enjoyed the grilled salmon and vegetables with wine, Alice did her best to recover from the fire the man had set in her loins. Thankfully, their conversation was rather companionable, and instead of trying to seduce her further, Russell filled her in on the new schedule shooting and showed her some preliminary shots of the first costumes her assistants had completed. Alice pronounced them perfectly, knowing she would have to congratulate the ladies when she landed. She'd known they were great talents before she took them on, but this was just confirmation of their dedication to the project. She wouldn't be able to do it without them. True to her word, Alice took a quick shower and freshened up, changing into more climate-appropriate clothing before they disembarked. A naughty part of her hoped that Russell would walk in on her changing so they could continue their dialogue from earlier, but she wasn't so lucky. Instead, she made her way back to her seat for the landing, and within half an hour they disembarked out into glorious Aruba sunlight. Alice had visited the island a few times before, but she couldn't recall the last time she'd actually been to the beach. She'd been so busy with work lately that finding time to get there was close to impossible. Of course, she was in Aruba for work as well. That much was made apparent the moment they got off the plane. Lemmy was at the airport making sure that all his crew made it in okay, and Alice was glad that he at least had the decency to look abashed at having forgotten to tell her about the relocation. "Alice, so glad you could make it." He wrung her hand so hard Alice thought he might be trying to have it off, until Russell came between them with a winning smile. "Almost left her in the dust, Lemmy. No gratitude needed." "Yeah, sorry about that, Russell. It won't be the first time you've saved my butt." With a guilty grin, he took Alice's arm firmly to lead her through the airport. "You guys are the last to arrive, so you'll be the first to get the overview." Alice was gladder than ever that she slept on the plane. It looked like she wasn't even going to get a moment's reprieve. Lemmy began to talk on their way to the front entrance, and didn't stop until they arrived at the shooting location more than an hour later. It was, Alice realized, a very nice setup. They had rented out the entirety of an exclusive resort for the 2-week time frame, and everyone got their own room. Of course, the president's suite was given to the main actors, who had the nicest suites, but her accommodations weren't bad either. Though Lemmy had requested her presence at a meeting for all the department heads in the lobby, she couldn't help but take a moment to revel in the luxury of her room. She had a beachfront suite with its own kitchenette, sitting room and lovely bathroom with a large soaking tub. But the best part, without question, was the view. From the small balcony outside the third-floor room, she could see the ocean stretched out before her. Though she knew she would be fairly busy working, Alice couldn't help but hope that she got to use the swimsuits Russell packed for her at least once. She slipped into a pair of sandals and put her hair up before getting ready to leave the calm oasis of her room. Once she slipped outside, however, she almost immediately ran into Russell. Alice jumped, startled by his presence in the hallway, and he chuckled softly. "My apologies. I didn't mean to scare you, Alice." He almost certainly did, and putting her hands on her ample hips, Alice merely shot him a skeptical look. "You could have just knocked. I didn't want to disturb you." As far as Alice was concerned, he was welcome to disturb her anytime he liked, but she wouldn't tell him that literally. "Are you going to the meeting in the lobby?" She decided instead to change the subject. After all, the last thing she wanted at this juncture was to arrive at the meeting with uncomfortably slick panties. "I'm attending in Regina's place. She's professing she needs to get at least a few hours of beauty sleep before they start shooting this afternoon." Alice merely rolled her eyes. "How do you deal with all that diva behavior? I'd have slapped the dickens out of some of them by now." Russell merely smiled charmingly. "They're my livelihood. I think I can deal with a few tantrums when I take that into consideration." She supposed he had a point. "You're more patient than I give you credit for." With that, she turned to begin down the hall, trusting that Russell would follow her. And he did, without question. He had certainly done a 180 while they'd been away. Alice only made it about 10 steps when Russell twined his arm around hers, curbing her pace slightly. In a rush to get to one of Lemmy's notoriously boring meetings? Alice hid her smile. You, more than anyone else, should understand the need for professionalism here, Russell. It's my first film. I'm not an old hat like you. He arched a brow almost imperiously. Are you calling me old? This time Alice couldn't hide her coy grin. Well, you are what? 11 years older than me? To her surprise, the man growled, actually growled in reproach. There are some situations in which that 11 years makes all the difference, I assure you. Bloody hell. She was going to embarrass herself at the meeting. Alice gave the man a sideways look of warning. You are being forward today, Mr. Darwell. To what do I owe the pleasure? In response, Russell simply tugged her more flesh against his side, murmuring lowly in her ear. I missed you. Alice's knees went shaky, and she had to break out of his embrace before she lost her footing entirely. Giving the man a warning look, she hurried in front of him. Even so, she could all but feel him grinning at the roundness of her behind. Good Lord, he was suddenly lecherous, and she had to tell herself that being affronted would do absolutely no good. Especially when she liked this side of him. Somehow, they managed to reach the lobby without incident, but then Alice had to deal with Russell taking the empty seat beside her. She did her best to pay attention to Lemmy's long-winded explanation of how he wanted the individual cogs of the production crew to work together. However, all she could feel was Russell's fingers brushing over her unusually sensitive forearm. He wasn't touching her anywhere overtly sensual, but she still felt as if he might as well have had his hand down the front of her dress. Thankfully, Lemmy didn't go into anything he hadn't briefed them on in the car, and as soon as he was finished, Alice all but fled, declining to listen to the dialogue that followed. Russell watched her leave, his expression oddly longing, and Alice found herself grateful that she would be working for the next 12 hours straight. Heaven forbid that she found herself in some compromising position with Russell when she was supposed to be working. She didn't know if she could bear the embarrassment. Damn, the man for suddenly tempting her on a level he never had. Alice hurried to the conference room that had been designated for costumes and was greeted by her assistants Sophie and Mariah, who were overjoyed to see her. Alice didn't waste any time in praising them for the amazing job they'd done when she was in England, before they began working on some of the more elaborate pieces for later shooting. Once she had the fabric in her hand and a sewing machine whirring, Alice completely lost all track of time. Sophie, Mariah, and Sophie were working off designs she had completed before she left for the UK, and with assistants like her, the work went by in a snap. In a few hours, they were piecing together gorgeous dresses and working with approved designs from Lemmy's Black Book when they returned to LA. Sophie put on music and proceeded to put on a show, dancing around the room as she worked. All in all, they had a very productive afternoon and only stopped working when they realized that it was past 8 o'clock. Once they put all their supplies away and handed all the costumes they'd competed over to wardrobe and makeup, they went to one of the hotel's 3 fine dining facilities and had an excellent dinner with 2 bottles of wine between the 3 of them. Alice ended up feeling suitably happy, but nowhere near completely intoxicated. She made her way back to her room with a smile on her face, letting herself in. She was determined to take a long, relaxing bath and work on some correspondence for her brand before she got to sleep. She could only hope that traveling again, right after she'd returned, did at least a little to alleviate her jet lag. When Alice turned on the light, however, she bit back a yelp of surprise. Russell was sitting in an armchair in the sitting area, obviously waiting for her, and she immediately scowled at him. What the bloody hell are you doing in here? At her obvious reservation, his expression turned to one of concern. The maid let me in. I meant no affront. Before she could begin to protest, he stood. I can leave if you're busy. Damn him. No, don't. Alice caught him by the arm before he could get far, and he looked down at her in inquiry, making her blush. I mean, it's fine. You just startled me, is all. For the second time today. She released him quickly, making her way to the minibar to pour herself a cranberry juice. Would you like anything to drink? Just water, please. Alice poured it for him, slipping off the sweater she'd been wearing since the evening turned cool. I'm going to run a bath. Feel free to make yourself comfortable. She sipped at her cranberry juice, considering her collection of nightgowns, until Russell's reply nearly made her choke. I suppose there's no way I could convince you to let me join you. He probably expected her to splutter, bluster, and glare at him again, but Alice decided that she wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Instead, she merely retained her composure, taking another sip of her juice with a jovial smile. She was perhaps just tipsy enough that she didn't think Russell could overwhelm her anymore. You should be so lucky. With a wink, she slung her nightgown over her shoulder and flounced into the bathroom. For a moment, she couldn't help but admire the large jacuzzi tub that served as the centerpiece. Then she began to run the water, adding some dried rose petals she'd brought with her, along with some of the resort's body wash. As she waited for the tub to fill, she washed her face clean of any vestige of makeup that hadn't faded through the day, and brushed the tangles from her hair before pinning it up once more. By the time she was done with her beauty routine, the water was steaming and perfect. Alice slipped out of her clothes and into the bath with a long sigh of contentment. There was nothing she enjoyed quite so much as a hot bath, with bubbles up to her neck. It was the perfect way to unwind after a long day. She had left the door to the bathroom cracked, and considering Russell's silence, Alice wondered if he might have fallen asleep in his chair. They had a very long day, and she was slightly drowsy, but then again, that might be the 3 glasses of wine talking. Alice had nearly dozed off herself, when the sound of the bathroom door creaking open caught her attention. She came upright slowly, just in time to see Russell making his way across the bathroom to the tub. She was sure she looked completely and totally flummoxed, and the man merely chuckled lowly. Don't worry. I won't be getting in with you. No means no. That said, he sat on the edge of the tub, giving her a long once-over that heated her better than the bath ever could. Long day. Did he expect her to be able to bathe when he was staring at her like that? Thankfully, the mass of bubbles on the surface of the water shielded all her delicate bits from his view, but the bubbles weren't permanent. They would eventually dissipate, and when they did, well, Alice wasn't too sure she would be as upset as she'd like. Terribly. She was smiling. She couldn't help it. It had been ages since she'd played such an alluring game of cat and mouse. You? Something like that. He ran a hand through his glorious mane before sighing. Regina was insufferable. And David decided to pop in and dump his complaints on me as well, even though there was little I could do. I'm inclined to believe that his agent merely sits on her ass all day. I wouldn't be surprised. Not everyone is as patient as you. Alice shifted in the bath, crossing her arms somewhat self-consciously over body. Noticing, Russell arched a brow. If you'd like me to leave. I wouldn't, Alice cut him off quickly, aware that her face was flushed. It wasn't like her to be embarrassed about her body, but having seen Russell's, she couldn't help but wonder what he might think of her wobbly bits. She wasn't a large girl by any stretch of the imagination, but she wasn't perfectly tight and toned either. Not like him. You know, you're suddenly incredibly forward. In her own defense, she abruptly changed the subject. Before, I thought you were a gentleman of the highest caliber. Now, I'm not so sure. At her comment, Russell's smile was slow and positively wicked. Miss Tate, I assure you that I won't do anything you don't absolutely approve of. All you have to do is say the word. Alice frowned. Despite the fact that this behavior had gone on all day, she was still having trouble comprehending it. Or, for that matter, why Russell had changed so abruptly. Certainly, he told her he missed her, but was just missing her an excuse for tempting her so. Alice was just inebriated enough to ask him. What on earth has gotten into you all of a sudden? Cocking her head, she stared up at him boldly. Until I left, you couldn't decide whether you wanted me or not, and now all of a sudden, there's this overt desire. Do you know how much you've tortured me over the last few months? Not that she was saying too much, but for the life of her, Alice couldn't silence herself. You're hot and cold, then all over the place. You insult me, you praise me, and you make me feel outside of myself. I'm drawn to you, but you're so bloody detached." Russell merely looked down at her raptly, clearly listening, and she continued. "Maybe." Alice laughed as she spilled to both herself and the man beside her. "Maybe that's why I like you. You put yourself apart from everything and everyone, a loner. I'm a bit of a loner myself. No matter what I do, I simply don't seem to be interested in any man put before me. I might last a few weeks at the very most, but ultimately I find myself running away. I'm far more comfortable in my office or at a family function than I am out with men. I'm pathetic." To her embarrassment, Alice found herself tearing up slightly. "Why is it so damned hard for me? My brother is happily settled down, a new father with a wife and daughter he adores. Even his ridiculously insufferable best mate got hitched almost 2 years ago. His wife is the only one who can make him behave, and I swear, every time I see her smile at him, my heart swells and I'm so bloody envious. Everything came so naturally for them, and I'm going to end up a bloody spinster." Finally, she fell silent, caught between embarrassment and completely unnecessary self-pity. While it felt good to vent the issues that had been plaguing her for what seemed like an eternity, Alice knew she was an idiot for doing so in front of Russell. If anything, he would think her off her rocker and go running for the hills. Or so she thought. As of yet, Russell hadn't moved. Instead, he was gazing at her with an oddly sympathetic look. Alice immediately dashed her tears away from under his scrutiny, trying to regain her composure. "Oh, never mind. Don't look at me like that, Russell Darwell," she warned him, her voice trembling slightly. "Don't you dare." When he unexpectedly reached for her, Alice flinched slightly. Russell, however, only used his thumb to wipe away the tears tracking down her cheeks. His blue eyes were filled with empathy, and Alice's breath caught in her throat at one of the only true flashes of emotion she'd seen from him. "Alice, you have utterly no reason to be disheartened." Her eyes immediately shot wide at his low but firm profession. "You're a gorgeously beautiful, successful woman, with her entire life ahead of her." His hand shifted slightly to stroke a few stray strands of dark hair from where they had escaped her loose updo. "If no man can keep your interest, it's because he's not worthy of you. If you don't want to spend time around him, he's not what you need. No doubt you will love more than one man in your life, but a woman as sure as herself as you can't give her heart to just anyone. Of course, that means a lot of waiting. But in my opinion, women are like fine wine, they only get better with age. I can imagine that will be especially true of you, darling." As he stroked over her jaw, Alice swallowed thickly. It wasn't fair that he knew exactly what to say to soothe her. He spoke of her like she was a paradigm of femininity, but in reality, Alice still felt like a child sometimes. The only things she could be truly serious about were her work and her family. When it came to anything else, she felt hopelessly inept. How on earth could Russell think so much of her? And how the bloody hell was it possible to want one man so much? Of course, he kissed her. Despite the fact that she was soaked, Alice clung to him desperately. His mouth was like nirvana, and the moment his tongue slid against the seam of her lips, she allowed him entry. What else could she do? Alice drowned on him, taking no notice when her hair tumbled down into the bathwater. In fact, she might not have noticed if the hotel started crumbling around them. She was completely absorbed in the man that held her. In fact, she only relinquished his mouth when he moved downward to begin kissing intoxicatingly over her throat. Alice whimpered softly, her hands wetting his shirt clean through until the man did something utterly crazy. He climbed into the tub, shirt, slacks, socks and all. Alice found herself laughing breathlessly, as water splashed messily over the edges of the tub to coat the floor. "Russell, you'll ruin your clothes." "I don't give a damn," he murmured huskily against her collarbone. Alice gasped, and her bare legs seemed to wrap around the man's waist of their own accord. When Russell kissed her again, however, she tasted soap and realized, not for the first time, that the man was still entirely clothed. And covered with bubbles to boot. A little while later. The dark-haired man merely grinned, sliding back into bed with her and tugging the coverlet, the only dry part of the bed, over them. Alice sighed, nestling against him as he drew her back against his chest. Alice realized she would have to work on her stamina to keep up with him. "I didn't hurt you, did I?" At Russell's low murmur between lingering kisses to her shoulder blade, Alice merely sighed contentedly. "I don't think you could if you tried, Russell." That was delightful. Reaching up, she stroked his jaw fondly, reveling in the feel of the rough stubble there. "But I think I need a nap before we continue." Even as she said it, she began to drift off. She couldn't remember the last time she felt so content. Russell's strong arm around her waist was supportive and reassuring, his breath against her shoulder comforting. Was it so wrong? She wondered if this felt so right.
Chapter 6. Change.
She was happy, that much was easy to see. And it was good to see her happy, considering that he didn't like to take his eyes off her. Russell knew that he was supposed to be working, but since he and Alice started sleeping together, he was plagued by thoughts of her more than ever. And it wasn't just the intimacy. Of course, the intimacy was phenomenal. Alice was endearingly versatile. Sometimes she demanded Russell to be rough with her, and other times he brought her to tears with a slower, tenderer pace. He was getting in over his head, he knew. As much as he liked Alice, the feelings he developed for her caused him more emotional turmoil than she could imagine. But Russell told himself, what was between them had nothing to do with his past, and it wouldn't do to go dragging the past into things. He needed to keep it as simple as possible. Even if he'd already complicated things of his own volition. Their first few days in Aruba were a flurry of activity. Though Russell would have liked to spend the morning lingering in bed with Alice, when he woke, she was already gone. He heard the shower running, and waited for one last glimpse of her coming out of the shower before he rose himself. Even though Alice cited an emergency that demanded her immediate attention, Russell still managed to coax a hungry, lingering kiss from her before she left. Every time he saw her thereafter, he couldn't help but smile. Of course, Russell was a man who had always given up his smile freely, but there was never so much emotion behind it as there was with Alice. When he saw her, she didn't even have to be looking at him. He couldn't help but grin, and he was sure everyone who saw him thought he was a lovesick fool. But this wasn't love. It couldn't be. To admit otherwise would mean coming to terms with issues he chose to bury rather than deal with, and Russell wasn't ready for that. He didn't know if he would ever be ready for that. Simple had always been the name of the game for him. But he couldn't deny that when he saw Alice, a large part of him longed for something more. She was the kind of woman who knew herself, who was successful in her own right and knew how valuable she was. She was an ethereal beauty and a kind soul, far too kind for him, really. But Russell couldn't help but be drawn to her. The problem was simply that he didn't know if he was capable of opening up to a woman the way Alice deserved. He'd spent the last 12 years of his life telling himself that he would be everything women could want from him: charming, rich, suave, debonair. He would respect them and treat them well, but he would respect himself more by never allowing himself to fully commit. Who the bloody hell would he be, to only give a woman half of him? Or a quarter? No one in their right mind would accept that. But Alice hadn't pushed him. She never pushed him, and that was the beauty of the thing. Perversely, it was that very fact that made Russell want her all the more. Though the shooting schedule was busy, and Regina made a number of insane demands that had him wondering if she was trying specifically to punish him, work usually ended around 8 every evening. Which meant they had a certain amount of free time. Russell always found Alice lingering in her makeshift workspace. He always liked to take a few extra minutes to watch her when she thought he wasn't looking. It was fascinating to watch Alice at work, bent over a sewing machine, with an intense look of concentration on her face. Sometimes she worked freehand with designs, drawing on fabric, before gazing longingly at the pieces as if she could see exactly what they would look like when they came together. Which, Russell had to remind himself, she almost certainly could. She looked at fabrics, needles, and numerous sketches almost as lovingly as she looked at pictures of her niece on her phone, which Russell found her looking at whenever she could. Alice, he realized, was completely unlike him in that she had a powerful capacity to love. She told him that she had never found the right man, but in reality the right man had never appeared to her. Was it supposed to shock him that Alice had high standards? There were many women he met who had such standards needlessly. They wanted a perfect man when they themselves had no idea who they were. Alice was the exact opposite. She knew exactly what she wanted, but was afraid she'd never find it. It was no wonder no man ever measured up to what she wanted. Pleasing Alice Tate would no doubt be a tall order, one he wished he could fulfill. On the fourth morning of their stay, Russell forced himself to slip from bed and go down to the main desk to take his messages. His mind was still on the woman asleep waiting for him, as he flipped through the several notes that demanded his attention, when one in particular gave him pause. It was a British number, and not his family's. The name of the contact was Michael Tate. Russell immediately arched a brow in curiosity. Michael Tate was Alice's older brother. Why in the world would he have been trying to contact him? Of course, off the bat, he could only think of one true justification, and it didn't bode well for him. If Michael was planning to lay into him for pursuing or abusing his younger sister, Russell couldn't believe that Alice knew about it. She didn't seem like the kind of woman who relied on her elder brother to protect her. If anything, Russell could see her browbeating Michael for attempting to insert himself into her business. But that didn't mean he wouldn't call Lord Michael Tate to have a man-to-man with him. Russell checked the rest of his messages before thanking and tipping the girl behind the desk. Then, he headed to the veranda outside of one of the resort's hotels to make the call. Though he was almost certain that Tate didn't know his personal number, he answered on the second ring. "Hello? Lord Michael Tate?" Russell inquired levelly. "This is Russell Darwell. You asked me to call you?" At the title he hadn't heard in a long time, Russell sighed. "Lord Russell Darwell. Isn't it?" "Hardly," he replied levelly. "I gave up my title when I left England. Now the right is my younger half-brother's to claim." "How terribly convenient for you." At Michael's acerbic tone, Russell re-evaluated the way he planned to approach this conversation. It was obvious that Tate was angry with him. He could only imagine how angry he was, assuming that Alice had told her brother of his behavior the last time she visited him. If that was the case, then Russell deserved the brunt of his fury. What he did not deserve, however, was to have his opinion ignored completely. After all, he could have chosen not to return Michael's call. But he had never been the cowardly type. "Lord Tate, to what do I owe the honor of your conversation?" When he replied, Lord Michael didn't mince words. "I want to know exactly what your intentions are with my sister, Darwell. When she last came to Britain, she was torn to pieces because of your behavior, and now I see tabloid covers that you two are frolicking in Aruba. I would like to thank you kindly for not toying with my sister's emotions. She's not some idiotic fan hanging on your coattails. She's a successful woman in her own right. Lord Tate, I think you misunderstand the situation. Alice was almost 30 years old, and Michael older than that. Wasn't it a bit late for him to be hovering over her? Especially from half a world away? Alice and I are both consenting adults. I'm not physically harming her, and I have no intent to hurt her. That taken into account, I think it might be better if you stop trying to parent her." His words were brusque but not unkind. He had, after all, always been the direct type, especially when it came to other men of the station. Michael's reaction was predictable. "Listen to me, you bloody cad," he sniped aggressively. "Alice is my sister. My only sister. I'm not parenting her. I'm merely looking out for her welfare. Considering the long trail of heartsick women in your wake, I'd prefer my sister not to go the same way if she can help it. Admit it, you've no real feelings for her. She's just another way for you to amuse yourself. Well, it seemed Michael didn't mince his words either. That was perfectly fine with Russell. He had never raised his voice in a battle of wits, and he didn't intend to start now. Lord Tate, how would Alice feel if she knew about this phone call? There was immediate silence from the other end of the line, and Russell knew he'd struck a nerve. Despite Michael insisting that he did not have any feelings for Alice, Russell liked to think he knew her very well. In the little time they'd spent together, he was very cognizant of her passions, her likes and dislikes. He knew how quick her temper was, and how acerbic her tongue could be. More than anything, Alice didn't like people meddling in affairs she was certain she could handle herself. I mean you no offense, Russell went on carefully. I just mean to remind you that Alice is a grown woman. She can make her own decisions. Quite honestly, I intend to give her whatever she wants if it is within my power to give. She is a very singular woman, both gorgeous and talented, and she deserves a man who will worship her. One day, Russell hoped, she would marry such a man after he showed her what such relationships could be like. I suggest you speak to Alice if you want to know how our relations are. At the moment, I can tell you with complete honesty that she is happy. And I would like for things to remain that way. Yes, but for how long? To his surprise, Michael's words sounded somewhat pleading. Darwell, I think you underestimate just how much Alice fancies you. She'd never paid a man this much attention in her life, let alone ask me for advice about one. Just so you know, I advised her against seeing you again after she left Britain. Of course he had. Any sane man would, considering the way he had left her in the LA airport. But things have changed since then. Michael, it's lovely that you care for Alice as much as you do. In fact, I find it so lovely that I won't tell her this call has taken place on one condition. And what is that? Michael's voice was all but a snarl. Russell took a deep breath. That you continue to watch and see what happens between us, before you judge me so completely. Is that acceptable? There was another moment of stunned silence before Michael finally replied curtly. Fine. But know this, Darwell. If you hurt her, I'll personally cross the Atlantic to wring your neck. Before Russell could reply to the threat, the sharp cry of an infant sounded in the background, and his eyes widened in surprise. Goodbye, Darwell. Michael ended the conversation curtly. I'll be watching you. The baby's cry was cut off curtly as the connection closed. For a long moment, Russell merely stared at his cell in disbelief. Then he remembered Alice had gone home to celebrate the birth of her niece. Michael was a father to a baby girl. A sudden pang in his gut caught him completely off guard. He'd never really considered having children. Of course, when he'd still been heir to the Darwell name, his mother had told him it would be nice if he had them eventually, but he was lucky she'd never pressured him. Since he moved to the U.S., Russell had done his very best to avoid children. Though he liked women immensely, he didn't want to be roped into a lifetime relationship with one simply because he'd failed to be careful. That would be embarrassing indeed. But now, for the first time since he had properly started his career, Russell wondered what it might be like to have kids. A son or daughter that looked half like him and half like someone else. It wasn't the worst thought. Though his child would inherit no titles, it was nice to imagine that he'd inherit Russell's traits, along with those of his partner. Wide eyes, dark hair, and an adorable smile. Along with that, he found that, with the right woman in his mind's eye, he didn't care so terribly much about imagining the mother of his child. Raven's hair was mussed from lack of sleep, and her blue eyes were utterly imbued with pure love as she rocked in a chair, their child clutched to her breast. The mental image made his heart fill more than it properly should, and Russell found his face flushing darkly. What the bloody hell was the matter with him? He was never going to have children, and he certainly wasn't going to have them with Alice. As he just told her brother, she deserved a man who would pamper her and treat her well, a man who could offer her a real commitment. Russell would never commit. No matter how much he felt for a woman, that much was impossible. In his mind, he still had his dues to pay to the one woman he'd failed, Amy. "What on earth are you doing out here?" At Alice's sudden dulcet tones, Russell whirled to see her standing before him. She looked absolutely enchanting in her crimson sundress and black sun hat shielding her face. Her dark waves tumbled down her back in grand profusion, and he wanted nothing more than to take her back to bed. But it was time for another work day. "I was taking a few calls." With an enchanting smile, she glided into his arms, placing a heated kiss on his lips. The woman was a bloody flirt if he'd ever known one. She was out to torture him. "Good calls, I hope." "Or calls." He chuckled, clutching her close to him. By this point, he was sure half of Lemmy's staff knew that they were involved. Though Russell had almost always endeavored not to mix work and pleasure with Alice, things were different. In a certain sense, she was his coworker, but he'd be damned if that stopped him from being in her bed. "Those must be the best kind for you." She parted from him only reluctantly to take a bite of the pistachio croissant she'd snatched from the breakfast bar. "You know," she eyed him invitingly through thick lashes, "I've been given tomorrow afternoon off. We could go on a day trip if you like." Russell would most certainly like it. Despite his patience, he'd had about all of Regina that he could thoroughly handle in the last few days. If he had to spend another day with her, she might be in mortal danger. And where would this day trip be to? Alice shrugged. "Somewhere close on the island. I could finally make some use of that swimsuit, and we could be alone for a few hours." Dear Lord, when she was around, he felt like an idiotic teenage boy. He had to fight the impulse to do whatever she wanted of him. But a day trip couldn't hurt. "Sounds like a plan." She beamed at him, and for a moment Russell was all but blinded by the brightness of her smile. "Brilliant. I'll come to your room to find you around 1 in the afternoon." Looking forward to it. And he was. Probably much more than he should be. But that he would never admit. Shortly thereafter, Alice set off to her workshop, and Russell went off to consult with Lemmy about one of Regina's racier scenes. The first time she tried to negotiate for more money over a racy scene, she won unequivocally. But by now Lemmy knew her game. He wanted to aggressively negotiate. Which meant he was in for one of the man's aggravatingly long meetings. At least, Russell told himself, he had tomorrow's outing with Alice to look forward to. The negotiations actually ended up going late into the night, and by the time they were finally over, it was close to 11 o'clock. Russell wished that Lemmy would keep the same hours as normal people and give him the opportunity to do the same, but by the time he reached Alice's room, she wasn't present either. There was a note for him on the bed informing him that she'd gone out with her 2 assistants, and not to wait up for her. For some reason, the word sent a pang of longing through him. It wasn't as if she wasn't allowed to have her own plans. That wasn't it at all. It was merely that he found himself missing her every moment that he didn't spend with her. Bloody hell, Alice Tate had gotten under his skin. To the point where even his own developing feelings, hell, the woman's own older brother, couldn't make him see the light of day. If she were any other person, Russell would have long suggested that they go their separate ways. He would have stuck to his guns and ignored the temptation to get close to her. Now, despite the calm conversation he'd had with Michael Tate, Russell was anything but calm when it came to Alice. He had no idea what he was going to do about things between them. He enjoyed her company, enjoyed her intelligence, and most of all, he adored her drive. Eventually, they would have to part simply because he didn't want to hurt her, but Russell didn't see why it had to be any time soon, as long as each of them understood what was between them. And what was between them? The question made him groan as he entered her bathroom to look over the things Alice left on the sink. The items that Alice carried with her were a reflection of who she was: Tom Ford's black orchid perfume, an expensive ceramic flat iron, green tea blotting papers, and a few mints. Beyond that, her makeup bag was open with an amalgamation of products he had no idea what to label, and a scant pair of her underwear was tossed on the counter, making him swallow thickly. He could very well drown in her, if he let himself. But he wouldn't let himself, would he? Picking up her perfume, Russell inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he remembered what it was like to be skin to skin with her. It had barely been 15 hours since she'd been in his arms, and yet he was all but pining for her. This wouldn't do at all. Russell made the quick decision to hop into the shower, and once he had, he slid between the sheets and willed himself to sleep. If he told himself he was waiting for Alice, he'd be up half the night, thinking thoughts that he had no business contemplating. Even as he told himself this, Russell began to drift off. He woke a few hours later to the sight of Alice shedding a skin-tight navy shift not 3 feet away from him. He was instantly awake, watching hungrily as she peeled the tight fabric over her luscious body. She was wearing a set of lacy forest green-colored lingerie that cupped and supported her in all the right places. From his vantage point, Russell could see the small bruises, kisses, and bite marks he'd left on her over the past few days. When she reached back to undo her bra, he touched the clasp before she could, making her jump. "Bloody hell, Russell. You scared me." Even as she exclaimed the words, he was pulling her into bed with him. He expected that she might have had a lot to drink with her girlfriends, going to a party where there might be other men. But Alice's gaze wasn't muddled with alcohol or anything else. If anything, she simply looked a bit tired. And breathtakingly beautiful. "Have a good time, did you?" he murmured against her mouth, kissing her leisurely. Russell didn't stop until Alice was completely breathless. He would make sure that she thought twice about going directly to sleep, no matter the hour. "We practically had to carry Mariah back to her room. Poor thing, she takes any excuse to cut loose very literally." Russell chuckled lowly against her neck, amused at the thought of the tiny blonde tottering into things. "Very kind of you. Well, a shepherdess must tend to her flock." Alice wrapped her arms around him, sighing as he began to kiss over the line where her neck met her shoulder. "Aren't you tired? It's close to 2 a.m., and we have to get up early tomorrow." "How the bloody hell am I supposed to be tired with you in my arms?" He groaned lowly against her skin, making her shudder. "You're more potent than coffee, Alice." "Better be careful, Mr. Darwell." Alice laughed softly as he bit at her collarbone. "All your compliments might go to my head." "I certainly hope so." And she would especially remember how much pleasure he brought her. After a while, Alice laughed softly against his collarbone, before placing a gentle heart-stopping kiss there that sent warmth through his body. "Sleep then. You might hate me in the morning." Hate her? Once Russell thought he might be able to. Just after they met, Alice had driven him almost crazy. When he barely knew her, and all he could do was think about the way she smiled, the way she smelled, and the way she laughed, he thought he could grow to hate a woman who had so instantly won his interest. But now Russell knew different. He could never hate Alice Tate, even if she might very well be his undoing. When the next day dawned bright and sunny, Russell woke to an empty bed. He, however, had no time to feel bereft. Instead, he had a meeting with Regina, and he wasn't looking forward to telling her the previous night's negotiations hadn't exactly gone in her favor. The memory that he had an afternoon trek planned with Alice, however, buoyed his mood. Russell was humming a ditty even he didn't know the words to, as he headed towards Regina's suite, and despite the fact that she wasn't happy with the news he brought, he still had a smile on his face as he left. All that remained was a quick lunch and a shower, and then Alice was his for the rest of the evening. Nothing could break his mood, or so he thought. When Alice sent him a text to meet her in front of the hotel, he was only too happy to oblige. Freshly showered and shaved, he wondered blithely if she would like his newly shaven jaw as much as she liked the stubbly one. The thought, however, caught him completely off guard. Russell stared at himself in the mirror. How long had it been since he considered what a woman thought of his appearance before he himself? He didn't think that had ever happened. At least, not that he could remember. He contemplated, as he headed down the hall towards the lobby. By then his smile had changed to a contemplative frown, one that he reminded himself to work on before he saw Alice. When he emerged into the afternoon sunshine, however, The sight of her at the curb next to a loudly rumbling motorbike stopped him in his tracks. He was almost immediately forced back to his past. Blood. Blood everywhere. It was streaked across the street from the site where they crashed all the way across the intersection. Amy was covered in it, and Russell didn't know if it was his or hers. The car had come out of nowhere. One second the road had been clear, and the next, his head still rang from the impact, and Amy, her normally brilliant red locks were now colored with a much deeper crimson. And she wasn't moving. Russell. He was yanked back to the present, to the sound of Alice's worried voice calling him. In a trice, Russell realized what had happened, and his frown only deepened as Alice hurried up the staircase to him, her hair windswept and her expression concerned. "Russell, are you all right? What is it?" He didn't mince his words when answering her. "I don't like motorbikes." His words were deadpan and utterly serious. Alice's eyes widened as she looked from him to the two waiting drivers at the foot of the steps. "You don't? I mean," she glanced up the road that wound away from the resort into the distance. "I thought that maybe we could take a ride to a more secluded spot. There are roads on the islands that cars can't get to, and I was hoping." "No motorbikes." His tone was cold and abrupt, clearly startling the woman before him. Even if she'd meant well, Russell couldn't help the reaction the bikes elicited from him, the memories they brought back. He'd rather die than ever mount up again. Of course there was no way Alice could have known that. Yet here he was, being brusque and cruel to her instead of justifying himself. Alice, he knew, could never know of his past. All she needed to know was that he had an aversion to certain methods of travel, and that he didn't want to talk about it. "Oh well, all right." Alice was visibly deflated, and Russell immediately felt bad for being so curt with her, but he couldn't get his mouth to utter a word of comfort. If he did, that might lead to a conversation he was unwilling to have. Alice didn't need for him to burden her with his issues. She had plenty of her own. That, and Russell hadn't forgotten what he told her brother. He wanted Alice to be happy. If she was going to remain happy, the less she knew about him, the better. "I suppose we could just hire a car to take us to a private beach if there's one nearby." This time when she smiled at him, the gesture didn't quite reach her eyes. Russell knew that he had startled her, that she had to be wondering where his reaction had come from. "That would be lovely, yes." He did his best to cut the tension with a charming smile, but it wasn't the same carefree gesture he had offered her for the past few days. This one felt far too much like all the hollow smiles he'd given to women before her, for his comfort. The discovery should have pleased him, and it might have if only he'd managed it a month ago. Now things were different. With a small nod, Alice paid the motorcyclists for their time before sending them off. As she made her way back to the front desk to reserve a car for them, Russell could sense how much the atmosphere had changed. Though they had yet to go anywhere, their afternoon had already lost its light-heartedness. Of course, they didn't have a bad time together. They ended up spending a pretty penny to go to a lovely private beach on the other side of the island, where they had a picnic with amazing wines, decadent breads, and luscious cheeses. Russell got to see Alice in a bikini as he had so longed for, and as he watched her frolic among the waves, he wondered for the second time in the past week, how long would things between them last? Technically, they weren't even involved in a relationship. There was no label on their status with one another. They could part ways at any given moment with no repercussions, or so he liked to think. The truth was that Russell knew better. He had hopelessly entangled himself with Alice Tate the moment he allowed himself to go to her, knowing how dangerous she was to him. But more than wanting her, Russell almost wanted to give her the things he had given no woman since the first. He wanted her to know him like no other woman had ever known him. He reveled in the possibility that there was enough chemistry between them that he could see things. He could see things he had never before considered. A future, a child. Russell wasn't sure whether he should be confused or merely enjoy things while they lasted. He was fairly certain that a time would come when Alice realized that there was only so much he could give. Then she would be finished with him. For the first time in his life, the thought brought him no pleasure. Though the trip to Aruba was lovely when she could find a moment to catch her breath, Alice worked as hard as Lemmy had promised and more. In her opinion, she earned every cent of her paycheck and then some, and all the while she got to treat Russell Darwell as her romantic partner. In truth, sleeping with Russell was a mixed bag of emotions. The man was absolutely heavenly in the actual act, but afterwards Alice noticed more and more how little she knew about him. Of course, she knew the essentials and what he told her during their time together, but when it came to getting to know the man beneath the mask, she wasn't particularly well versed. But that didn't make her unique. Whenever she had a moment to do so, Alice liked to speak to the other big wigs on the set in an attempt to find out more about the real Russell. Apparently, there wasn't much to know. As she'd been told before, it was apparent that Russell didn't like to get close to anyone. He was cordial, polite, and certainly handsome. That was what everyone loved about him. He treated everyone equally, no matter what position they held on the staff, and that, of course, was admirable. But when she sought out sordid stories of the man's past, wanted to know who his closest friends were, and even when she further prodded Lemmy for information about his ex-girlfriends, no one knew a single thing. It was as if Russell had just appeared from nowhere to charm the pants off everyone, with no foundation at all. If Alice had known him for a shorter period of time, she might have found it eerie, but as things were, she was more determined than ever to learn all she could about the man. Unfortunately, Russell likes to talk more about her than he does himself. It was almost impossible to get him to expound on his past, even when they were lying together in post-coital bliss after they'd blown one another's minds. If anything, since the day she'd attempted to get him to go out on the motorbike with her, he'd been even more close-mouthed. Of course, he could speak for hours to her about her aspirations and dreams, about her family and what they were up to back in Britain. He wanted to hear how her work was going, and if she enjoyed the job. Alice didn't mind speaking to him about what she did on a day-to-day basis. A part of her couldn't believe that he found any of it interesting. After all, she was just blathering on and on about fabrics and measurements, until even she was tired of considering them. She prodded him gently, then a bit harder, but never pushed him to talk about himself, and Russell always gently deflected the conversation in another direction. By the time their 2 weeks in Aruba were almost up, she didn't know if things between them were clearer or even more confusing. All Alice knew was that she was inundated with work for the last few days of shooting, so much so that she and Russell barely saw any of one another. And she realized she missed him. Despite whatever tensions remained between them, in Alice's opinion, they left Aruba far before she was ready to. It was like while they were on the island, she could at least pretend they were a couple, that everything would turn out all right in the end. When they went back to LA, Alice knew that reality was sure to intervene. It started the moment they boarded the plane. Of course, this time, there was no need for a private jet. Lemmy made sure to inform her well in advance of when they were leaving, and so when the time came, Alice found that she and Russell sat nowhere near one another. It was odd to have been so close to the man, to have slept next to him and felt him inside her, only to have him barely look her way as they boarded. Alice tried to tell herself that it wasn't personal. Russell was, by nature, a private person. He didn't like to get too attached. How many times over the past 2 weeks had she told herself that? First it was fact. Then it was something she used to remind herself that she was an adult, Russell was an adult, and just because they were sleeping together didn't mean that they had to be anything serious. Then it was an excuse, and she knew it was. Though she had tried mightily not to develop any advanced feelings for Russell, the fact of the matter was that she had failed. Really, Alice admitted to herself, she might have developed feelings for him from the very start. It was the only way she might ever allow herself to chase after a man as ardently as he. And she had chased him. Oh, had she chased him? Were he any other man, Alice might be thoroughly embarrassed, but as it was Russell, she could only feel somewhat lost. What on earth was she going to do with herself? Short of reaching directly into her brain and extracting said feelings, she was going to be stuck with them. She could only hope that Russell himself didn't figure out and head for the hills. It was still painfully evident to her that the man wasn't looking for a commitment, and she wasn't about to ask him for one anytime soon, despite how much she might long for one herself. "All right there, Alice." As she was settling into her business class pod, the young woman looked up to see Russell standing over her. Try as she might, she couldn't discern whether the look in his eyes was one of genuine affection or simply the kind concern he reserved for everyone else. She gave him a half smile and somehow refrained from touching him. She wanted nothing more at that moment than to plant one on him for the whole world to see, but she somehow doubted that would please the man himself. "Fine. Ready to get back to the mainland. All this sun and surf doesn't agree with me." "I have to say that I disagree." For a brief moment, the way his gaze moved over her was reminiscent of the way he looked at her when she was wearing nothing at all, and Alice realized how desperately, terribly she wanted this man to be hers and hers alone. Biting her lip, Alice forced herself to look away from the almost painful handsomeness of his smile, buckling herself in and settling into her seat. The flight back to LA seemed to take an eternity, and when they arrived, Alice didn't linger. The last thing she wanted to do was have herself labeled as clingy. The moment she was able, she grabbed her luggage and caught a cab back home, before collapsing onto the bed and mentally berating herself. This was his apartment. The man could come and see her whenever he bloody well pleased. But Russell didn't. For the entirety of one long week after they returned, Alice didn't see him at all. He didn't call or text, and he didn't come to the apartment, which made it all the more ironic when Michael called to give her an appropriately large piece of his mind. It had been a particularly long day on set, and Alice wasn't too happy that Russell had somehow managed to avoid her in its entirety. Thanks to the rest of the crew, with whom she had become very friendly in Aruba, she knew that he was around. He simply wasn't around her. Alice was contemplating what exactly she was going to do about her feelings on the matter, when her phone rang. To be honest, she was surprised Michael hadn't called her sooner. She half expected he might want daily updates on her, after she returned from the UK. But no, he waited a good 3 weeks to contact her. And Alice soon found out why. "I was wondering when my all-knowing older brother would finally call to check up on his favorite sister." In reply, Michael only grunted like the bear he was. "You're my only sister." Bloody straight. Alice returned cheekily, unable to help the smile that spread across her face. "How's fatherhood?" Rose had, in fact, been sending her roughly 100 new pictures a week of her niece, all of which Alice had absorbed every spare second she had, not that there had been overly many. Most of her time had been consumed with either work or Russell, though at least one of those things had changed as of late. Exhausting. Victoria is simultaneously the love of my life and the bane of my existence. Alice laughed in amusement, even as the comment tugged at her heartstrings. She had no doubt that Michael was a wonderful father, but thinking of her niece at this juncture only made her wonder if she would ever have her own children. With Russell. Bloody hell, she'd absolutely lost her mind. "I'm sure things are hardly that bad." She forced her mind back to the conversation at hand. "It's all done out of love. So bad is perhaps an overstatement," Michael finally admitted after much prodding. Alice chuckled, merely shaking her head. "Perhaps I can get some vacation time again soon, so I can come and take her off your hands." "You wouldn't dare." "I absolutely would." Alice rebutted without hesitation. In fact, she'd like nothing more. Spending more time with her niece would distract her from falling in love with Russell Darwell, which she sorely needed right about now. "Well, I can only imagine that you must be doing well in the States if you'd be given leave so easily." Michael's comment obviously insinuated something he wasn't quite saying, and at the accusation he implied, Alice arched a cautious brow. "I am. I've been doing swimmingly." She supposed that was as good an answer as any, even if it was only half true. Michael merely sighed, and for a moment little more than silence passed between them. By the time her brother finally spoke, Alice had been on the cusp of demanding that he just come out with whatever it was that was bothering him. "Alice, I know about you and Darwell." The young woman suppressed a groan. That she could have guessed. Now, all she needed to do was ascertain why exactly her brother was going to come after her. Was it that she had broken her word? To protect her dignity? Of course you do. I imagine there's not a tabloid in the world that doesn't. It didn't matter where she was in the cosmos, gossip magazine reporters always flocked to her whether she saw them or not. "Alice, are you sure you know what you're doing?" At that particular question, she couldn't help but bristle somewhat. "Mike, I'm not a child." Her words came out much sharper than she'd intended, but Alice had no intention of taking them back. "As I constantly tell you, I think I'm old enough to do as I please." Her brother merely made a sound of exasperation low in his throat, one with which she was intimately familiar. "Alice, I'm not questioning your maturity. It's just, I thought you decided to stay away from Darwell. Can't you accept that I'm just worried that, well, with a man like him, you're doomed to unhappiness?" "A man like him?" Alice immediately rebutted suspiciously. "What has he done now?" "Nothing," Michael replied much too quickly for her liking. "We just know that he doesn't like to commit. He doesn't like to let anyone in. How can you be with someone you don't really know?" This was a point Alice had considered many times herself. Did she feel as if she knew Russell completely? Of course not. She knew very well that he hadn't really opened up to her. But she still had time. Maybe, just maybe. "Alice, I want to set you up with someone." At this particular proclamation, Alice's eyes widened. When Elias set her up with his realtor friend, the results had been nothing short of disastrous. She didn't think another setup was in the cards. "Michael, I don't know when I'll next be home," she did her best to reject him gently. "I don't think you should worry too much. He's an American." Her brother immediately rushed to assure her. "A construction executive, and he lives in California. He's given millions to charity, and seems like a genuinely good man." Alice swallowed thickly in trepidation. She didn't really want to go on any blind dates at the moment. She still needed time to come to terms with her feelings for Russell. Even though they weren't technically together, she somehow felt as if seeing someone else would be wrong. "Michael, I don't think right now is the best time." She struggled to find an apt reason to turn down her brother's ambitions. "I'm busy with work, I don't know if I'll have time." "But you'll have time to see Darwell, won't you?" The snipe was so completely sudden and unexpected that it caught Alice completely off guard. She didn't have time to work on her composure. Rather, her first impulse was to be affronted, and she went with it. "Why are you so bloody absorbed in who I chose to see? For the love of God, you're acting like a mother when she was trying to find you a wife. Can't you just stop meddling for once?" It was harsh. She knew that the moment the words left her lips, but Alice was tired. As much as she loved her brother, his attributing her happiness to finding the right man was indeed the equivalent of their own mother, implying he had to marry to carry on the family line. Alice didn't want to be forced into a relationship. She wanted everything to happen as organically as possible, and even if Russell wasn't the perfect boyfriend, everything that happened between them so far happened because she wanted it to, nothing more and nothing less. For now, that was enough. "Alice." When Michael spoke her name, she couldn't stop the edge of guilt that twisted into her despite her resolve. I'm not trying to control you. All I want is for you to be happy." Taking a deep breath, Alice squeezed her eyes closed. "If that's what you want, then let me make my own decisions, all right?" With that, she hung up the phone, feeling like a complete and total monster. The young woman fought the impulse to immediately call Michael back and apologize. He hadn't deserved that. Ever since they were children, they'd sworn to watch out for one another. All Michael was doing was worrying about her well-being. And she had insulted him for it. Christ, was everything in her life going wrong? Alice decided she needed a drink, preferably one that was mostly alcohol. And then she needed to sleep until she felt better, whether that meant a few hours or an entire week. Hopefully, it wouldn't be the latter. As it turned out, Alice didn't get nearly as much sleep as she would have liked. Between being up half the night wondering if her brother hated her, and getting no less than 5 calls from her assistants about various costuming concerns, she might have gotten to sleep around 3 in the morning. And then her doorbell rang at just past 8. The young woman was perfectly ready to tell whoever it was to buzz off and leave her alone, but when the bell rang again, and then a third time, she resigned herself to making a personal trip to the front door. Irate enough to destroy something fairly inexpensive, Alice yanked open her front door, and found herself completely speechless. It was Russell. She supposed she shouldn't have been so surprised, especially considering it was the second time the man had shown up at her front door unannounced, but she couldn't help it. Russell had made no attempt whatsoever to contact her for an entire week. For him to suddenly show up out of the blue, well, it was very Russell of him. Good morning." A huge yawn almost dislocated her jaw in her attempt to greet him. She would never understand how he looked so impeccable so damned early in the morning. While she herself had always been an early riser, people in the United States seemed to get started later with their days, and so she had adjusted to a schedule more convenient to days that started at 11 in the morning. And yet here Russell was, just past 8, making her want to devour him despite her inherent exhaustion. Surprisingly, the man held a huge bouquet of exquisite roses, making Alice realize that it had been half an age since a man bought her flowers of his own accord. "Good morning." She knew she should be put out over his ignoring her for a week, but somehow Alice couldn't bring herself to. Now when he was smiling tentatively at her like, her welcoming him inside could make or break his entire day. "Did you sleep well?" "Well, I was kind of still sleeping," she provided lamely, torn between making him suffer and wanting him desperately. Russell arched a brow in inquiry. "Mind if I join you?" "Oh gosh. Come in." She barely hesitated. Russell Darwell was without a doubt her greatest weakness, damn him to hell. He was an idiot. A complete and total idiot. Russell had to wonder if he would ever truly make a concrete decision. Of course, he wasn't going to try to deny to himself that the time he spent with Alice in Aruba was wonderful beyond compare. Even with all his mishaps and inconsistencies, he still managed to enjoy almost every moment he had with her, so much so that he acutely missed her presence the moment she was gone. The day they left the sun-drenched paradise country, he had a bit of a panic attack. The prospect of returning to L.A., leaving the isolated island where Alice had been his and only his, was intimidating. Really, Russell only had 2 options. He could either pretend the entire thing had never happened and return to his old ways, or he could try and go further with Alice than he had with any woman before her. Naturally, his first impulse had been the former. He had been cordial with Alice, but little beyond that on the flight back, and when they'd actually gotten back, well, he'd sequestered himself while he tried to figure out what he actually planned to do. Of course, he still worked on the same set as her. He had to see to Regina and make sure she didn't try to kill Lemmy while he wasn't looking, but other than that, Russell made a concerted effort to try to stay out of Alice's way. At least until he figured out what the hell he was doing. Russell wanted Alice more than he had ever wanted another woman. More than he had wanted anything in his life. And so, naturally, he fought his impulses. He was far from used to being so strongly drawn to a woman, and the fact that he couldn't stop thinking about her, remembering how she felt in his arms, was enough to make him worry that he was losing his sanity. But ultimately, the pull couldn't be ignored. He was, Russell knew, being a complete arsehole. After what they had shared, he at least owed Alice an explanation. The way he was going, her brother would probably have his guts for garters, and sooner rather than later. It took him about a week to come to the decision that he was going to throw all caution to the wind. It wasn't like there was even a question of another woman with Alice around. She was the only one he wanted. So why not roll with it for a while? See where life took him. He'd shut himself off from so many people for so long that he'd almost forgotten what it was like to have someone he could trust. He knew that roses weren't enough to atone for the way he'd treated Alice, but Russell hoped they might be a start. She let him in, and that was the first step. Asking if he could sleep with her was bold, but when she didn't immediately turn him down, Russell's heart was buoyed. Despite the fact that he'd obviously caught her sleeping, she looked positively radiant, her cheeks flushed with warmth, hair mussed, and nightgown just reaching her thighs. Though there was nothing he'd like more than to lift her into his arms and spirit her away to have his wicked way with her, the ball was now in her court. "Would you like some coffee?" He watched her take the roses to the sink, to clip them carefully, before putting them in an exquisite crystal vase that she just happened to have lying around. Running a hand through his hair, Russell tried to decide how best to approach this situation. It was obvious that he was on thin ice. For all he knew, one more wrong move was all it would take for Alice to be finished with him completely. Was he truly willing to risk that, even with his pride and inherent wariness over relationships? "Alice, I would like to apologize." The dark-haired woman's head popped up in obvious surprise, before her eyes narrowed in skepticism. "For what exactly?" "For everything. For dodging her when he should have been supporting her. For allowing those far beneath her to insult and ridicule her. For making love to her and then avoiding her, and for not being able to make up his mind when it came to what he wanted. For that especially, he was an insufferable cad. For not allowing myself to be with you properly." Alice stared at him as if he'd grown an extra head, and Russell took a deep breath. There was no way he was going to get out of this without explaining himself, or at least trying. "Alice, I know I'm not very good at this sort of thing." Crossing the kitchen, he took the vase from her to set it safely on the counter. "It's been a long, long while since I've felt for any woman like I feel for you, and to be honest, I'm not sure I remember how it's properly done." At that, the young woman arched a brow. "You seem to be doing all right so far." That was encouraging. "No, I haven't," he professed with a sigh. "I admit that you intimidate me." Alice's eyes widened. "Me? Intimidate you?" Disbelief was rampant in her eyes. "I have no idea how." She couldn't truly be so naive about herself. "Alice, you are honestly everything a successful man might look for in a woman. You're gorgeous, driven, well-educated, funny, and I can't help but want to put my hands on you constantly." She flushed slightly at this particular admission, but said nothing, allowing him to continue. "I've been inconsistent, and I've allowed rumors of my tendencies to make up for things I myself should explain to you. I suppose what I'm trying to say." He expelled a long breath, hoping he was going about this in the right way. "Is that I want to try something with you that I haven't tried with anyone." Alice appeared to contemplate silently for a moment before she answered him carefully. "And I'm the only woman you aspire to do this with?" Russell could have groaned aloud. He might as well shout from the rooftops that there was no other woman but her. "I haven't even been able to think about another woman since I met you. You are most definitely under my skin, Miss Tate." A slow, indulgent grin spread across her face, and Russell felt the nervousness clenching his stomach fall away. She wasn't going to banish him, and she wasn't going to turn him away. The first woman he thought to stay with in half an age had somehow forgiven him for his tomfoolery. Half of the battle was won. Now he only needs to struggle against his inner self. "So, are you going to show me how genuinely apologetic you are, Mr. Darwell?" That sounded like an invitation if he'd ever heard one, and Russell wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth. With barely any hesitation, he lifted Alice into his arms, hoisting her onto the nearest countertop as his mouth fused with hers. Though it had only been a week since he last kissed her, it felt like an eternity. Alice tasted, as she always did, of absolute heaven. And in that instant, Russell forgot all of his misgivings. He forgot that he'd once promised himself to be beholden to one woman, and one woman alone as a form of penance. He forgot everything except Alice. Alice was now a part of him, whether he liked it or not. And he would have to deal with the consequences. They didn't go to work that day or the next. Of course, this resulted in several harried calls from the movie set. Regina made a series of demands that enraged Lemmy, and Russell had to encourage him to deal with her as the director of the project, which he reminded Lemmy he was. There were no less than 5 costume mishaps, mismeasures, and one instance in which the lace of a dress actually caught on fire. But nothing Alice's assistants couldn't handle. So, Russell and Alice spent the next 2 days in the sequestered world of her apartment, and he found himself divulging more to her than he had to anyone in a long time. Of course, divulging to Russell was much less all-encompassing than it was to the average person. He didn't tell long, drawn-out stories of his youth, or have a series of deep, meaningful conversations about his outlook on life. Instead, the way he gave of himself was a little more simplistic. He talked, but not too much. He told secrets, but nothing too terribly devastating. If he was going to do this, the agent told himself, it would be better not to get ahead of himself. There was a part of him that was still nervous, that he would lummox up this entire process. But that didn't mean he didn't enjoy the 48 hours he spent with Alice alone. Unlike other women, she didn't prod him when he didn't tell her something in its entirety. She didn't complain that he must not have feelings for her, that he didn't trust her. Instead, she merely took what he gave her without complaint. Physically and emotionally. When he told her of the selfish reasons why he'd left Britain to pursue his own career, she concurred. They had both come from titles they didn't want to confine them, and they both sought something more. When he told her of overbearing, meddling siblings, of which he had 2 sets since his parents had separated long ago, Alice cited her own brother who, she told him, had an awful habit of interfering when she didn't need him to. Of course, Alice also acknowledged that Lord Michael Tate only did so because he cared about her deeply. That she could admit. It was evident Russell concurred, in the way the man had threatened him. He hadn't come over from England in person to gut him. No, instead, he merely urged him to consider what he was doing to Alice and her happiness. In the moment, Russell wondered how he might ever have contemplated anything else. Alice happy was a thing of beauty, plucked from the depths of his pleasantest dreams. She smiled and laughed. She strutted around her apartment naked despite the presence of her single man-servant. That, of course, had taken some getting used to. But eventually, Russell realized that Tom predated even him, and was perhaps the only other man to so regularly see Alice naked. Of course, Tom remained completely unmoved. In their quest to please Alice, Russell quickly ascertained they had much in common, but Tom was in her employ, while Russell was merely under her spell. For 2 blessed days, he had her all to himself. The majority of that time, they spent in bed. In that respect, they never seemed to be able to get enough of one another. There were, however, some choice moments in which they emerged for tea or meals, and he listened to Alice as much as she did to him. She had ambitions, he soon found, that branched even further than what she had already accomplished. She liked costume work, she revealed, and would be happy to continue doing it if given another opportunity. That, of course, meant she would have to split her time between costuming and her brand. But Russell already knew of several other directors who had inquired about Lemmy's costumes, meaning she would have no shortage of work if she wanted it. She, like himself, was a workaholic, passionate about what she loved. It was intoxicating to be around her. So much so that Russell found himself moving beyond his own comfort zone before their intimate time together came to a close. "I know it may be a while before we get another reprieve, Alice." They lay in bed together, his hand stroking absently over her lower back, still damp from their recent exertions, "but I wondered if you might consider another holiday with me?" Alice's dark head popped up, her expression surprised. A holiday? Where to? Though his insides churned at the idea of the step he was about to take, it was clear she was pleased. He couldn't rescind his offer now. Back to England. Alice arched a brow in inquiry. England? Yes. Russell took a steadying breath. My family is there, and yours as well, of course. You could meet my mother. Cordelia Darwell. My parents are separated, but still on very good terms. My father, he's the Queen's nephew, and I have 2 half-siblings as well. I'm sure they'd all be very pleased to meet you. He had no idea, if Alice knew how hard this was for him. In his life, Russell had only ever invited a woman home before once, and that had been when he was young and impetuous. Atop that, he almost never mentioned his family's roots. When he left Britain, he swore he would leave all titles, pomp and circumstance behind. He wasn't in the habit of name-dropping to try and impress people. But he wanted to impress Alice. He wanted her to meet his family. And the prospect was more than a little intimidating. For a long moment, the young woman merely stared up at him, her expression contemplative. Even nervous as he was, Russell couldn't help but wonder at how gorgeous she was. In Alice's presence, it seemed he was constantly torn between arousal and devotion. It was a strange dual emotion. Alice worried her lower lip thoughtfully a moment before she finally answered him. I'll go with you to England on one condition. Russell's heart leapt, and he fought to retain his composure. And what would that be? Alice grinned. That you give me a day or 2 to spend with my family as well. They'll be furious if they find out I've been in the UK, without saying a word. Of course. Russell all but stammered in relief. For a moment, he'd been worried that she might insist that he meet her family as well. Russell was pretty certain that in light of the way things between them had gone up to this point, her family would be none too happy to see him. If that had been Alice's condition, he might have been in quite the pickle. But continually surprising him, Alice demanded no such thing. She gave him the space he needed, and for the umpteenth time Russell wondered from what world and what planet she'd come from to know him so uncannily well. We have to go back to the set tomorrow, Alice announced as he ordered his thoughts, so let's make the most of our last few hours together. Russell smirked at her announcement. He did so like to tease her over her forthrightness concerning sensual matters. Does that mean you'd like to show me some of your latest designs? Alice merely scowled at him, raising herself up until she was sitting astride his waist, her dark hair curling down over them both. You, Russell Darwell, are insufferable. And that was the last thing either of them said for a very, very long time. Of course, outside of their little bubble of intimacy, the world still turned. From the moment they left Alice's apartment the next day, that much was evident. If everyone on set had known they were together and remained cordial about it before, now they were teased mercilessly, if playfully. It was a situation that before would have driven Russell half mad. Now he swallowed his pride and took advantage of the circumstances to pull Alice aside at every spare moment to kiss and touch her. At first she fended him off, fleeing his advances and ultimately looking around every corner before she went about her work. But eventually, she enjoyed having him catch her and pull her into a secluded corner to tease the both of them to the point of insanity. They never went so far as to do anything inappropriate where all eyes could see them, but Alice had to know it was a close thing, especially considering the way she dressed for him. Usually, Alice dressed at the pinnacle of fashion but with a conservative bent, considering she worked on a heavily populated set. All at once, the clothing she wore seemed to be meant to work at Russell's composure. It wasn't overt sexuality, as much as she took into consideration the little things he told her. When he let slip that his favorite color was blue, Alice wore a set of lacy blue lingerie, the camisole of which was just barely visible beneath the neckline of the sweater she wore. When he commented that her legs looked amazing in the hip-hugging jeans from her own line, she wore them almost every day. Those skirts seemed to be more common fare for her. She did little things to please him, and those little things almost cost them their decency in the middle of work days. But he couldn't always be with her. Besides Regina, Russell had other clients. He had a firm that demanded his attention, and a number of other business ventures. As the year was coming to an end, he found himself in his makeshift home office more and more, trying to wrap things up for the season. Then, towards the end of November and beginning of December, he was lucky if he even had every other night with Alice. In the time around those treasured encounters, he was left to his own devices, be that business ventures or his own thought process. Russell greatly preferred the former. He was busy enough that he didn't have a gigantic amount of time in which to face his own reservations, but when he did, his self-contradiction was enough to give him a headache. Alice made him happy, didn't she? Did he have to feel so guilty about being happy? What he decided about women had been decided over 10 years ago, long before he knew Alice would be in the picture. She was nothing like other women. She didn't want him for his wealth, and she didn't want him for his station. In those two arenas, she could hold her own, perhaps even better than him. What Alice Tate really seemed to want more than anything else was to be loved. Russell had to wonder if he could truly give that to her. He thought that Amy was the only woman he'd ever given his all to, but this felt a bit different than things were back then. Certainly, Russell remembered promising himself that he would always be faithful to his first love, but at the time he had never conceived that he might love again. He had never allowed himself to. Calling what he felt with Alice's love, it felt like a bit of a stretch to him. A frightening stretch. Yes, he cared about her deeply. He could even imagine a life with her. But did that mean that such a thing was possible for him? Russell spent many a sleepless night wondering. Despite the fact that the film industry was a restless beast, there was no way they were going to film straight through Christmas. In fact, Lemmy ceased all shooting preparations a full week before the holiday, giving them ample time to make any plans. For Russell, said plans consisted of him calling his mother. "Russell, darling. Always wonderful to hear from you." Her warm, earnest voice was always enough to soothe him, no matter how anxious he might be. "How are things going with Regina?" He chuckled softly. His mother knew exactly how he felt about Regina, thus the question. "Well, she hasn't killed me yet, though not for lack of trying. Honestly, I'm lucky I don't have both her and Lemmy after me." That would be something to see. His mother's mirth matched his, and Russell could see her sitting in her armchair in the manor, smoking up a storm, despite what the doctor told her, surrounded by her veritable army of golden retrievers. Cordelia Darwell had always been something of an enigma in British society, despite her high birth. She was a bit like Alice, in that she hardly seemed to give a damn what anyone thought of her. She had always paved her own way. It was that devil-may-care attitude that had garnered the attention of one of the Queen's favorite nephews. He had picked Cordelia over a bevy of other ladies that were arguably better bred simply because she intrigued him. In the days when London society was still very much run by arranged marriages, Cordelia and Titus Darwell married for love. It was Russell's opinion that they were still in love to this day. They had separated after he left Britain, citing emotional differences that had to do with both of their prior marriages, but they had never divorced. Neither of them had made the drastic move to end the marriage completely, and they still spoke very fondly of one another. "Shall we expect you for Christmas this year then, darling?" Cordelia asked, hopefully. For once, Darwell was glad to be able to please her. "Of course, Mother. I'll come home within the week." He hesitated slightly before forging ahead. "I also wanted to let you know, I'm bringing someone home with me." "Oh?" A genuine surprise was rampant in Cordelia's voice. "A woman, darling?" Russell smiled sardonically. Though his mother had never tried to force him into marriage, she was always asking after his latest romantic conquest. Perhaps that was why he hadn't seen the need to tell her about Alice. Part of him hoped Cordelia might have learned about her from another source. It was always complicated, having to explain one's love life to one's mother. "Her name is Alice Tate. I'd very much like for you to meet her." Even that much was a stretch for him, and he hoped his mother didn't pursue things much further. Luckily for him, Cordelia Darwell knew her son. "If you think highly of her, darling, I'm sure I will too." There was no question that his mother knew the Tate name. Everyone in Britain knew the Tates. Now, Russell only had to wonder what she was going to do with the information. "When shall I expect you?" Russell smiled in relief. 3 days or so. I'll fly into Britain on the jet. Ooh, looking to impress someone, are we? He had to grant his mother that jibe if nothing else. Without it, she wouldn't be Cordelia Darwell. As you say, mother. I'll see you soon. I love you. And I you, my sweet. And just like that, the grand move was orchestrated. Russell hung up, feeling no less nervous than he had upon calling. Being stateside with Alice was one thing, returning to Britain was quite another. But if he wanted her, really wanted her, this was an obstacle that would have to be overcome like every obstacle in his life that Russell had overcome. He could succeed. He would succeed. He had never failed in a business venture he endeavored upon. Why would he fail now? Alice, he was relieved to find, was aptly thrilled at the prospect of spending Christmas with his family, provided that she spent a portion of the day with her own family as well. She packed a gorgeous blue velvet gown for Christmas dinner, something she told him was from her winter line the year before. Russell was strongly tempted to find every piece and see her in it. Nothing less would satisfy him. As enthusiastic as she was about accompanying him, Alice still hesitated before boarding. Russell, she gazed up at him on the steps of the plane, clad in an utterly enchanting black lace gown that he was certain would be gone as soon as they reached cruising altitude. Are you sure about this? The Russell of 1 year ago would have taken her out without hesitation. Would have sent her home right then and there, and patted himself on the back for dodging the bullet. But he wasn't the Russell of 1 year ago, and he was determined to prove it to himself. Leaning down, he caught Alice's face between his hands and kissed her slowly, lingeringly. I'm sure. The smile he gave her was utterly genuine, and Alice beamed in reply, taking the hand he offered her to board the plane. Then there was no going back. In order to temper his apprehension, Russell spent the majority of the trip to London absorbed in his romantic partner. Alice voiced not a single protest when he unbuckled her from her seat the moment they reached 20,000 feet and whisked her into the private jet's lavish bedroom. There he took to committing every inch of her to memory with both his lips and hands. He brought her to peak after peak until she begged for succor, and only then did he finally enter her, assuaging her desires. Despite how many times they'd been together, Alice still felt like a vice around him. Nothing compared to the exquisite perfection of being inside her, and it was there he stayed for more than half the flight. When they left L.A., it was a balmy 65 degrees with the sun shining relentlessly. They arrived in the UK to a light dusting of snow over the capital, at which Alice wondered after spending the last few months stateside. Russell couldn't help but find her enthusiasm infectious, and for almost the entirety of the trip to the manor, Russell merely basked in the happiness she brought him. They stopped at one of his favorite cafes for supper, and he found himself gratified to introduce her to the staff. Alice, despite all her trappings, was neither high maintenance or demanding, even offering to clear their table herself, as there were few customers in the cafe. Ultimately, however, Russell had to face the music. Alice. The closer they drew to the Darwell manor, smack in the center of London, the more uncomfortable he became. I implore your patience when it comes to my family. Alice looked at him in surprise. Patience? Russell, I'm sure they're all better bred than I am if what you've told me is any indication. At that, he couldn't help but chuckle warily. My mother, perhaps. But my siblings? Franklin in particular can be a bit forward. Alice's answering grin was amused and wry. Is he going to try and steal me from you, then? Russell grimaced. Dear God, no. At least he hoped not. If Franklin took a liking to Alice, he might think the apocalypse had come. His brother was of the very conceited opinion that he was above any and all romance. Unlike Russell, who steered clear of women because of certain promises he made himself, Franklin avoided it because he felt romance was silly and beneath him. A macho man, if Russell had ever encountered one, that was for certain. And what of your sister, Janine? Will she grind my bones to make her bread? Russell felt they were equally insufferable, at least in his opinion. Janine is fine. He acquiesced. He actually thought his sister would get along admirably with Alice. She might even already be a fan of the designer's line. "She'll love you." As they pulled past the gleaming gates of the estate, he caught Alice gaping a bit. Though Russell knew she came from money, he knew that having a father descendant from the Queen herself had its own set of perks, their lavish house in London being chief amongst them. Many said that the splendor of the Darwell manor was only outdone by Buckingham Palace itself. At any rate, Russell had always been cognizant of their immense house and the gardens surrounding it. His mother always complained that the cost to maintain them was astronomical, and she'd rather grow fare she could eat like in medieval periods. That always made his father and him laugh. As he helped Alice out of the car, Russell didn't laugh. He was too busy staring at the immense double doors before them, and wondering what on earth he'd gotten himself into.
Chapter 7. Forgiveness.
Alice was used to luxury, and the trappings that came with it. That said, what she walked into at the Darwell Manor was on a completely different level for two reasons. The first reason was that she was looking at class versus sheer opulence. In her own parents' manor, on more than one occasion, she found herself thinking that they decorated simply to impress whoever it was that came through the door. Upon entering the Darwell Manor, she got an entirely different feel. The manor was decorated with a distinct flavor that was obviously someone's very meticulously cultivated tastes. Lovely Chinese displays, oriental rugs, and more than one impressive water fountain spill right out of the wall. Mother has always adored China. Russell finally provided, as they passed a magnificent tapestry depicting what appeared to be an empress fighting off a dragon. She goes herself twice a year. This artwork is breathtaking. Alice exhaled, unable to decide where to look first. She could only wonder what the kitchen looked like, if the rest of the house had such a decidedly Asian flair. That of course brought her to the second reason the Darwell Manor was so different than the place she had grown up. Despite its size, this house seemed almost cozy. Intimate somehow. When she was a child, her own home seemed huge and imposing. Not so here. "Russell, my love, you finally arrive." Alice spun around, surprised at the sudden booming female voice that filled the hallway. She had to admit that after a life spent around her mother and women of similar station, she expected a Prada-clad hawk with carefully coiffed hair and perfect makeup. Cordelia Darwell was rather a surprise to her. If the woman wore any makeup at all, it was very little, but that didn't detract from her body. She had to be somewhere in her mid-60s, and still, she carried an aura of poise and allure that made even Alice a little envious. Her resplendent waist-length mane had gone completely gray, and she wore the shimmering silver crown with pride, plaited tightly back from her face. Her dark eyes were warm and welcoming, filled with genuine enthusiasm as she embraced her son. Of course, she was wearing an exquisite silk kimono. While Alice had several that she wore upon occasion before going to bed, Cordelia Darwell's was an entirely different breed. Alice wouldn't be surprised if it was actually from Japan, woven in hues of black and red, that complemented the woman's still slender, elegant figure. She smelled of jasmine and patchouli, earthy and sweet. Alice gets an extremely intimate whiff when the woman embraces her with just as much warmth as she has her own son. "Welcome to our home, Alice. You don't mind if I call you Alice, do you?" "Of course not." The young woman managed to stammer. She couldn't remember many occasions when her own mother had embraced her so genuinely. Receiving the gesture from a complete stranger was shocking, to say the least. But not unpleasant. "Thank you so much for having me." "Oh, not at all. Russell so seldom brings home company. I was excited when he told me about you." Cordelia glanced back at her obviously sheepish son with a smile. "Are either of you hungry?" "Oh, I wouldn't want to trouble anyone," Alice started. She wasn't terribly hungry just having had dinner, but a spot of tea would be gorgeous. "It's no trouble." Cordelia waved her off quickly. "I have a lovely pour brew I got on my last trip to Beijing. I'll make some for us, along with a few egg tarts. Alice's eyes widened at Cordelia's implication. She meant to make herself. Alice had seen neither hide nor hair of servant since they entered. She supposed she wouldn't be too shocked to find Cordelia employed few of them, if any. Her personality was quite unique. Let's make our way to the sitting room, shall we? Janine and Franklin have already arrived. I'll make them some too. Alice watched Russell blanch slightly and hid her smile. It had nothing to do with cruelty, but she had to wonder what made his brother so reproachable. He was obviously nervous about her meeting him, and there was little that made Russell Darwell nervous. Of course, Mother. Russell's smile was slightly forced as his mother breezed onward, all but gliding down the hall. Alice tried not to think of her messing her glorious kimono with the odd spill of tea. We'll retrieve your bags in due time, never you worry. With a soft laugh, she led them to a formal sitting room done in greens and gold, with an awe-inspiring Asian-style chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Alice was, of course, so taken with the chandelier that at first, she didn't notice the people already in the room. Russell! An enthusiastic exclamation drew her attention back to the present moment, as she watched a violently red-haired woman leap from her seat to throw slender arms around Russell's arms. With her freckles and easy grin, she was pretty in a classic way that Alice admired, and at the sight of her, Russell's grin broke for the first time since they left the cafe. Janine? It's been ages, hasn't it? Longer than ages. The fiery-haired woman squeezed her brother tightly. Years even. How have you been? It was obvious that despite only being half-siblings, the two were close, like she and Michael were close. The comparison brought a little tinge of guilt as she remembered her falling out with her brother, something she intended to rectify on this trip. Busy as always, Russell replied with a chuckle. That's your problem, Russ? You're a bloody workaholic. Alice was startled by the blasé tone of the other person present in the room, and to be honest, by the other person himself. Alice, having been raised around nobility, was used to them wanting to be the best of the best. Even Russell, having left behind his noble roots, liked to dress impeccably. His career allowed him to have the best of everything, and he took advantage when the results wouldn't be too over the top. If this man was Russell's half-brother on his father's side, that made him as close to a royal as it was possible to be without actually being one. The man she presumed to be Franklin Darwell lay back against a sofa, his bare feet propped up on the coffee table, his eyes closed. He was, Alice noticed, quite good-looking, even if his sense of fashion needed a bit of work. He carried the rebel look well, with hair longer than was common these days, drawn over his shoulder in a ponytail. He was tall, perhaps as tall as her brother Michael, but he didn't have Michael's sheer muscular heft. Instead, his form was lean, coiled with a strength that was evident even through the almost threadbare thermal he wore with a pair of dark wash jeans. He looked like a hippie for heaven's sake, and a bit out of place in Cordelia Darwell's ornate oriental living room, but somehow at the same time he seemed to own the space. Russell greeted his brother with a wry smile. Nice to see you as well, Franklin. Bright blue eyes popped open to stare at Russell skeptically. I'm surprised you even remember what I look like. Russell winced, running a hand through dark hair. I feel like that's a bit harsh. With a sigh, Franklin rose from the sofa with a teasing smirk. Harsh is my middle name, brother. When are you ever going to remember that? Surprisingly, he embraced Russell warmly, making his brother's eyes widen. Whatever adversity was between them, Alice realized, it was mostly in jest. I suppose when you stopped firing it in my direction. Franklin chuckled good-naturedly. Never. With that, he seemed to notice Alice standing there as well, and arched a brow in surprise. Who is this charming creature, Russell? Alice grinned, stepping forward to introduce herself to the siblings. Alice Tate. Lovely to meet you. Oh, shut the front door. Janine immediately beamed, springing forward to wring her hand enthusiastically. The Alice Tate? My closet is filled with your pieces. You're a bloody brilliant designer. Mum loves your work as well. Though used to being told she was somewhat of a wonder, Under the praise of Russell's sister, Alice blushed. "You're too kind, really." "Just kind enough, in my opinion," Franklin added wryly. "Your stuff's all over the world, darling. It and you." If it was a thinly veiled jab at Alice's former promiscuity, she let it pass. Michael was worried about her dating Russell. She shouldn't be surprised if his brother felt similarly. "Well, I plan on sticking with Russell for the foreseeable future." Alice smiled, shaking his hand as well. "So, I wouldn't worry too overly much." "Of course." Franklin chuckled. "The fact that he's brought you home is proof enough of that." Alice flushed darkly. "I suppose that's a compliment." "The very highest." Franklin winked just before his stepmother appeared, casting him a warning look. "Are you behaving yourself, Franklin?" The long-haired man groaned, flopping back down on the sofa in a show of complete innocence. "Why do I always have to be the one misbehaving?" Janine was the one all over the poor girl. Janine flushed darkly at the accusation. "I was not." Russell gazed from his brother to his sister in exasperation. "Are you two really older than me?" "You wouldn't know it by looking, would you, darling?" Cordelia winked at them teasingly, before carrying over the tea tray to set on the table before them. "All right now, everyone have some. Poor is very good for digestion." Alice didn't think she needed any help with digestion, but the tea was delicious all the same, even for someone like her who preferred copious amounts of cream and sugar. The egg tarts, along with the stimulating conversation, were the perfect complement. While Russell might be close-mouthed about himself, his family was certainly very forthcoming. While Alice ate and drank, they regaled her with tales of when Russell was younger, when his mother had caught him trying cigarettes and locked him in his room for almost 24 hours. He used to chase after his brother and insist that he was the elder, and he had never wanted to be Lord Darwell. Henry never really seemed to mind. Cordelia piped up. "He's never been overly consumed with having an heir. Even now, he's off on some blasted fishing trip. Who knows when he'll be back?" "Mother, don't change the subject." Franklin seemed to have no trouble calling Cordelia's mother, despite the fact that she was his stepmother. "We were talking about Russell." Indeed they had been, and throughout Russell seemed more than a little uncomfortable. They were, after all, disclosing more to Alice in the stretch of a few hours than he had voluntarily told her himself in all the time they knew one another. "If you'll excuse me," the distinguished man cleared his throat, "I'll be right back." As he rose to leave, Alice sighed softly. It hadn't been her intention to chase him away, but she'd be lying if she denied how lovely it was to get to know more about him. As much as she adored the man, sometimes Alice worried that she'd spend the rest of her life trying to get close to him. "Oh bother." Janine blew out a breath. "I'll go get him." With that she rose to hurry after her brother, and Franklin pinched the bridge of his nose. "I believe I need a brandy. And I'll get one for Russell too. Might calm him down." Just like that, Alice was left alone with Cordelia, wondering if she had offended the woman's son in her household unintentionally. She cleared her throat, taking a sip of her tea obtrusively before she met Cordelia's neutral gaze. I apologize. I didn't mean to cause an uproar." The elder woman merely sighed, blowing on her own tea. "You did no such thing, darling. Russell has always been sensitive about his past. We were just trying to lighten the mood." Alice swallowed thickly, wondering where on earth she went from here. She hadn't even been in the man's house for an entire day, and he was probably already wondering how to get her to leave. Cordelia, do you mind if I'm frank with you?" "Of course not, dear." Cordelia arched a brow. "We Darwells always believe frankness is the best policy. What's troubling you?" Alice marveled at how it seemed much easier to talk to this woman than to talk to her own mother. Unlike the Tate matriarch, Cordelia Darwell didn't seek to intimidate. Of course, that made her no less of a grand figure in her lovely kimono. Quite the opposite, in fact. But Alice often found speaking with her own mother like trying to get an audience with the Queen, and when she did meet her face to face, Getting her to actually hear what she said was like squeezing blood from a turnip. At that moment, Cordelia Darwell's complete attention was focused on her and no one else. "Well, how is your relationship with Russell?" Alice asked the question as diplomatically as she could. "I'm sure he's very fond of you, and you of him." Cordelia's answering smile was warm and affectionate. "Well, of course. Russell and I have always been close. He's rebellious in much the same way I was at his age, and we understand one another." Well, that made plenty of sense. Russell had taken off from Britain at a young age, declaring that he wouldn't let his title control his life. But of course, I'm sure you've noticed that he can be a bit distant sometimes. To say the least. Slowly, Alice nodded. "I'd like nothing more than for him to trust me. I'd never hurt Russell, It was hard to put her feelings into words when she just met Cordelia. After all, she didn't want to come across as a complete lunatic. "I just want to know him." The older woman nodded thoughtfully before taking another long sip of her tea. She appeared to contemplate a moment before she answered, choosing her words carefully. "Alice, I fear I only have one piece of advice for you. Since his youth, Russell has changed somewhat. It isn't my place to reveal his business, but suffice it to say that the man is like the sun. Everyone basks in the warmth that he gives off, but few have the courage to get close enough. The fear of being burned is a terrible thing, but sometimes the risk is worth it." The Darwell matriarch's advice seemed just as exotic as her taste in art. Alice took another bite of her egg tart as she fell silent, wondering how on earth she was supposed to have the courage to get close to someone who scalded anyone who got near. Perhaps it would be better if she simply let herself be consumed by the flames. Russell didn't emerge from his room for the rest of the evening, and though Alice had a rousing time with his family, all of whom tried to cheer her up, by the time she went up to join him, she was already going through apologies in her head. The last thing she wanted was for Russell to be upset with her in his family home. He had, after all, brought her here in an effort to make things better between them. When she entered his immense suite, the man was in the shower. Alice took a long moment to watch his lithe form through the frosted glass doorway, her cheeks flushing in sudden hunger. How was it that, no matter how she might feel at the time, her lust for Russell never seemed to abate? She made her decision quickly. It took Alice less than a minute to slip from her clothing and pad to the shower. When she opened it, Russell whipped around to look at her, and Alice exhaled a slow breath at the sight of his tight, well-muscled form glistening beneath the hot spray. "Russell." She started hesitantly, closing the door behind her. "I'm sorry if I offended you." "I didn't mean," she trailed off, searching for the right words. "This is your family home, and I have no right to make you feel embarrassed about it." Russell's eyes roamed over her bare form for a long moment, before all the tension in his body eased. He came to her without a word, enveloping her in his arms as he pressed his forehead to hers. For almost half a minute he said absolutely nothing, and when he kissed her, Alice all but melted against him. Russell's family was nice, but this had been what she was craving all day, and she feared she might have done something to lose it. When the dark-haired man pulled back to gaze down at her, a slow smile spread across his face. "No, Alice. I'm sorry. Storming out was completely childish of me. I've never brought a woman home before. Never exposed myself like this before. But I understand what it means to you. What it could mean for me. I want this." He sounded completely earnest, and Alice searched his gaze, looking for something that would assure her he wasn't just telling her what he wanted her to hear. "Do you?" she inquired softly, brushing wet strands of hair back from his brow gently. "I don't want anything that you don't want, Russell." "I want you," he replied with conviction before kissing her again, until Alice was aware of nothing that existed outside of the shower stall. Despite the complicated nature of what was between them, despite the fact that she never really knew what he was thinking or what he wanted, she loved this man. She loved him, and she would do anything if he would be hers. By the time Russell was finished with her, it was all Alice could do to make it to bed. As she allowed her exhaustion and jet lag to overwhelm her, She was dimly aware of the man wrapping his arm around her waist to pull her close to him, so close that she could feel his heartbeat. And everything was right with the world. Despite how tightly he held her that night, when Alice woke the next morning, she was alone. Instead of taking his absence as a bad sign, the young woman took the opportunity to look over his room. The same room he had divulged to her, that was his growing up. Now it was a strange blend of boyish fantasy and raw masculinity. There were old-school books stacked on shelves, along with pictures of Russell from grade school all the way up through university. There was a bevy of awards he'd garnered in his years of being an agent, as well as photos with him and several famous actors and actresses. Alice ran her fingers over a wooden figure she supposed he'd carved as a boy. It was a roughly hewn dragon that still had spiky edges, but Russell had carved it, and in seeing it she felt closer to him. The young woman looked over the few toys that remained in the room, before sitting back on the bed. She couldn't find her phone, so she opened one of the bedside table drawers, only to pause. Her phone wasn't there. Instead, she only found a stack of unmarked letters. Alice had no intention of sticking her nose where it didn't belong, but before she closed the drawer, she couldn't help but notice the same name at the top of every letter. Amy. Amy, Amy, Amy. Alice shut the door with perhaps a bit more force than was appropriate, before rising to get dressed and start her day. Hopefully, Russell hadn't gone very far. She had hoped that they might be able to do some Christmas shopping together. And she would forget about Amy, whoever she was. When she emerged into the kitchen, however, Russell was nowhere to be found. Instead, Franklin was the lone occupant, sitting at an immense island with a cup of coffee and a croissant. He was, Alice quickly noticed, wearing only a pair of low-slung jeans, and she quickly looked away. As attractive as the man was, Russell was built slightly better. And she did so enjoy following the sprinkling of dark hair that ran down his flat belly to the treasures beyond. "Good morning." Franklin greeted her despite her obvious embarrassment. "Coffee?" "Yes, please." She stammered, taking a seat at the bar as she reached for the sugar in front of her. "Do you happen to know where Russell went?" "He's out on a jog. Longer than normal if you ask me, but I expect he'll show up again soon." Placing a ceramic mug before her, Franklin poured the coffee with a deft flick of his wrist before setting the cream next to her as well. "Like it light and sweet, I suppose." "Something like that." Alice smiled, doctoring her concoction until she was happy with it before taking a sip. "How did you know?" "You didn't reach for the coffee like it was your lifeline. Black coffee lovers are a bit more hardcore." Franklin took a seat next to her but made no move to invade her personal space. Alice naturally breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you insulting my love for coffee?" she teased him as he passed her a decadent chocolate croissant. "Not at all. Just gauging whether or not you might drop dead without it." Alice couldn't help but laugh. "Fair enough. I assume then that you like it black?" "As a moonless night." Franklin demonstrated this by draining the rest of his cup. There was a devil-may-care attitude about him that Alice admired. At the same time, she could see why Russell might be wary of a man so blasé about his own life. "So, I assume you're the woman who's going to change Russell?" Alice nearly choked on her coffee. Raising her head, she gazed pointedly at Franklin. He was even more forward than she might have expected. Alice merely took a bite of her croissant before answering carefully. "The only one who can change Russell is Russell. Perhaps I'm foolish for wanting all of him, but I'm willing to wait if that's what it takes." "Are you now?" Franklin's brow shot upward. "And you know, of course, that Russell has barely had a relationship that's lasted more than 6 months?" This wasn't new to Alice. She'd made it her business to know exactly how Russell felt about relationships. She dealt with his indecision for months, and who knew how much longer she'd have to continue dealing with it. Of course, she would have fallen for the one man who was all but unattainable to her. "I know. I suppose I'm lucky to have gotten this far. Russell tells me he's never brought another woman home to meet his family." Franklin's expression turned contemplative. Well, that's not precisely true. Alice's breath caught in her throat. It wasn't that she thought Russell might have lied to her. It was merely that the prospect of learning something she hadn't known about Russell always made her both apprehensive and excited. She didn't want to go behind his back, but at the same time, she wondered if there was any other way to truly learn about what kind of man he was deep down. Franklin, she struggled with herself at what the older man suggested. I don't want to pry. Russell obviously treasures his privacy. Alice, I'm sure you've noticed by now that I don't pull my punches. Franklin interrupted her, not impolitely. What I'm going to tell you is not because I'm conspiring against Russell. I'm telling you because you seem to genuinely care for him, and you deserve to know the truth. She wasn't quite sure what to say to that, so Alice remained silent. Franklin, however, went on without hesitation. You are the first woman that Russell had brought home in over 10 years, which is no small accomplishment. But there's a reason for that. Russell hasn't always been as closed off as he is now, you know. When he was younger, he was willing to go anywhere and do anything to achieve his dreams, and he was in love with a young woman named Amy. Alice immediately stiffened. There was no doubt in her mind that the Amy Franklin spoke of was the same Amy from the letters in Russell's room. Even if she'd wanted to say anything at that juncture, the words wouldn't have come. They were both young and impetuous. Amy would have done anything for him, and she probably indulged his bad boy habits a little too much, but they had fun together. He was head over heels in love, and he was already talking to mother and father about how he wanted to be with her for the rest of his life. Alice could only imagine what a young and impetuous Russell might have been like. One who wasn't afraid to give of himself, to give everything he had without regret. In that respect, she found herself jealous of this Amy. She had everything that Alice might ever wish for. She died. The words were like a physical blow to Alice, so great was her shock. Franklin stared down into his coffee cup, his tone carefully neutral. There was an accident in London, and she didn't make it. You can imagine how devastated Russell was. It might have been part of his decision to leave Britain entirely. He just couldn't stand the memories he made here. This was the last thing Alice had expected. She thought maybe some woman had hurt him, or something traumatic had happened in his childhood. She had never imagined he might have lost the woman he loved. I don't know what Russell thinks, Franklin went on with a sigh, pouring himself another cup of coffee. But I know he felt responsible for her death. And that might have something to do with why he can't open up to anyone now. That's an abridged version, to be sure, but if you and Russell are going to be together, it's a subject that you're going to have to broach yourself eventually. Franklin sucked in a breath before releasing it. When he finally looked at Alice, his handsome face was turned up into a sheepish smile. I hope I haven't ruined your holiday. Ruin was a strong word, but Alice couldn't deny that Franklin had given her a lot to think about. Fighting against Russell's past was one thing, but pitting herself against a tragic figure? Alice didn't know if she could, in good faith, do such a thing. As she insisted to his mother, the last thing the young woman wanted was to hurt Russell. She couldn't imagine bringing up Amy would do anything but hurt him. More coffee? At Franklin's offer, Alice merely laughed softly. Maybe with a little whiskey. At that, Franklin grinned. Now we're talking. Alice contemplated what Franklin had told her all morning, long past when Russell had returned. She did indeed get to go Christmas shopping with him, but she remained thoughtfully silent for most of the trip, to the point where Russell asked her if something was wrong. Thereafter, Alice threw herself into her task, until she seemed almost too full of holiday cheer. She shopped for everyone except Russell, wondering what she was going to get the man. Something that wouldn't seem too overbearing. Something that said, I know I'm your second choice, but hopefully that's enough. Even the thought made her wince. Even so, Alice tried to count down Christmas as enthusiastically as the Darwell family did. Apparently, they waited until Russell returned to start preparing, and so the few days leading up to Christmas Eve consisted entirely of Alice gaily helping the Darwells decorate, while guzzling eggnog and apple cider. both of which, by the way, were spiked. So despite her hidden depression, Alice managed to keep up with the merry household quite aptly. She arranged to have a sample dress brought up from her studio for Janine, and bought a bottle of nice whiskey, of the ilk her brother liked, for Franklin. She had already finished shopping for her own family, and now she was merely putting off making amends with Michael. She only hoped that she could eventually go to him and tell him how wrong he was. That Russell had actually fallen for her and forsaken all his uncertain ways. But that was one Christmas miracle that she knew was close to impossible. By the time Christmas Eve rolled around, Alice found herself taking a break from the festivities. She made her way upstairs to Russell's room and shut herself in, looking out the window at a heavy gray sky that threatened snow. What on earth was she doing? Though she hated to admit it, what Franklin told her shattered her confidence. Alice merely wished there was some way to prove to Russell how much she loved him, but at the same time, she didn't want to overstep her boundaries. As enthusiastic as she had been at Russell's invitation, and as wonderful as his family was, perhaps it had been a mistake to come here. Taking a long sip of the drink she'd brought with her, Alice tried to pump herself up to return downstairs and celebrate with Cordelia and the others. They were really being wonderfully lovely to her. It was rude of her to flee up here the way she had. At that precise moment, the door to Russell's room opened, and Alice jumped, turning to see the man himself entering, his expression hesitant. For the love of God, it was criminal that she should want one man so badly, even as he was tearing her apart emotionally. Alice? He entered the room, shutting the door quietly behind him. Is everything all right? He'd asked her the same question numerous times over the past few days, and every time Alice had lied to him. What else could she do? Now she opened her mouth to do the same once more, and found that she couldn't. Taking a deep breath, the young woman met Russell's gaze and said the one thing she knew she should avoid, like the plague. I know about Amy. Surprisingly, Russell showed no outward alarm at her statement. Rather, his face went carefully blank, and he crossed the room slowly to sit on the edge of the bed, a good 3 feet away from her. For a long moment he didn't speak, and when he did, his tone held an accusatory edge. Franklin told you. Alice told herself that she wasn't going to cry. There was no reason to cry. She might have known something like this would happen. Only because he can see how much I care about you, and I do care about you, Russell. More than you know. I know you care. His voice came out more sharply than she'd ever heard him before, and Alice flinched slightly. I wouldn't have brought you to meet my family if I didn't think you cared. But you still won't let me in, she burst, visibly frustrated. You take all the time to feed me carefully constructed lines and tell me what I want to hear, but you won't really tell me what you want from me. I don't even know what I want from you. Russell's voice was oddly quiet. As I'm sure everyone has told you, Alice, I don't let people get close. I don't have very much practice. You let Amy close. It was the wrong thing to say, but was it so terrible of Alice to want him to love her the way she loved him? She would share with him anything he asked, and now she was coming to realize that she couldn't be with Russell if he couldn't do the same with her. That was a long time ago. He snapped harshly, shocking her with the frigidity of his tone. I let her close and she died. She's gone just like that part of me is gone. I can't be who I was back then, Alice. If that's what you want, I can't give it to you. Alice drew in a shuddering breath. That's not what I want. And it wasn't. Alice didn't want to be Amy. She simply wanted Russell to understand how she felt about him, what she was willing to endure for him. Then what do you want? He demanded quietly, his dark eyes unreadable. At that moment, Alice wanted nothing more than to throw herself into his arms and have him comfort her, for him to tell her that he loved her and that everything was going to be all right. Tell me how she died. This time Russell stiffened, and Alice realized that she might have crossed a line. Still, she waited with bated breath, and eventually Russell began to speak. I was something of a daredevil when I was younger. I wanted to skydive, climb mountains, and see the world, all preferably before I was 25. I loved Amy because she shared all those aspirations with me, and more. She was like my mirror image, so naturally she wanted to go everywhere I went. Alice swallowed thickly, clasping her hands tightly together as he continued. When I bought my first motorbike, she was overjoyed. She couldn't wait to ride with me, and for a while she came with me on every occasion she could. I even bought Amy her own helmet. We were planning on taking a bike trip all the way down to Italy. It was our first major road trip together. The accident happened when we were on our way home from shopping in a rainstorm. Usually, I do all kinds of tricks in a bid to impress her, but I knew the storm was dangerous, so I was driving unusually carefully. I stopped right before the white line at a major intersection. He ran a hand shakily through his hair. The truck didn't. Alice gaped. The truck's violent collision with our vehicle tragically claimed her life. I was the lucky one. I flew 20 feet through the air, and only suffered a cracked spine and a couple of broken bones. My helmet protected me, like I was supposed to protect her. Any promise Alice had made herself not to cry flew straight out the window. Moisture was streaming down her cheeks, and her chest felt as if it were drawn tighter than a drum. I'll never forget how she looked that day. So much blood, all the emergency vehicles. The truck driver kept apologizing and apologizing, but all the apologies in the world couldn't bring her back. I couldn't face her family. I could hardly face my family, and so I decided to leave London. It still hurts to come back. By the time he finally fell silent, Alice couldn't help herself. She moved forward to wrap her arms around him tightly, drawing him against her. Russell, I'm so sorry. So very sorry. He let her hold him, and after a beat, Russell even held her in return, his grip so tight she could barely breathe. But Alice didn't care. If she could give her life to comfort him, she would. Anything to take his pain away. She knew that she could never replace Amy. The most she could hope for was that her love would be enough to make him see that Russell could trust again, that affection didn't always have to end in disaster. Russell, I love you. The words escaped her before she could stop them. I've loved you for a while, maybe since the day I met you. She trembled slightly, taking the chance to lay herself bare before him. I want you to know you can trust me. Your happiness means the world to me, and I just want you to heal. She reached up to cup his cheek gently, stroking the beginning of stubble there. He looked so lost, so lonely. Amy would have wanted you to heal. Almost immediately, Russell's expression hardened. How do you know what she wanted? Alice's mouth moved in an attempt to find words that didn't make it past her throat, as tears started to blur her vision. You can't replace her, Alice. No woman can replace her. Alice's world was falling apart. Alice was dimly aware of rising from the bed, as she groped for her purse and phone. She had no inclination of trying to pack her luggage. Her only impulse was to get out of the Darwell manor as quickly as humanly possible. It was hard for her to breathe, as she yanked the door to Russell's room open and hurried down the stairs. She realized far too late that Janine and Franklin were calling after her, but Alice didn't stop running. Not in the kitchen, not in the immense main corridor, not until she was outside the Darwell manor and past the main gate, headed for the busy London streets. She barely noticed the blast of freezing air that raised goosebumps on her arms, as she raised her arm vainly for a taxi. At 8 p.m. on Christmas Eve, there were none to be found. Indeed, there were very few cars on the road at all. And so, Alice began to walk. She pulled her phone out of her purse and dialed the only number she could think of at a time like this. When her brother answered the phone, Alice couldn't even manage the apology she knew she owed him. Michael? His name escaped her with a sob. Alice. The older man's voice rang with concern. What's going on? Are you all right? Can you please come get me? How had she bollocked things up so abominably? It was without a doubt the worst Christmas Russell had ever had. Despite the demands of his mother, brother, and sister, he didn't leave his room. In fact, he barely left the bed. He was too busy staring at the ceiling, wondering what the hell was wrong with him. Was he really as broken as everyone attested he was? Was it impossible for him to get close to someone? Every time he tried, he seemed to sabotage himself. When he invited Alice home with him for Christmas, Russell's intentions were golden. He wanted to let her in where he had let almost no one in before. But when push came to shove, and he realized the enormity of what he was undertaking, he felt himself crumbling. He was going places he had never ventured before, and the execution made him acutely uncomfortable. Everything went perfectly. So perfectly, in fact, that he had been alarmed. Deep down, Russell realized there had been a part of him that had wanted this meeting sabotaged as well. If his mother or siblings hadn't liked Alice, it would have been easier to come to terms with his inability to love her. Even if she deserved that, and so much more. His mother took to her immediately. Alice was polite and not too familiar. More than that, she seemed to embrace his mother's very peculiar way of looking at things. Franklin's frankness didn't scare her off, and she took Janine's blind enthusiasm in stride. She interacted better with his family, even better than Amy, and that fact had stuck like a thorn in his consciousness. He wanted to be with Alice. He wanted with all his being to be with her, but he couldn't for some reason because of Amy, who still held his mind hostage. Even now he could remember the way she smiled, the way she laughed. He'd written letters to her for almost a year after her death, and now he read some of them and longed for her companionship even more ardently. Things had been so much simpler back then, so much more exhilarating. "Russell? Please open the door. I've brought you Christmas dinner." At his mother's summons, the 4th of the day, Russell finally set the letters aside. The moment he did, he was besieged with the unfortunate words he'd said to Alice, the way she fled as if he had ended her very existence. What he meant to say or clarify was that he couldn't replace Amy. He didn't want to replace Amy. He wanted something brand new, but he couldn't figure out how to feel that or let Alice know in a way she would understand. Rising, he crossed the room to the door to open it. He was met with his mother's small smile. She held a tray of Christmas dinner with a small present she'd wrapped for him. Try as he might, Russell couldn't bring himself to smile back at her. He merely stepped back and admitted her to the room. Cordelia Darwell entered soundlessly, shutting the door behind her. She waited until she set his dinner on the dresser to speak. "I noticed Alice left yesterday. Did the two of you have a falling out?" Russell merely frowned deeply before beginning in on his dinner. He barely tasted it. "Russell," his mother continued softly, "I know it's none of my business, but that girl, it's very obvious how she feels for you." She trailed off, and Russell continued to eat. He knew very well that he was acting like a sullen teenager, but what was he supposed to say to her? That he had driven Alice away, and that was what was best for everyone? That he was incapable of loving her, or anyone else for that matter? He had already gotten one person killed. Wasn't that enough? "Russell, I know you're hurting. If you weren't hurting, you'd be talking to me. The very fact that you're hurting means that you can't possibly be what you're afraid you are. Please, Mother." Russell didn't mean to be sharp, but at that particular juncture, all he wanted was to be left alone, preferably for the next eon. "I'm fine. I'd like some privacy." Cordelia merely stiffened, nodding curtly once before she took her leave. After the door closed quietly behind her, Russell set his tray aside. He didn't particularly feel like eating. Maybe he would go for a run. Considering that it was Christmas Day, he would be the only person on the trails. But that also meant that he would be alone with his memories of Alice. He would have to risk it, and hope he survived the gaping chasm where his heart used to be. The holidays passed in a blur, and not because Russell was absorbed in work or his family. Instead, he was absorbed in his own misery, and nothing he did seemed to temper it. He tried reading the numerous letters he'd written to Amy, but they helped him understand nothing about himself. He ran himself ragged 10 miles every day, and worked out in the Manor's gym until he couldn't move. Despite their offers of Christmas presents, he avoided his family like the plague, and did his best to get back to work, even if no one was as prepared to return as he was. On New Year's Eve, Lemmy didn't answer a single one of his calls, and Russell, fed up, flung his phone to the nearest wall. It promptly broke into about 20-minute pieces, and an infuriated groan escaped him. He was losing his mind. Ever since Alice walked out on him, he couldn't seem to control the flood of emotions constantly flowing through him. He had always prided himself on his calm, controlled exterior. He who never lost his cool. Now he was throwing mobile phones at walls, dreaming of women he'd alienated and wondering if he wasn't destined to tear himself apart. So it was no surprise that when a knock came on his door, he barked almost ferociously at his visitor. "Go away. Oh, sod off, Russell. Stop acting like an infant and let me in." It was Franklin, the absolute last person Russell wanted to see right now. He glared at the door, refusing to answer. It wasn't the first time Franklin attempted to intrude on his solitude, and it wouldn't be the last. Then came the banging. Despite his lean frame, Russell knew how strong his brother was. "Open this bloody door right now, or I swear by all that is holy, and I will break it down." Their mother would massacre him. He wouldn't dare. But he did. In the next instant, Russell was flinching as Franklin all but kicked in the door in 2 swift movements. 1 second, the door was on the frame, and the next, it was on the floor. Russell merely stared at it in shock. Franklin had done it. He'd actually broken the door down. The crazy bastard. He stood in the doorway, glaring at Russell as if he were the one who had done something wrong. He gave his brother a long once-over before grimacing. "You don't look so good." "Get out, Franklin," Russell growled in warning. "Go away." It had been years since he'd lost his temper, but at that moment he was right on the edge. "I'm not going anywhere until you stop acting like a madman and talk to me," Franklin declared, stepping into the room determinedly. Russell snapped, lunging at the smaller man instantly. Unsurprisingly, Franklin dodged past him before tacking from the side. Russell went down surprisingly hard with a loud grunt. "You're being such a stubborn ass," Franklin exclaimed, putting him in a very effective headlock as he struggled. Franklin had been captain of his school wrestling teams in both high school and at the university. Once he had someone in a grip, there was little chance they got free. But Russell had emotional distress on his side. Somehow, he wriggled his way out of Franklin's headlock, aiming a punch for his face and missing. In another instant, Franklin had him pinned again, and Russell knew that this time he wasn't going anywhere. His elder brother merely let him struggle until he went limp, breathing hard. "Finished?" Franklin added, to add insult to injury. "Buzz off," Russell snarled. "Is that what you told Alice? If so, I can see why she left." At the mention of Alice's name, Russell immediately stiffened. Franklin snorted. "I thought not." After waiting a moment to be sure that Russell wasn't going to jump him, he finally released his brother. Standing in a smooth motion, Franklin groped his way to the edge of the bed before sitting down, fixing Russell with his piercing gaze. "Now, you may not want to hear what I'm going to say, but I'll say it anyway," Franklin begins sternly. "You're in love with Alice Tate. It's the only reason you would act this way. It's like you've regressed 20 years. Russell merely glared at him. "I'm not in love with her. I can't be." "You're more in love with her than you ever were with Amy Murphy." Russell immediately bristled. "How dare you?" "No, how dare you?" Franklin rebutted with enough force to make Russell's mouth snap shut in surprise. "Amy has been dead for over 10 years, Russell. 10 years. How the hell have you convinced yourself that her death was your fault?" "Because it was," he exclaimed, his grief all but tearing him in two. "If she hadn't been riding with me, she would have lived." "Russell, life happens. No one doubts that you loved Amy, but what you shared with her was young and idealistic. Alice is a gorgeous, successful, vibrant woman, and she's crazy about you. She doesn't care what happened in your past, she just wants to be there for your future. Are you going to let Amy rule you from the grave forever? Man up." For a long moment, Russell merely stared at him in shock. Of course, he'd never known Franklin to pull punches, but this was, without a doubt, probably the harshest thing his brother had ever said to him. It pierced through the complicated web of grief and guilt he'd built for himself, and forced him back to reality. A reality in which he had allowed his memories of a woman long gone to rule him for a quarter of his life. A reality in which he had somehow stumbled on the only woman who put up with all his crap, and forced her to endure all his pain and suffering. And then he had let her go. On Christmas Eve. Christ, he was worse than a pig bastard. And he was in love with a woman he didn't deserve. Hey! He jolted when Franklin addressed him sharply. Russell felt as if a gigantic weight had been lifted from his shoulders, as if he could breathe properly for the first time in his entire life. Are you going to fix this or not, you bloody idiot? Franklin was a jerk, but somehow he was a jerk that always knew what Russell needed to hear. I suppose I am. Well, good. I think you should open this first. With that, he tossed an unopened package onto Russell's lap, and the agent realized it was the package his mother brought him with his Christmas dinner. Of course, at the time, he had hardly been in the mood for gifts. He hadn't even looked at the tag that told him who the gift was from. It wasn't his mother. He was surprised to find that Alice had gotten him something for Christmas. She must have bought it before the falling out. Attached to the present was a small envelope, and now Russell opened it almost reverently. Inside, there was a letter from Alice. Dear Russell. Happy Christmas. I have to admit, I've often wondered if we would make it this far. I imagine this is difficult for you, even if I don't know why it's difficult. I can respect it. Everyone is different, and despite the ups and downs between us, I've never regretted meeting you. Every moment I've spent with you has made me happier than I thought I had any right to be, and you taught me what it was like to be treasured, truly treasured by a man. I'm sure you realize how much I love you. I know that it's selfish for me to want you to love me back, so I won't ask you to. I've realized that I don't need to hear those words from you. You show your affection for me in other ways. The way you laugh when we're alone, the way you look at me when you don't think I notice. How you bring me flowers and cook for me when I'm sure I look fright, and no one else in the world wants to be anywhere near me. Seeing you happy lights up my world, and I find I want to erase anything that makes you unhappy. That being said, you might find my Christmas gift a bit unconventional. You might even be angry with me, but I decided to risk it. I don't know what made you decide that you're never getting on a motorbike again, Russell, but I'm sure we can tackle it together. I myself have never even ridden on one. I'm sure your experience is far greater than mine. But even if it isn't, I'll be with you every step of the way. All I want is to see you smile, and if this can bring you even one slight step closer to eternal happiness, then the risk will have been worth it. With all my love. Alice. P.S. Right pointing arrow, I'll always be riding right behind you, even when the road's at its rockiest. He was a fool. Such a damn fool. Where is it? He immediately demanded, ripping open the package to reveal the key to a new Harley Davidson. After over 10 years of wanting to be nowhere near a motorbike, Russell had never wanted to mount one so badly. Tell me. Hold your horses, Christ, Franklin quipped, cracking his knuckles as he kept his brother waiting. Franklin, I swear, none of your games. All right. It's behind the bloody garage. Be careful. The roads are icy. At that moment, although he was still half furious with the older man, Russell still managed to flash him a smile. You know I hate your bloody guts, don't you? Franklin chuckled, shaking his head slowly. I love you too. And with that, Russell was off. He merely hoped he still remembered how to ride. It had taken him 12 years to realize it, but he could never forget Amy. She would always be special to him, and she would always be in his heart. Even if he didn't love her the way he loved Alice. But that didn't mean there wasn't ample room for Alice, if she would still have him. Victoria was beautiful. She was one of the most beautiful things Alice had ever seen, and every time she looked down into her baby niece's face, she remembered that life wasn't over. She still had a family, still had a career, and still had the capacity to love. But oh, did it hurt. Why the hell did people give their hearts away, if it hurt this much when they got broken? Alice had wanted so badly to be in love, but now she regretted flying into it so blindly. She wasn't foolish enough to think the world was ending, but it certainly felt that way, to the point that she had a problem functioning. On Christmas Day, she'd done her best to throw herself into festivities with her family. She had opened presents, eaten Christmas cake, and participated in drinking games until she all but passed out. But Alice hadn't felt any real joy. All she could remember was the anger on Russell's face when he told her she could never replace Amy. She couldn't imagine that he would ever forgive her, which meant that working with him with LA would be one of the most difficult things she had ever done. But Alice had never been one to shy away from her own problems. Of course, when she told Michael, Rose, and Elias what had happened since they last spoke, they were all ready to take up arms for her. Michael offered to go back to the Darwell estate and rearrange his face, while Elias called him a cowardly cur and threatened to compromise the structure of his family home. Alice turned both of them down and did her very best to keep a stiff upper lip. Of course, when Elias and Michael had finally gone to bed, she'd allowed Rose and Kat to comfort her as she cried her eyes out. If she had her way, she would never allow her brother to know how deeply Russell Darwell had hurt her. Even if she worried that he already knew. It was better to think about brighter things. Today was New Year's Eve, and even if she felt a piece of her was missing, she could promise herself she'd do better in the new year. Alice could design more. She could spend more time with her family. She could take a week's sabbatical, a whole 7 days at a spa all by herself. Things would get better. Are you all right, Alice? She jumped slightly, holding baby Victoria protectively to her chest as Michael entered seemingly from nowhere. He was decked out quite festively for the holiday in a deep navy sweater, dark slacks, and smart shoes. He and Rose were going out, and she had volunteered to babysit. As long as she was concentrating on Victoria, she would have little time to remember just how much Russell had hurt her. I'm fine. She managed a small smile, even as Victoria started to fuss. You two can go ahead and go. Don't worry about me. Michael frowned deeply, dropping onto the couch next to her. You know that's impossible. Sighing, Alice lifted Victoria onto her shoulder, patting her back gently to quiet her. Michael, really, I'm fine. It's just one man. Michael's frown didn't abate. One idiotic man who didn't deserve your love. I still think you should have let me break his face. That drew a smile. Right. Break the face of the Queen's grandnephew. That's a brilliant plan. I think it's pretty top-notch. Rose poked her head in, making Alice laugh softly, even if her smile didn't quite meet her eyes. The blonde woman expelled a breath, her expression rife with worry. Are you sure you'll be all right? We'll be fine. Alice rebutted almost instantly. We've got digestives, ice cream, and girly movies. We're going to have a sleepover, right, Vicky? In response, her niece burbled happily, and Michael chuckled. If you're sure then. Before he turned to leave, however, he pulled Alice into a tight, unexpected embrace. You know I'm here if you want to talk. I'm always here. That almost undid her. Somehow, Alice managed to suppress her tears. I know. 5 minutes later. Michael and Rose were out the door, and Alice was left alone with her cooing bundle of joy. For the next half hour she did all she could to keep herself busy. She fed Victoria minute amounts of ice cream, forced herself to laugh at rom-coms, and changed diapers needlessly, twice. It only took another 15 minutes before Vicky started to nod, and Alice had to bite her lip to prevent a plea for the child to stay awake. When she put Vicky down, her penthouse apartment seemed strangely quiet. She'd given Tom the holiday to spend with his family, so all she could do was go back to her romantic comedies, all the while telling herself how asinine they were. Real love, she realized, wasn't like a fairy tale. It was much crueler, and happy endings were 1 in 1,000. When the doorbell rang, she merely groaned lowly. She could only imagine why Michael had come back this time. Though he was a brilliant father, he could be a bit overbearing. If he wasn't calling, he was coming back to make sure she hadn't forgotten something. Rising, she trudged to the door, yanking it open to confront her brother. And froze. It wasn't Michael. In fact, it was the last person in the cosmos she expected to see on her doorstep at that moment. Russell was waterlogged from a combination of rain and sleet, and as he stood there, Alice couldn't help but think that he was the most gorgeous sight she had ever laid eyes on, even soaking wet. But why was he here? If he'd come to give her things back, she could take them politely and go on with her night. He didn't have a suitcase. Oh gosh, she wanted to run, faint, and scream all at once. She could hardly breathe. And then, Vicky's cry rang through the apartment. Immediately, Alice snapped back to the present. She took in Russell's luscious form once more before flinging the door open. "I'll be back." With that, she turned on her heel, rushing towards Victoria's nursery. The moment she arrived, she could see immediately why her niece was upset. This time, Victoria's diaper was actually wet. Oh shush. Alice's heart was thundering even as she lifted the baby from her crib, in preparation to change her. Though she had no problem going about her auntly duties, she hadn't forgotten the man who was currently standing in her foyer. Once Victoria was changed, Alice rested her against her shoulder, rubbing her back slowly in an attempt to calm Vicky just as much as herself. What the hell was she supposed to say to Russell? What did he want? She only wished a few days was enough for her to forget how much she loved him. It wasn't fair that the sight of him still made her knees weak. Trying to take deep breaths, she inhales Victoria's soapy, powdery scent and, to her shock, found tears rising to her eyes. Not now, she couldn't cry now. "You look as if you were made for doing that." With a gasp, she whirled to see Russell standing in the doorway of the nursery. Alice noticed that there was no trace of the anger or confusion that had been present on Christmas Eve. Instead, Russell was gazing at her almost reverently, in a way that filled her belly and heart with traitorous warmth. Made for what? When Vicky murmured sleepily against her chest, Alice began to rock her instinctively. The baby would almost certainly be asleep in another minute or two. Couldn't Russell wait until then, to devastate her again? Holding a child. "You're absolutely beautiful, Alice." The young woman drew in a shocked breath, even as her eyes filled anew. "Stop," she whispered. "Please. Alice." Russell took a step towards her, and Alice took one back. Without another word, he held out the key to the motorcycle she'd bought him, and a soft sob escaped her. He couldn't do this to her. Not now, when he'd already told her she could never have his heart. "Alice, I've been such a damned fool. I know you may not want to hear what I have to say, but at least let me say it before you throw me out." Alice could hardly get a word out, and when she did, her voice was hoarse with disbelief. "Speak." To her utter shock, Russell dropped to his knees. "Alice, I was stuck in the past. I've been stuck in the past for as long as I can remember, and it's always kept me from doing the right thing. I told you I didn't want to replace Amy, because I don't want to replace her. I never loved her like I love you. No woman, besides you, has ever come close to showing me what kind of future I might have until you. I was too stubborn to do what came naturally. I kept questioning myself when the answer was right in front of me all along." It was all Alice could do to keep to her feet. This was a dream. It had to be a dream. The Russell she knew would never say things like this. He couldn't. "Alice, I've been a mess since you left. I told myself I was protecting you so that the same fate that befell Amy wouldn't happen to you. But I realize it's not about her anymore. It hasn't been about her for a long time. I've been abominable to you, I know that. But I would be even more remiss if I didn't try to make things right." And then he pulled out the ring. Alice's legs gave way beneath her, and she held Vicky to her tightly as she sank to her knees, tears flowing freely down her face. "Oh my. I love you, Alice Tate. I've loved you since the day I met you, and if you'll have me, I'd like to love you for the rest of our lives. Alice stared into his eyes, utterly speechless. Of all the times Russell had ever told her the things he wanted her to hear, he had never spoken so passionately. He had never looked at her as if she was the only thing in the world that existed. He'd never told her she looked beautiful with a baby in her arms. I want forever, Russell. She managed, unable to stop her tears. I want forever, a family, babies, I want your trust, and I want you. Most of all, I just want you. In an instant, she was in his arms. You have me. Alice, I swear to you, I'm yours. He held her both tenderly and gently, the baby cradled between them, and there was nothing Alice wanted more at that moment than to have Russell's child with them, growing inside her in her arms along with Vicky. I love you, Russell. By now she was crying unabashedly, and she didn't give a single whit. I adore you, Alice, and I intend to show you exactly how much for every minute of every day. He kissed her until Vicky started to fuss between them, at which point he pulled back with a soft laugh before stroking the baby's downy head softly. She's obviously upset because you haven't said yes. Before she could even protest, Russell had taken Vicky from her to cradle in one arm as he used his hands to slip the engagement ring he'd brought onto her finger. It was a perfect fit. Yes. Alice breathed without hesitation, and she'd never been surer of anything in her life. All wounds heal, they both quickly figured out. The only thing capable of quenching grief was starting anew, with hearts unguarded and all trusting. Alice reminded Russell Darwell that he could love idealistically once again, the same kind of love he once knew as a younger man. He would never have to fake smile in her presence or hide the smallest detail of his mind ever again. Where there was a willingness to forgive, even the nightmares of the past, there was always a chance for the heart to heal. At last, Alice and Russell allowed themselves to fall in love.
The end. We hope you enjoyed listening to The Agent by Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for Trouble by Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Trouble, a Billionaire Romance Audiobook.
Chapter 1.
Franklin Darwell was bored, and heaven help whoever encountered him while he was bored. Usually, he managed to entertain himself well enough. He didn't have a job to speak of, nothing above helping his mother manage the family estate and the odd bit of technobabble required from his useless degree, but that of course meant that he spent most of his time wondering what the hell he was doing with his life. Besides barely tolerating the people around him, that was. Usually, Franklin wouldn't bother with coming home. When he did, his mother would only encourage him to leave again and entertain himself. Personally, he was more worried about her and her ever-increasing eccentricities than he was about his own proclivities. After all, he was used to being called antisocial and untenable, when really he just had an extremely low tolerance for nonsense. And he certainly didn't mind calling people on it. Well, don't you look perfectly chipper this morning? Franklin looked up as his sister Janine entered the kitchen. She, unlike his mother, woke at the crack of dawn every day to go for a 10-kilometer run, not that she needed to when she was a scant size 2 as it was. At her comment, he merely glared at her. This was why he never came home. He was forced to interact with people who were insufferable early birds. He himself was only up because he had gone to bed around 8 the previous evening. Bored completely senseless. Janine sighed as she helped herself to some of the coffee he'd brewed. Among the Darwells, they were the only two that preferred coffee to tea, something that went strictly against their British roots. And they were very British. Franklin's sister, however, added at least as much cream and sugar to her coffee as she did to her tea, which in his opinion rendered the entire affair utterly useless. The last time he checked, 32-year-old women didn't get as high off sugar as their decades younger counterparts. You going to have any coffee with all of that creamer? He jibed, sipping at his own mug of black coffee. "Oh, please." Janine sank down in the chair next to him, at the expansive kitchen island. "Are you really going to argue that you're tougher than I am? I'm the one about to go for a run in the freezing cold. And you are welcome to it," Franklin quipped in return, taking in the pale color of her coffee with no small amount of disgust. "I will be on call if you collapse halfway through, once your sugar high has abandoned you." Janine just rolled her eyes, sipping from the vile mixture in her cup. "I take it someone had a rough night? You're rather more caustic than usual." To that, Franklin only grunted. He didn't particularly feel like discussing his restlessness with Janine at the moment. She was, after all, the well-adjusted, most doted-on out of his siblings. When they were growing up together, there had never been any mistaking who was who. Russell was the one who would go far. He'd always been ambitious and adventurous, even after he closed himself off emotionally from the world. Janine was the normal one, even-tempered and sweet. Franklin supposed that out of the three of them, someone needed to be born to do justice to the family name, and that was Janine. If their mother, by some silly stroke of ancient tradition, told her that she had to have an arranged marriage, she wouldn't argue. She would do whatever was asked of her. There were times that Franklin admired her for her selflessness, and times he was disgusted that he couldn't match it. He himself was the rogue, always getting into trouble, running away, making excuses for his poor marks in school, pulling pranks on his siblings. In truth, he never understood why his parents made him the heir to the Darwell name. In his opinion, Russell had always been more suited despite being younger. But when Russell left the UK, he was determined to leave his lineage behind and make it on his own. Franklin didn't much care if people knew who he was. Of course, British high society was such that it was rather hard to remain completely incognito, but Franklin thought he did a damn good job. He didn't like suits and fancy name-brand clothing, though he did wear his sister-in-law's designs when she guilt-tripped him into it. He was more comfortable in a pair of broken-in denim and a threadbare t-shirt. Pompous parties and glittering events weren't his thing. Of course, there were a few occasions each year when he allowed his mother to wheedle him into making an appearance, but that was the most he would endure. He didn't really see the point in trying to convince people he was something he wasn't. The more time he spent away from civilized people, the better. "Are you going to be staying long?" When Janine finished up her coffee, she grabbed a croissant and offered him one as well. "Russell was thinking about paying us a visit." Franklin grimaced. It wasn't that he was averse to seeing his brother per se, it was just that Russell was even more insufferable than usual since he'd gotten married. It was like he had done a complete 180, from a man occupied with making sure that everyone liked him, to a man completely obsessed with the opinion of a single woman. Luckily for Franklin and for the Darwell family, that woman was pretty decent. On most days, he could tolerate Alice better than he could Russell himself. His brother was practically floating when he walked around. Completely and totally besotted. It was revolting. "When is he coming?" "I'll be sure to leave the day before," Franklin said. "You're so supportive. I thought you adored Alice." "Adore is a bit strong," Franklin rebutted, somewhat embarrassed. It was true that he had a soft spot where Alice was concerned, but that was simply because she made his brother happy. No matter what he felt about Russell wandering around with his head in the clouds, if he had managed to let go of all his past insecurities, he was better for it. And Alice had helped him do that. "He'll be here in a few days, with Alice, if that helps at all." Franklin snorted. "It doesn't." In fact, he was always sensitive about how easily Alice seemed to slip beneath his defenses. She was a lot like he was, and that was why it was so damned easy to like her. "Besides, I was thinking about heading up north for a few weeks." Janine arched a brow in inquiry. "What's up there?" "Besides the bloody cold, anyway." Franklin drained the rest of his coffee in 2 gulps, before setting his mug back on the counter. "Solitude." Janine knew him well enough that she didn't take the profession personally. Instead, she merely shrugged, eyeing her brother fondly. "Have a good time then." Franklin planned to. If he didn't, he might very well drum up some sort of trouble just to keep himself from losing his mind. One of Franklin's favorite places to be alone was a tiny village just outside of Leeds. There was a small hunting lodge there that tended to be almost empty in the fall months, which worked to Franklin's advantage, as he didn't tend to take very well to people who killed animals for sport. The fact of the matter was that there were a great many people Franklin wasn't too fond of being around, and at his hunting lodge, he could usually escape them all. Only his mother really knew where to look for him when he disappeared, and that was the way he preferred it. Franklin rented his usual cabin, and spent his evening nursing half a bottle of bourbon and some of his favorite takeaway. It was only once he had a nice buzz going that he decided to catch a car into town. Out here, very few people recognized him, and if they did, he could usually persuade them to keep their mouths shut for a few pounds. Tonight, he just wanted to blend into the crowd and have a few pints. The pub he frequented was one on the very edge of town, close to the lodge. Even on nights when it was crowded, it wasn't with the type of people who tended to ask a lot of questions. Which was just how he liked it. The place was pretty busy for a Tuesday evening, and when he arrived, Franklin was lucky to find a seat at the very end of the bar. Jacqueline, the bartender, recognized him immediately, but he could tell it would be a while before she could make her way over to take his order. He helped himself to a handful of peanuts from the bowl on the bar before him, gazing over the crowd. A part of him envied them. Being born into privilege wasn't all people made it out to be, most of the time. For as long as he could remember, Franklin had constantly thought about what was expected of him. Of course, his mother wasn't nearly as insane as others who participated in London's social scene. She never tried to impress him by saying that he needed to get married or have children, but that didn't mean Franklin just forgot about either option. He was a selfish creep that he knew, but he wasn't selfish enough to think he would ignore his lineage forever. His father had spoken with him a few times, and though Franklin made a point of trying to tune him out, he heard exactly what he said. Too bad he was such a hard ass. When it came to women, and he would definitely need one of those to do anything lineage-related, Franklin was amazingly picky. Unlike his brother Russell, he didn't make a habit out of getting women to like him. Quite the contrary, in fact. Women, in particular, seemed to think he was off his nutter. Which was fine until he wanted to get laid. On those occasions, he wasn't so fond of being avoided by women who didn't like his sharp tongue and wit. It wouldn't be too awful to have a woman waiting in his bed when he returned, but Franklin wasn't the kind of man who hired tramps or called women in the wee small hours. The few times he had slept with women had been encounters where he could at least stand his chosen partner. Which translated to him not getting laid very often. "Hey Goldilocks, you're in my seat." For a moment, Franklin found himself confused. He didn't think the man who had just come up behind him could possibly be talking to him, but when he repeated himself, the fact was made painfully clear. "Hey you. Move your ass." Franklin sighed. One of the caveats of trying to remain innocuous was idiotic people. There would always be some lummox somewhere who wanted trouble. It was one of the single situations in which name-dropping might actually help him. But Franklin didn't rely on words at times like these. He liked to use his fists. People tended to underestimate him, as he wasn't as large as his brother or his father. While Franklin had the height, his muscles were leaner and more compact, he still had the build of the boxer he used to be in secondary school. As well as the skills. Turning in his chair, he gazed up at the man behind him. He had a good 2 or 3 inches and maybe 50 pounds on him, but that mattered little. "Why don't you just punch me?" At his words, the larger man's face screwed up in confusion. "What the hell? It's obvious that you want to hit something. And if that's the case, it would have been better for you to just hit me rather than opening your rather large mouth." His words had the same effect, as if the man had done what he'd suggested. He immediately swung at Franklin, who ducked under his punch and planted a fist in his opponent's belly. While the goon's shoulders were broad enough, his midsection was soft, and he immediately doubled over, grunting in pain. Franklin didn't give him time to recover. He followed immediately with an uppercut to the jaw that sent his opponent stumbling backward into a nearby table. When the table's drinks went flying, Jacqueline's fierce tone rang through the bar. "Break it up, you two, or get out." But the burly sack of shite who'd picked a fight didn't listen. He straightened and dived at Franklin with a roar of outrage. Scowling, Franklin merely stepped out of the way, letting the brute's own force slam him into the side of the bar. This time, when he got the wind knocked out of him, he was down for the count. When he went down, everyone in the pub cheered. Franklin, however, merely frowned, stepping over him to take his seat on the stool once more. He hadn't even put up that much of a fight. One would think if someone wanted to go around starting fights, they might as well at least be slightly proficient at it. "Shall I call someone to take out the trash, Jacqueline?" The graying blonde handed him a beer over the bar, laughing at his question. "No thanks, Franklin, though you're a sweetheart for offering." Hopefully, he'll be embarrassed enough to see himself out. When he reached for a £5 note to pay for his pint, Jacqueline merely waved him away. "On the house, love." I think everyone enjoyed seeing that git put in his proper place. Not that he enjoyed trashing Jacqueline's bar, but part of Franklin had hoped that his opponent would want to take things outside. It had been forever since he'd had a decent spar, and that, more than anything else, tended to relieve his boredom tremendously. Of course, his mother and siblings didn't really see it as sparring. They considered it brawling, but Franklin liked to think that brawlers were the type of men who ended up in the hospital. He himself had never been in the emergency room after a fight. He tended to send people to the emergency room. "That was quite some fight you put up." Franklin turned from the bartender at the sound of a sultry voice over his shoulder. Standing next to him was a redhead who was showing more skin than she covered. Though her face was pretty enough, her breasts were hanging out of her top almost obscenely, and Franklin was surprised she could even walk in the stilettos she wore. Hardly fitting pub attire. "You a boxer?" Though Franklin had to admit that his body was definitely willing where this woman was concerned, his mind was more absorbed with how many men she'd been within the last month. Or perhaps the last week. "Used to be," he replied noncommittally, wondering if it had really been long enough that he was going to go to bed with the first woman who propositioned him. "Can you give me a few private lessons then?" As she said so, the redhead bent down so that nearly the entirety of her bust were exposed as she gazed up at him with what Franklin guessed was supposed to be a sensual pout. He lost any interest he might have had pretty immediately. "Actually, I'd rather not." Her face immediately crumpled, and it was obvious that Franklin had offended her, which was fine with him. "What's your problem?" she huffed, sticking out her chest so far that Franklin was shocked that she didn't have a double nip slip. Taking a sip of his beer, Franklin gave her a long, disdainful once-over. "I'm giving you a better chance with more feeble-minded men." Her pretty face flushed red with anger, and for a moment Franklin was sure that she was going to slap him. Instead, however, she ended up stomping away in a huff and nearly falling flat on her butt in her sky-high heels. He hardly had the interest to watch her go. As the man he fought groaned and fought his way back to consciousness at his feet, Franklin turned his full attention to his beer. Perhaps his pint and Jacqueline were the only things that needed his attention just now. Everything else seemed to be a waste. The night went on rather uneventfully. Franklin turned in around 1 a.m, relishing the silence and solitude of his cabin. The next morning, he ignored missed calls from both his mother and Russell, and spent his morning taking a 10-kilometer jog through the lovely fall forest. For all his sister Janine teased him that he never ran with her, he tended to stick with a pretty strict exercise regimen when he wasn't visiting home. After a lazy day reading and generally doing next to nothing, somehow, Franklin ended up back at the pub. While he wasn't in the mood for company, he always welcomed a drink, and Jacqueline knew his pace. It wasn't long before he had a beer in his hand and was repeating yesterday's cycle, minus the fistfight. At least at first. "I'll have a pint of Guinness, please." Franklin was surprised to hear the coppery tones of an American. He glanced up as a man about his size sat down next to him, gesturing to Jacqueline. Americans didn't tend to frequent small English villages, at least in Franklin's experience. Against his better judgment, he found himself terribly curious. It seemed that Jacqueline noticed her newest patron's nationality as well. "Gimme just a second, darlin'." She winked at him as she reached for the glass. "What's a fine-looking Yank like you doing all the way out in the country?" Fine-looking? While Franklin's personal tastes didn't swing towards men, he could see what Jacqueline saw in the Yank. He was rugged-looking without overdoing it, and he'd said please. That at least meant he wasn't a complete ass. When Jacqueline handed him his pint, he even winked at her. Strangely, Franklin could appreciate this. Jacqueline was one of the only things in this village that he believed was vastly underrated. She was a good bartender, who knew when someone wanted to talk and when they wanted to be left alone. She poured a perfect pint, and was one of the few human beings on earth with whom he didn't mind sharing a good conversation. When winked at, Jacqueline merely chuckled, turning to pour Franklin another drink. Meanwhile, Franklin turned his attention to the man himself. "Excitement of London too much for you?" Sipping at his beer, the American only smiled. "That and the sheer volume. It's huge. I didn't come on vacation for a headache. I came for peace and quiet." Well, that was a new one to him. According to what Franklin heard, Americans were usually always raring for excitement. That one had come all the way to London to spend his time in the middle of nowhere. Well, that was interesting. Isn't there plenty of that in the States? Peace and quiet? If you think so, that makes you different from any Brit I've ever met. The American smirked, clearly amused. "I thought we were all heathens constantly beating our chests and guzzling coffee. Personally, I believe coffee is very highly underrated in the UK," Franklin immediately rebutted, savoring the taste of his beer. "But a nice cup every now and then also has its appeal." "Nice to know." The Yank grinned. "Maybe you can tell me where I can find someplace that isn't Starbucks. A vacation is wasted without good coffee." He had, Franklin realized, the same disillusioned, bored air about him that Franklin himself so often struggled with, and that strangely lifted his mood. "So, what do you plan on doing with your time away from all the lights and glamour of the city?" The American shrugged, finishing his first pint in a single gulp before gesturing for another. "Finding myself, whatever the hell it is that means." At that, Franklin snorted. A long-wondered question, that one. How do you entertain yourself? Before Franklin could think of a suitable answer, Jacqueline was chiming in for him. "Picking fights, that's what he does. Watch yourself with this one." Franklin couldn't muster the wherewithal to be embarrassed. What he did was barely fighting. He merely put idiots in their places. Instead of looking at him like he was crazy, the newcomer merely arched a brow in faint surprise. "Really?" With a sigh, Franklin merely frowned. "Jacqueline makes it sound as if I go hunting random innocents on the streets. When brutes of unparalleled stupidity decide to test me, yes, I retaliate. Self-defense and all that." When Jacqueline merely chuckled at the title he gave it, Franklin cast her a warning glare. "Are you any good?" At that, the bartender's head whipped around in shock, as if she suspected the very question to make Franklin lash out. The Brit, however, only found himself oddly amused at the question. "Well, I've never been beaten. So I suppose that makes me capable." His new companion nodded thoughtfully. "I used to box myself back in college. Good workout." "Did you now?" Call him insane, but an idea was forming in Franklin's head. One he was sure made little sense to most, but would appeal to both he and his newfound companion. "Fancy about then?" The American's eyes widened only slightly. "You want to fight? Here? Now?" At Jacqueline's warning look, Franklin only smirked. "Of course not in the pub. We're not animals, are we?" He stood from his stool, stretching his lean form leisurely. "We can take it outside. Just a couple of friendly rounds." Part of him expected the Yank to refuse. He did seem to have more sense than most of the gits Franklin usually encountered. To his pleased surprise, however, he merely followed Franklin's lead, standing. Sounds like a plan to me. There is a hospital nearby, isn't there? Franklin couldn't tell if the jab was meant to be serious or playful, so he just smiled. Close enough. You two don't kill each other. Jacqueline glared at them sternly. I'd honestly prefer it if there weren't any fighting involved at all. As much as he respected her, Franklin only waved her off lightly. We'll be right back, Jack. Keep our seats warm. With that, he led the way from the pub, his blood heating in unmistakable excitement. This wasn't like the unplanned barroom brawls he tended to get into. It was obvious that this American bloke was no idiot. It was nice, for once, to have an opponent who was ready for him, one who Franklin strongly suspected would be a challenge. You sure about this? Once they had found their way to a well-lit patch of asphalt outside, Franklin laughed lowly at his companion's question. Are you? I used to be quite the boxer myself. And what happened? The Yank slipped his coat from his shoulders, tossing it casually over a nearby fence post. That was a question Franklin had never gotten before, but he didn't hesitate to answer it. Polo accident. I was hospitalized for a few weeks. Been working on getting myself back into tip-top shape ever since. That's unfortunate. When the American commiserates with him, Franklin notes that he actually looks sincere. Or at least, as sincere as one could look when he was about to exchange blows with you. But it doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Franklin liked this chap more and more with every moment that passed. By all means don't. With that, he settled into his own fighting stance, ready to see if his opponent was as good as he boasted. As if some invisible signal had been sounded, they immediately went for one another. Franklin ducked under a burly arm and aimed a punch for his opponent's face, but the American dodged. Turning deftly, he slammed his fist into Franklin's jaw, stunning the man briefly. He couldn't remember the last time someone had actually hit him. He bit his tongue and tasted blood, before he forced himself to retaliate with a punch to the Yank's stomach. This time he connected, and his opponent doubled over, grunting in pain. Before he could hit him again, however, the American dodged deftly. With a grin at the challenge, Franklin went after him voraciously. His opponent was just as good as he'd promised, and then some. Right up on his level. For close to 3 minutes, the two traded blows. Every time Franklin thought he had one up on his American companion, the man doubled back and recovered until they were on even ground once more. Truthfully, Franklin couldn't remember the last time he'd had such a rousing fight. By the time both of them were out of breath, they were equally bloody and bruised, their eyes blazing with adrenaline. Franklin's nose was bleeding, and he had a stinging cut over his left eye. His opponent had a split lip and bleeding knuckles, and he looked like he was having the time of his life. I hate to seem like the coward here, Franklin managed, taking a few deep breaths, but I just can't see one of us getting the upper hand in this situation. We'll be here all bloody night, and by this time the pints are warm. The American merely chuckled, dropping his fists to wipe the blood from his mouth. I guess you have a point there. I'd really like to finish that beer now that you mention it. Well, that's that then. Franklin chuckled, extending a hand to clasp his opponent's. Franklin Darwell, by the way. I suppose we never got to any of that when we were busy bashing each other senseless. Marlon Doles. The American returned with a crooked smile. Thanks for the most entertaining evening I've had since I was in the cages. Cages? Franklin arched a brow in curiosity. I assume you weren't in a British zoo somewhere? At that Marlon laughed loud and long. More like an American one. I used to be a mixed martial arts fighter, once upon a time. Were you now? This evening kept getting more and more interesting at the moment. Well, let's hear some stories then. Franklin led the way back inside, where Jacqueline was doing her utmost to keep their beers cold. The bartender took one look at them before sighing and reaching under the bar to retrieve her first aid kit. At the sight of it, Franklin grimaced. Come on, Jack. Don't start with me, Franklin, she quipped in a no-nonsense tone. You're going to fight in my bar, you follow my rules. Technically, Marlon took his seat at the bar with a sheepish look. We were fighting outside your bar. Still my property. Jacqueline returned with a fierce look. She only managed to maintain the facade for a minute or two, however. Once her irritation had faded, she merely tutted lowly as she tended to their wounds. "Why are you such a bad influence on him, Franklin?" "He's a grown man," Franklin couldn't hide his smile. "His decision to be a delinquent." Jacqueline merely rolled her eyes before pressing a Band-Aid onto the cut on Marlin's brow. "And you didn't influence him at all?" "Well, we were fighting over who gets to take you out later this week, Jack. You know, when it comes to something like that, a man's honor is at stake." Of course, Franklin had done exactly that several times. Why not? Jacqueline was one of his few favorite people. The compliment, however, only earned him the smallest of smiles this go-round. "That charm isn't going to get you anywhere, Frank." With that, she turned away to serve another customer who was clamoring for an Amstel Light. "I guess I got you in trouble," Marlin chuckled, glancing over at the harried bartender. Franklin smirked. "No more than usual. I'm just pleased you actually put up a decent fight. Won many matches in your time, did you?" "A fair few." Marlin took a long swig of his beer. "Win many polo games?" At that, Franklin snorted. "Polo's not the hardest sport to play. What matters really is that people see you at it. Then they know how talented and affluent you are." He'd given this speech several times to other people who insisted on having conversations with him. At this point, they would usually nod thoughtfully and feign interest, making him want to throttle them. Marlin, however, only burst into laughter. It seemed that Franklin had finally found a kindred spirit, or at least someone who wasn't obsessed with licking his boot heels to gain favor. "Spend a few afternoons with the Queen demonstrating your prowess?" Marlin finally managed, when he had finally calmed down enough to speak. "Planning on being next in line for the throne?" The very notion was enough to make Franklin slightly ill. It was more than enough that he was heir to the Darwell name. He couldn't imagine the pressure the princes must be under. There was no escaping that kind of scrutiny. "Gosh, no. I've enough obligations as it is." Marlin arched a brow, obviously intrigued, as he took another sip of his drink. "What's that supposed to mean? Aren't all British eternally obligated to someone?" Franklin was about to correct him on that point when Jacqueline returned, her expression positively evil. Franklin knew what she was about to do before she opened her mouth, and knew that his rule-breaking had sealed his fate. Leaning over the bar to speak directly to Marlin, Jacqueline revealed his secret, and Marlin's eyes grew to the size of saucers.
Chapter 2.
Pamela was bored out of her mind. Of course, this wasn't very out of the ordinary when one considered her line of work. She was a secretary, and an overqualified one to say the least. While she sat at the same desk, day after day taking notes, relaying messages, and double-checking coffee orders, she was sure that somewhere inside her, the more productive part of her was dying. Exhaling a long sigh, she gazed around the office. The moment she'd been hired, she'd known every day here would be a trial in patience. At the time, Pam had been so desperate for a job that she'd managed to ignore her intuition in favor of a steady paycheck. So now, here she was, staring at bland white walls she'd come to despise and actually looking forward to making a coffee run. In any event, it meant that she would have an opportunity to get out of the office. She was pretty sure that if she had to go the next hour without moving from her desk, her brain cells might start dying off, which was, she chided herself, pretty much the least mature thought she'd had all day. She might as well be an impressionable 20-year-old trying to make it through a university lecture, rather than a 30-year-old woman who was supposed to have her life together. "Hey Pam, you busy?" When Sheila, one of the account managers, poked her head from her office, Pam all but leaped from her chair. "No, Sheila. I'm free. What can I do for you?" The woman smiled kindly at her, and for once Pam managed to ignore the tinge of sympathy she saw there. Sheila was one of the few women working in the office who didn't treat her like she was an idiot simply because she found herself sliding into a gender stereotype. When she could, Sheila went out of her way to chat with her and ensure that everything was going smoothly. Something that Pam knew she would miss when it was inevitably time to leave. "I've got a few coffee orders. Would you mind running out for me?" Just what she had been hoping for. Not at all. Pam all but beamed, taking the list from Sheila before grabbing her coat as she headed for the elevator. She could only hope that she didn't look like an overly excited child as she rushed into the late autumn sunlight, taking a breath of fresh air. She was certainly the most immature 30-year-old she knew. Any other woman in her particular situation would feel lucky that she even had a job to take a break from, but not Pam. All she could do was lament about how exactly she'd gotten where she was and where on earth she was supposed to go from here. As Pam began towards the coffee shop down the street, she shoved the list Sheila had given her into her pocket. By this juncture she knew almost everyone's order by heart, and even if she didn't, just a quick peek at the list would have been enough to suffice. She'd always had a near photographic memory, one that ensured that she made top marks in school and graduated in the top 10 in her class from Oxford. And yet here she was at age 30, a professional temp worker. Where the hell had she gone wrong? For some part, Pamela supposed it was an ingrained sense of cautiousness that kept her from going after what she really wanted. Ever since she was little, she'd wanted to see the world, to leave England behind and discover what was beyond her safe, sequestered little world. But of course, life had happened. Pam had been working her way through school for as long as she could remember. First, it had been secondary school and then university, and after university she had to work to live. All of the jobs she might have taken abroad called for experience that she didn't have. Despite her high level of education, Pamela couldn't speak another language fluently. She was more than proficient in history and the arts, but the jobs in those fields these days were few and far between. Eventually, Pam had fallen into temp work without thinking twice about it. It was money, which she desperately needed, and secretarial work didn't demand any great amount of skill. So she could afford the rent on her minute country house, but it also meant that she was constantly bored out of her ever-loving mind. But it was a job. There were times when the temp agency that placed her didn't have any work for her. Times when she feared she wouldn't be able to pay her rent, and she would be kicked out of her home. There were days when Pamela pinched pennies, to the point where she worried about where her next meal was coming from. And yet, she stayed at the temp agency. She'd asked herself countless times why she didn't seek an actual position as a secretary. At this point, she'd had enough temp experience to qualify, that was for sure. But something always stopped her. Somehow, the idea of spending the rest of her life chained to a desk was terrifying. At least at the temp agency, she could always get away. Pam ordered the coffee almost without thinking, selecting a cinnamon scone for herself. The coffee house was decorated for Christmas time, with holly and large paper snowflakes covering the walls. It was the one time of year that Pam, in particular, was reminded acutely that she had no family. No one to phone and wish happy holidays. No one to plan to go caroling with, or fight over who got the best parts at Christmas dinner. Of course, she had friends, but Pamela was fairly certain that those friends didn't want her around for Christmas, specifically because she was just a temp worker. But that was all right with her. She was used to spending Christmas alone, and this year would be no different. "You're a gem." Sheila took the coffee from her the moment she entered the office, pecking her on the cheek, and Pam grinned. She sat back at her desk to begin taking down the messages from calls she received that morning, and was left in relative peace for all of about 5 minutes before one of the last doors in the office opened, and Stanley, the accounting manager, strode purposefully towards her. Pam girded her loins for the inevitable lecture. The man was only 2 years older than her, but he still felt the need to act like he was her father. Either that, or he always had time to throw a snide remark her way. It was infuriating, but if she wanted to keep her job, Pam never lost her temper. It was her one golden rule. "Pamela, what is this?" He came to a stop before her desk, thrusting his coffee cup under her nose, and the young woman forced herself to take a deep breath. "It's your double expression chai, Stanley. Your name should be on the side of the cup." I made sure they were all marked at the coffee shop. At that particular bit of information, the already balding Stanley looked down at the side of the cup, before his brows knitted together in confusion. It was immediately apparent to Pam what had happened. He must have grabbed the wrong cup in his rush for caffeine. The question was Mr. Holier-than-thou now going to take responsibility, or was he going to foist it off on her? Somehow, Pamela was inclined to believe the latter. Well, make sure you mark the cups better next time. I can barely read this. Efficiency, Pamela. With that, he turned on his heel to make his way back to his office, and Pam resisted the urge to throw her paperweight at the back of his head. What a pompous arsehole. If only everyone in the office could be like Sheila, she might be a little more content. Who was she kidding? As Pam sank back down into her seat, she went about her daily routine almost robotically. She would never be content in an office setting, but thanks to her constant procrastination, that was what she had to look forward to for the rest of the foreseeable future. At her age, starting a new career was risky, especially when she didn't have much stocked away to last her for the search. There was a multitude of things that Pamela would like to do, but she simply didn't have the resources to do them. Not the way things currently stood. She didn't usually have such an introspective day. Despite her tight budget, Pam thought a little treat was in order on her way home from the office. She stopped in at her favorite pub, and was relieved to see it relatively empty for a Friday night. Usually, she would have tried to get a seat at the bar, but just now she needed a little time to herself. As she made her way into the smoky interior of the place, she passed a mirror hung over the fireplace at the entryway and did her best to avoid seeing her reflection. It wasn't like she didn't know what she would see anyway. Pamela Livingston, age 30 and beyond her prime, with her thick brown blonde hair pulled into a chignon at the base of her neck and dull green eyes behind thick glasses. Though she had contacts, she didn't much like to put them in. She was rather old-fashioned that way, and would much rather push the damn things up her nose 1,000 times than worry about losing contact. She liked to think she was a typical British woman, neither too thin nor too thick around the middle. Sometimes when she pranced around her bedroom in her knickers, she imagined that she liked what she saw. She had a flat stomach and a plump bum, not that any man had seen any of it for quite a while. Pamela had long discovered that men didn't take too kindly to her choice of professions either. Any man above 30 was looking for a woman whose aspirations matched their own, and Pam had never gotten close enough to a man to tell him her aspirations. That, she felt, would be a bit invasive. She was a private person, and not prone to tell her deepest, darkest secrets on a first date. Come to think of it, that was probably why most men didn't stay interested in her for long. That, and the fact that she didn't put out easily either. At this point, it had easily been over a year since the last time Pam had been with a man, and she minded not one whit. All right, perhaps she minded a little bit, but if she couldn't please herself, then who could she bloody well please? How are you tonight, love? Pam looked up to see Jacqueline, the bartender, hovering over her with a glass of her favorite white wine already in hand. She smiled, reaching back to undo her chignon and let her hair spill down about her shoulders. Stretched quite thin, thank you. Yourself? Jacqueline smiled good-naturedly, setting the wine down in front of her. Better, now that I have a bit of female company. You know how these brutes can get sometimes. She gazed around the bar at the throng of middle-aged men, who were growing louder and louder with each drink they consumed. Pam didn't think any of them could really be considered brutes. Perhaps a little rowdy when drunk, but nothing too much more than that. In any event, she'd never seen someone Jacqueline couldn't handle with her no-nonsense attitude and firm hand. Would you like some stew, love? It's good tonight. Why not? Pam grinned at the prospect as her stomach growled. She had worked right through lunch, so she was starving. The food at the pub was cheap and delicious, two of her favorite things. Give me a minute then. With a wink, Jacqueline left her wine and went back to put her order in. From her corner, Pam was in a perfect position to people watch, not that she found any of the drunken men milling around the pub particularly interesting. Quite the opposite, in fact. Sipping on her wine, Pam was beginning to wonder if it wouldn't be better for her to come back on a less crowded night, when she caught sight of a man sitting at the bar, sipping at a pint. She was struck by him, because he wasn't blustering around like many of his male counterparts in the bar. Neither did he look decidedly middle-aged. In fact, he looked closer to her age than any of the bar's other occupants. His dark blonde hair was pulled back in a tail at the nape of his neck, exposing an angular but very handsome face, with a day's worth of blonde stubble smattering jaw. His eyes were a clear, bright blue, not yet addled by whatever beer he was drinking, and a constant self-amused smile played about his full mouth. He was tall. Being a tall girl herself, she could instantly tell that the form folded beneath the bar had to be close to 6.5 feet tall, and though he wasn't overly muscled, she could sense the lean strength beneath the black thermal and slacks he wore. He was, far and away, the most interesting thing in the bar, so much so that she had to make sure she didn't get caught staring at him. Pam couldn't ever recall seeing him here before. It occurred to her that maybe he had come to stay in the hunting lodge at the edge of town, even as she hoped that wasn't the case. She would never understand British men and their obsession with hunting. It was the 21st century, for God's sake. Did they really need to chase animals for sport? But the idea of this man dressed up in hunting garb, sneaking his way through the brush, was a hard one to conjure. Somehow, despite his casual garb, he seemed almost regal. When Jacqueline brought her stew, she ate it quietly, contemplatively. Around her, the night's activity only seemed to ramp further and further upward. Around 10, she paid her bill and slipped out to begin her journey home. On her way out, however, her eyes flicked towards the bar, and she noticed the man she'd been watching earlier had disappeared, though to where she wasn't entirely sure. Not that it mattered much. Pam wasn't one to go after men, and men were usually off their rockers to go after her. If they managed to get past her prickly exterior, then they had her difficult personality to contend with. Her friends often told her that she was too difficult when it came to men, but Pam didn't tend to put much stock in what they said. She didn't relish being easy for any man who spouted honeyed words in her ear. She liked a man who she could match wits with, one who wouldn't try to get her to wear contacts and sensualize up her wardrobe. Bloody hell, if she was thinking about men this much, it must have been forever since she'd last been laid. For Pamela, intimacy was something that scratched an itch, and a little more. She had long learned that the actual act wasn't nearly as explosive as some women made it out to be. Quite the contrary, in fact. Most men found a comfortable position, grunted and huffed over you for a while, and then pronounced themselves satisfied. This, of course, showed exactly how much they knew about female anatomy. Despite the stress of her day, Pam felt better once she entered the sanctuary of her townhouse. It was by no means a palace, but it was her little slice of heaven. Almost every inch of the small space was decorated in the style of the Far East. Of course, Pamela had never actually been out of the EU, or very far beyond the UK for that matter. But she'd always loved reading about and researching China, and longed to go there for as long as she could remember. While she didn't have a lot of dispensable income, she'd done the very best she could to buy bits and bobs that reminded her of things she'd seen in Chinese travel books. A painting here, a trinket there, and a few sticks of incense was all she needed to be immersed in her own little world. Pam lit one of the sticks of incense and shed her coat and shoes on her way to the bathroom. Once she was there, she set about running a tub full of hot water while she put her things away. Her townhouse was the very first abode she'd ever been able to afford for herself, a true testament to her independence. It was the place she felt the most comfortable. Sinking down on her bed, the young woman grabbed a framed picture from her bedside table and looked at it thoughtfully. In the image, a small, messy-haired blonde girl clutched at the hand of a middle-aged Chinese man, both wearing smiles a mile wide. When Pam looked at the picture, she couldn't help the way the corners of her mouth turned up. Back then, she hadn't been worried about money or being successful. There had only been one thing that had mattered at all to her, and she'd lost it. She took her time in the bath, washing her hair and reveling in the fact that she had a whole 2 days of freedom ahead of her. Of course, Pam would no doubt spend the majority of them speaking to her temp agency about the next job, but that wasn't so horrible. Her temp agency was like family, or at least the closest thing to family that she had. Pam was just settling down in bed when her text tone went off. Arching a brow, she gazed over at the alarm clock near her bed to find it was close to midnight. She couldn't imagine who would possibly be trying to contact her at such an hour, but she picked up the phone nonetheless. At the sight of the message on the screen, she merely laughed softly. "Pam, where are you? It's Friday. Come out and drink." Her friend Rosario had a tendency to drunk text like the business was going out of style, so this kind of thing wasn't completely out of the ordinary. While Pam didn't mind drinking, she was already in bed, and she didn't care much about dressing up once she was already bathed and comfortable. With a lingering smile, she texted her friend back, "Sorry, Rose. All bundled up. Next time." Unlike the vast majority of friends, Pam didn't count going out, drinking herself silly, and bringing a man back to her bed the optimal night out. She'd much rather prefer to read a book or cuddle up with an inordinately large bowl of ice cream. Either way, she understood that she was the oddball among her social circle. And if that meant she never met a man who satisfied her, then so be it. It would give her more time to concentrate on her goals, and how the hell she was going to make them realities.
End of Sneak Peek for Trouble by Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Thank you for listening to this preview of Trouble, a Billionaire Romance Audiobook. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.